and it feeds on each other.
You've lived here your whole life.
Yes, I'm like a Detroit farmer. I'm fourth generation. My kids are fifth generation. And we used to come down here. If you lived in the suburbs, which I did after 5 years old, you come down here for baseball, football games, and maybe a restaurant or two, but not much else. Now you can come down here and just park and walk around. I mean, the city is multiple times safer than it used to be, which is great news.
That army that he was talking about are the employees, not just at rocket companies, but also Bedrock. Those are the two big companies that Dan, again, is the founder and chairman of. It started out as about 1,400 people when he first moved the headquarters to downtown Detroit. It's now more than 15,000 people. So that's what he means when you can kind of get that virtuous cycle going of having people not only working here, but living here, wanting to shop here, wanting to stay here. He talks a lot with his guys about what it really takes, how you have to do all of those things at once, which is a pretty heavy lift. You can't build one side and then eventually a few years later build the other side. It all has to happen at the same time. And that's been part of the real trick here and probably part of the real magic too. We're going to continue this conversation with him. We'll bring you more of those excerpts a little bit later. But guys, I will leave you with this one tease on that. He talks to us about ruin porn, what was happening in Detroit here. I'm not going to explain that to you. You're going to have to wait until the next hour to hear what ruin porn is and how he was fighting against it.
Okay. I was reading. We won't go
Ruminate
there.
on that.
Yeah. Check on Drugs. They're talking about some other kind of porn, which was really disgusting. Anyway, very popular. Coming up. Thanks, Beck. I haven't heard of that. But while you were talking, I was thinking, it's great. Everybody's going to, all the Bohemians move back into a city. Then it becomes unaffordable when you elect a communist mayor. So I don't know. The announcement,
Right.
Anyway, the announcement
That's the vicious cycle part of it. Right? Not the virtuous
I don't know
cycle.
where they are in that evolution right now, but there must be a sweet spot. Coming up, the announcement that led to a surge in Meta shares. Mark Zuckerberg reportedly looking to pull back on metaverse spending. But first, did they change the name, Andrew? Is they pulling back on it?
I don't know.
Bernie Reno. The weather. Here's what's going on. It's cold, really cold.
Snow-covered roads and slippery travel this morning from Washington, D.C. toward Richmond. Watch Interstate 81 in Western Virginia for snow-covered roads. The AccuWeather exclusive forecast, just cold. Boston, New York City, Philadelphia. How about 85 degrees in Miami and 71 in Los Angeles? No big travel delays this morning at the major airports. Watch Atlanta, though, with a little rain and that slippery travel around Reagan National Airport. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, make sure to download the AccuWeather app today.
Oops.
We are watching the shares of Facebook parent Meta platforms. The stock had a pretty good session yesterday, as you can see. Yesterday morning, closed more than 3% higher, following a report that CEO Mark Zuckerberg was looking to make big cuts to the company's metaverse resources. Bloomberg said Meta executives have considered budget cuts as high as 30% for that unit. Facebook changed its name to Meta in late 2021 to reflect the company's big bets on virtual reality as the next big thing. In a statement to CNBC, a Meta spokesperson said, within our overall Reality Labs portfolio, we are shifting some of our investment from the metaverse towards AI glasses and wearables, given that that's where the momentum is. There's momentum there. We aren't planning any broader changes in that, but this is begging for another name change.
Oh, but Meta works for everything because it's also Meta. Meaning
So
Meta on top of it.
it's grown into that name, even though it was a dumb idea. They're probably going to pay someone like $500,000 to come out. I've got one for them.
What's that?
What?
Instead of Meta or
Yeah.
Facebook,
Okay.
the Facebook.
Go back to the original.
Oh.
Oh, is
Back
that
to
the original?
OG.
Oh, that's
That
been
was
done.
the
That's the original.
Do you think
Yeah.
I want to check? All right, I'll give you. I will
Back to
give
the
you
Future?
big money if you. What name would you come up? What do you think it should be called now?
Blue.
It's not bad.
Because the original was blue. That's what they call the original Facebook now.
They do.
Inside the company.
But
Within-
then it sounds like Big Blue, which is IBM.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm cool
You
with
wanna be a
Meta.
little
I
blue?
actually think Meta actually speaks to all sort of meta things. And here we are having a meta conversation.
Is our new logo? Is that available to talk about, or is it a secret?
No, it's very public. It's very
Very
cool.
public. We have a great new logo. We almost, I think, had a bad new logo, but we dodged that bullet. This is a great. I saw it last night. And I said, that's a great. I'm not just saying that either. It's
CNBC.
Yeah.
CNBC. The little blue thing.
Yeah.
It looks like the Versant. Sort of. It harkens back. It goes back to the 1990 CNBC logo.
Yeah.
Sort of calls the history back.
Yeah, I think it's on Instagram already. I saw a post
You can
yesterday.
see it
last
online.
night.
I think we're
He
gonna.
told me that it's on the gram.
I
and
said
need
to
get
him, it's on the gram. He said, what is the gram?
Graham crackers. I don't know what you're talking about, but I like we
Instagram.
nailed it. We said, people aren't going to like it. I'm sure.
Oh, they're gonna love it.
They will, but there will be haters.
But I
that
think
say-
we have a big reveal coming on the network, so we should maybe hold our fire.
Well, this is a
Joe,
tease.
you're kind of the Mikey though. He likes it. He likes it. He
I
really
saw
likes
it last
And if
night. I
Mikey
go, wow,
likes it,
that's a
anybody
really
will
cool.
like it.
I did. It's a really cool. I saw it and I go,
Yeah.
wow, we should use that. Little did I know. I kind of missed the presentation.
You missed.
earlier.
What's going on, Becky?
Well, we should tell you in the meantime, a bipartisan group of senators is rolling out a bill that's aimed at protecting America's AI dominance. The Safe Chips Act would, for several years, prevent the Trump administration from watering down rules that restrict China's access to semiconductors from NVIDIA and AMD. It mandates that the Commerce Department deny license requests from China, Russia, and several other countries for chips that are more advanced than the ones that they're currently allowed to buy. That bill was introduced by Republican Senator Pete Ricketts, Democratic Senator Chris Coons, and other lawmakers. We're going to be speaking with Senator Ricketts coming up in today's 8 a.m. hour.
Thanks, Bex. Coming up, the art market riding a big wave. And guess who's going to join us? Robert Frank, live in Miami, where the big art show is happening. What are you hearing from the super rich?
Good morning, Andrew. Well, it is a market shrouded in mystery. After 3 years of declines, the art market is rallying again. We're going to explain why and take you inside the largest art fair in America, live from Miami Beach Art Basel, coming up right after the break.
After a 3-year bear market, the art market is back, and Robert Frank joins us this morning from the center of it all in Miami with a look at what the wealthy are buying at Art Basel. Good morning.
Andrew, good morning. Great to see you. Well, you know, this is the largest art fair of the year in the U.S. and one of the biggest gatherings of wealth of the year. More than 80,000 collectors descending here at Miami Beach this week. And the big question this year is whether this new rally in the art market can continue. As you just mentioned, art sales have been declining for the last 3 years. That suddenly changed last month with those auctions in New York totaling more than $2 billion. Suddenly, the art market has snapped back.
there's a lot of wealth in the world right now. We've been in a high interest rate environment. There's geopolitical complexity, there's tariff complexity, but I think at some level, people are done with it and they want to come out, be with each other, and rally around art. Art brings people together, and buying art makes people happy.
Here at the fair, they have works. Here at the fair, they have works priced from $2,000 all the way up to $18 million. There was a Warhol portrait of Muhammad Ali that sold yesterday for about $18 million. But it's that lower end of the market right now that is the strongest, is the most active. That's because young collectors have really come into this market. They like lower price works, typically at $20,000 or even $10,000 or less, by living artists. Another big feature and very popular right now is digital art. For the first time ever, Art Basel has a whole digital art section, a lot of NFTs, interactive digital art, and we're going to show you later a digital art piece that has become the controversial sensation here at Art Basel Miami. Now, for more on the mood of the wealthy collectors and wealthy investors and consumers, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. That's cnbc.com/insidewealth. Andrew?
Pretty crazy stuff. What is the coolest piece you've seen so far?
I mean, I tend to like the old abstract expressions. This piece behind me by a Belgian artist. He's a recent artist, but he's doing 1950s style abstracts. They're very cool.
What will that go for?
This
what
piece
will that go
behind,
for?
I don't know the price. The prices are not listed. You have to go to the galleries, and it's a very opaque, mysterious process. But
are we talking? Is this a 5-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure situation behind us? 8-figure? What do we got?
I'm guessing it's 7 figures. There's 4 pieces. I don't know if they're sold separately. But my favorite piece is the one that we are going to show you later. It's sort of a digital piece. It's an interactive piece. It is blown up online, and seeing it in person was quite something. We are going to show you that in the 9 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that, Andrew.
It's not like a sweet potato taped to a wall or something, is it? What do you mean?
No,
okay.
no bananas this year, Joe. No bananas.
I was thinking sweet potato. I mean, who needs a banana when you can have a sweet potato, like taped? I mean, that is a much cooler. I think. No, actually, yellow might be. Well, I'm going to think about it. Which one? And I may create that. Thanks, Robin. Oh, it's going to be 7 too.
It is almost 7 a.m. We got a minute to go right here on the East Coast. You happen to be watching Squawk Box this morning. It is Friday right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin with Joe Kernan here in New York. Becky Quick reporting with a big interview in Detroit, and she's got a lot more of her interview with Bedrock and Rocket Company's founder, Dan Gilbert, later this hour. I want to show you the futures, though, ahead of 7 o'clock. Before that hit time, if you will. Dow up about 49 points. The NASDAQ looking to open higher as well, about 96 points higher. The S&P 500 looking to open about 14 points higher. And let's show you treasuries right now, because you're looking at the 10-year note sitting just at about 4.1. The 2-year now down at 3.5. Cryptocurrencies are gauged for risk on, risk off. Looking at Bitcoin at $91,000, Ether at $3,000. And we've got some news.
Well, I can see
go to literally
Warner
right
Brothers,
now.
the shares are halted. Warner Brothers Discovery shares are halted. So I don't know. It could.
I think we are here.
It's out.
I think we've been waiting for it.
Press release is out.
Press release is out.
And
let's explain to the public what's happening here.
Not the biggest secret in the world that Netflix.
Netflix is the winner.
Is the winner, and the deal's done apparently at this point, and the details will be forthcoming, and we'll see whether regulatory muster becomes a problem. I know that at least Warner Brothers is halted at this point. I figure Netflix probably is at this point. Let's see. Following, it will be after obviously the separation of some of the cable.
Well, you have two deals going on here. So
yeah,
you have
that one happened.
Netflix is going to be buying this streaming business.
$27.75 a share. It says cash and stock for
$27.75, and most importantly, on the regulatory side of this deal, if you're looking, the breakup fee is $5.8 billion.
More than.
So people have been discussing
Paramount.
how regulators would think about this transaction.
Right. Equity value 72 billion, and total enterprise value 82.7 billion dollars at this point.
That's with the debt piece of it.
That's with the debt. But, it is one of the most storied Warner Brothers, one of the most storied studios and entities in Hollywood, obviously, and it culminates, I guess, with Zaslav able to deliver, I guess you would say, to shareholders at this point of Warner Brothers, a heck of a lot better than $12 or $11 a share.
Given where it had fallen to.
Given where it had fallen to.
The big question on the regulatory side is going to be, you know, the argument effectively here is that if you look at the Paramount transaction, that would have effectively taken out a studio, right? In this case, you're not taking out a studio. That's a big part of the argument. The other argument that Netflix is effectively going to have to make, and Time Warner is going to have to make, or I should say Warner Brothers is going to have to make effectively, is to argue that it's not just looking at the marketplace in the context of streaming itself, but to look at it in the context of time spent online, eyeballs and the like. You're going to have to effectively include YouTube viewing and Amazon Prime and so many others, so that you're not just looking at the paid streaming business. What you looking at there?
I'm looking at the cash component is $23.25. $23.25, $4.50 in the shares of Netflix common stock. That comes up to 27.75. There's collars on the shares. There's you know, this is going to be a complex.
It's going to be a complex deal. And by the way, this is going to be
A year
in
and
the
a half.
regulatory mix for a long time.
It could close in a year and a half. That's what I think they would hope that it's able to close. Does Zaslav run Warner Brothers, the studio?
I'm trying to look
and
through this to
HBO
find
Max?
out. What I also don't know is, and look, and this is where the next piece of this comes. Does Paramount try to go hostile? Is there some other element of this that could happen? I don't know. What do you think regulators do? You know, Jason Kylar, who runs, or ran, I should say, Hulu for a very long time, came out last night. I don't know if you saw the quote. He said, "If I was tasked with doing this, I cannot think of a more effective way to reduce competition in Hollywood than selling WBD to Netflix." So there's going to be a lot of consternation in Hollywood. By the way, there would have been consternation whether it was sold to Paramount or to Netflix, but clearly there's going to be lots of disagreement about, you know, who should be the owner effectively of this asset. But it does appear that Netflix is now going to be the owner, at least going to attempt to be the owner, and that Warner Brothers Discovery's board has decided to take that bet and to take that bid.
And guys, it's probably worth taking a look at shares of Netflix just longer term on this, because it's a market cap of about $438 billion. You know, it's the media company that has been the darling of the street. It's off its 52-week high, which was $134.12. 103.22 is where it closed yesterday. But you're still talking about, if you look over the last 5 years or even the history of the stock, that was an all-time high when it was sitting at those levels. It has done very well, particularly relative to some of the other media companies, and you wonder what wrapping this in.
We should point out that they get $2 also approximately from the spinoff of the linear business. So if you want to actually add in it might actually
Add that back in, yeah.
come to $29 to $30 in terms of what.
Yeah, no, and this is what, look, David had
Yeah.
said, David Zaslav had said from the beginning he wanted $30 a share.
And it looks like
this is effectively
Pretty close to
arguably a
that.
$30
With the
a
spin-off.
deal share,
Yeah.
if you believe that the spinoff ultimately captures that.
Captures the $2.
That $2. Now, some of the arbitrageurs are going to start to do a time value of money on the Netflix portion of this
Right.
transaction.
How long this gets locked up.
Can we see
Right.
how nasty could it get? Because it got nasty already. The letter where they actually they didn't. I don't think
Paramount?
they mentioned Zaslav by name, but they said that
Look,
management.
just in fairness, they sent a letter just literally 24 hours ago to the board. They said that Netflix's dominance in streaming and Comcast, which is the parent company of this network, which had been bidding for it, as well as presence as a leading broadband and MVP player, present unique and serious antitrust concerns that guarantee a
But then
long
they
and
actually said that
expensive review process and imperil closing either deal. Paramount is the easier path, and its outcome is assured, they were arguing. And then we've discussed this idea that the Trump administration was, you know, closer to or willing to do this. Let's get Faber on the phone, because he's calling in right now. Hey, David?
Yeah, hey, Andrew.
Tell us what you know.
Well, you guys obviously have the terms, I guess, at this point. And listen, I mean, the price itself, that you have to just step back for a second and consider, because $27.75, $23.50 of it in cash, and then the rest in stock that's going to be collared is quite a number. And remember, it's for the studio and streaming business. So in addition, because they've reversed the split, there will be a remain co that will trade publicly called Global Networks, made up of all the linear cable networks of Warner Brothers Discovery. That will also have a value. Maybe it's $2.50, maybe it's as much as $4. Put it all together, and you do end up with a value of at least, let's call it, over $30 a share. And don't forget, guys, for a stock that was trading at about 11 or 12 bucks before all this started. So it's an enormous premium that Netflix is willing to pay here. Much of it, as we said yesterday, as I reported, 85% of it in cash. And as you were just talking, though, and has come up numerous times in my reporting, of course, as well, is the question of antitrust and whether, in fact, this is going to be something that can get past the regulators and, of course, Donald Trump as well, given you are putting together the number 1 and number 4 streaming companies in the world. And that will continue to be a key question. There is a $5.8 billion reverse break fee, meaning that if Netflix is unable to get to the finish line, $5.8 billion will go to Warner Brothers Discovery. But many shareholders will argue that's not enough to compensate for what could be a very long process that could still end in them not owning the company. We just don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But a stunning outcome, Netflix clearly showing that it was very much determined to own this business. And again, guys, I'll defer to you as well and your thoughts. But, you know, Netflix pursuing this so aggressively, you wonder what of its shareholders will question whether, in fact, what it was seeing that made it want to go down this road, given its multiple to earnings, has been the envy of the media business for many years. Is it putting that multiple at risk?
So, David, a couple of things. You know, as I was talking to folks around this transaction yesterday, you know, we've heard and there's been reporting that Ted Sarandos had been down to see the president in the White House, that they felt, I don't know, some assurance that they could actually move ahead with this deal. In part, by the way, my understanding is because CNN and the linear channels are not part of this, and that potentially that might allow, you know, or this administration might look more favorably on this deal because it's not thinking about some of those linear businesses. I don't know if you think that's true, and whether you think that the real impetus for this is that actually so much of the library programming that Warner Brothers has lives or has been sold to Netflix, and they wouldn't have access to that in the future, and the idea that they could actually take down material costs, given that they would obviously now own HBO.
I think that's all true. I mean, I think your reporting on Sarandos and the president is important because, again, that goes to that key question. And as we know, the president ends up being a key decision maker in so many of these kinds of things. There had been a perception, of course, that Paramount had a much easier path, and I said this many times. First of all, given they were paying a number for the entire company, and secondly, but not less important, that they had a very strong relationship, we believe, Larry Ellison, with the president, and therefore would have an easier go on the antitrust front. When it comes to what Netflix gets here, you're absolutely right. The library is certainly one of the key things. They no longer measure this company in terms of subscriber growth, right? It's simply time spent. How much time is our audience with us? And with the ad business as well, an important component of their growth plan, that library is going to be key in the franchises they're going to be able to bring over, and not to mention the HBO shows and things like Game of Thrones and everything else. I continue, though, you know, but you've got to remember, Andrew, if they're no longer buying that programming, so to speak, they're keeping it for themselves, it's sort of a wash. And you know, there will be a question as to whether or not that's really going to contribute to any real growth for the company. There may have been a significant threat if Paramount in particular had bought the company, that they would no longer have access to certain programming that obviously is very important. And as you guys well know, they don't own a lot of their own IP, which is something David Zaslav will tell you so many times, and that's a key consideration one would have to think for them as well.
Why didn't Netflix just buy this instead of Discovery a couple of years ago, and basically getting everything but Discovery?
Yeah, I don't know. Why didn't Paramount buy it, Joe? Like when they, instead of been, you know, or David Ellison and Larry Ellison, why didn't they just step up and try to buy this thing when it was $8?
And who's going to pick over
Because
the
I think it speaks to the
spin-out
changes.
assets?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, one thing I think this does kind of speak to, though, is that constant fluctuation in what the market values. Do they value the enviable margins that David was pointing out that Netflix has before, or is it back to content is king, and there's only so many of these content places to go around? It's probably noteworthy that Paramount Skydance shares, at least until just a moment ago, were off by even more than Netflix. The idea that they might miss out on this asset, so they're down by 2 1/3%. That's not a concern about overpaying that's reflected there. That's a concern about there's only so many of these assets to go around, and you have to have that content and you have to get bigger. So I think it's that constant battle that we've seen play out over the last several years in the market over what investors are going to value at any given point.
You know, Becky, as well, I mean, you're right, and I wonder whether this will usher another round of consolidation, because, to your point, Paramount was looking at the possibility of $6 billion in synergies from putting these businesses together. Those are huge, obviously, cost synergies, and giving it the scale at its streaming company, Paramount Plus, to really compete globally. And so, you know, you have to wonder, they've done better than many had anticipated, at least the last quarter, in terms of where they came in on EBITDA versus, of course, a promise that was far above that some time back. But that said, you know, the opportunity here is, or the miss is a significant one for Paramount. They competed very aggressively here. As you know, they started all this off and made 5 bids. Remember, 3, of course, before the auction began, and then 2 more. I think they were contemplating, I have to find out from reporting, going as high as the high 20s, maybe even to $30 a share. Much of it financed with Larry Ellison's fortune. And yet the choice here, apparently from Warner Brothers, was to go with Netflix, despite, again, what we will come back to numerous times, being that risk in terms of what the regulatory front will look like for the company.
Okay. David, I want to thank you for calling in with all of the latest. I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot more throughout the morning, and we're going to be talking a lot more on this transaction in just a moment. When we come back, much more on the Netflix winning bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, another turn in the history of Warner Brothers Discovery and the world of media. Rich Greenfield of LifeShed Partners is going to give us his take on the deal when we come back right after this. Netflix winning the bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery this morning, a huge transaction worth $72 billion. I want to bring in Rich Greenfield, Lightshed Partners. Good morning. We've been talking about the prospect of this, but this is a bit of a surprise turn from where we were even just a couple of days or weeks ago. What's your take?
I think at the end of the day, if you think about Netflix, the engagement has stagnated a bit. I think one of big investors' biggest concerns has been, why is engagement not growing faster? YouTube has been the one that has just literally been exploding quarter after quarter. It has literally been just growing and taking share. And I think this is sort of an acknowledgement that Netflix is looking at this going, there is so much underexploited IP in this company. And I think they're looking at this as, how do they use Warner Brothers to re-accelerate the overall engagement growth and time spent? There is just so much stuff. You think about when Disney bought Marvel and how they have utilized that in ways that was never thought about when that transaction occurred. Like, everyone was looking at Iron Man. Nobody was looking at Black Panther. You think about how much they've done with that library. I really believe this is all about the IP, and Netflix is looking at this as, how do we take this library and make 1 + 1 equal way more than 2?
What is the chance that Paramount or somebody else comes in with a higher offer and tries to break this at that point? Impossible?
Look, first of all, Andrew, given the way this has played out, and even go back to Skydance Paramount, I don't think we should ever say never. I do think, I don't know, do you watch Stranger Things, Andrew?
I have, yes.
In some ways, it sort of feels like we're living in the upside down. You think about how this process has been playing out, and Paramount was out there saying, we're the only ones that can buy this asset. We have this unique relationship with the president. Nobody else can get approved. And they've been the ones complaining that the process is not fair or quote unquote rigged. That seems sort of strange and sort of feels like sour grapes now. It really feels like, honestly, it feels like they got outbid, because this is the north of $30 bid in total when you think about the Discovery piece. This is the $30 plus bid that, Malone's been talking to Faber about, and that we've heard multiple times from Zaslav. This is that type of huge number. Look, the math is going to hurt Netflix for a while. There's no doubt this is an expensive. I mean, they think this is accretive in year 2. Obviously, we have to understand how they get there. But, maybe it's just that there's so much stuff that they can turbocharge. But this is a huge price, and I don't see how Paramount can top this bid. This seems like a number that is just too big.
We're talking about year 2. How quickly do we get to even year 1, given the regulatory review and likely fight that is going to go on? You have to imagine, given all of the noise we've already heard from Paramount about its views about a potential transaction of this sort and how they believe this is going to be anti-competitive, that they will be out there, as other companies might be, going to the Justice Department seeking to block this deal.
Look, I'm sure there's going to be lots of, attacks on this, and there's no doubt this is not a quick to close. I was looking at the math last night, Andrew, and if you look at, let's just say for a second, the market is only streaming, professional streaming. So we're going to exclude YouTube. We're going to exclude all of linear TV. Now, both of those, in 2025, it's to exclude those, that sounds sort of insane. But if you just looked at streaming today, ex YouTube, Netflix represents 24% of TV time spent. With HBO Max, that 24 goes to 28. So it's not like you're going from 24 to 50 or from 50 to 75. Like, you're still in that quarter of the industry, when you look at it like that. And if you put it into the larger context of, with YouTube, with ABC and ESPN and all the channels that they're really competing with on a TV for time spent, Netflix plus HBO is still under 10%, smaller than YouTube, smaller than Disney, actually, when you look at the entire Walt Disney Company. And so it all depends on how you define the market, for sure. And I know there's going to be a tremendous amount of attacks on this. It is interesting, though. You would think movie theaters are one of the ones that are going to be the most aggressive in trying to attack this. But look at what just happened in the last few weeks. Adam Aaron, who has hated Netflix, came out and was gushing about Netflix and their new relationship and new partnership with Netflix, and how they're going to play Stranger Things in movie theaters, I believe on New Year's Eve, a special presentation. And so, I think Netflix has done an incredible job of sort of bringing, getting the industry behind them over the course of the last year, and it's going to make it that much harder to fight this.
Rich, I don't know if you do long form. Andrew likes long form. I don't know why, or maybe Faber should, because he's been more involved with Time Warner crap over the years than any, all the way back to Jerry Levin and everything else. But I'm just thinking about all the stops and starts along the way for these unbelievably venerable assets. And I'm just going back to AT&T wanted them more than anything in the world till they got them, and then it's like, what are we going to do with them? And then David wanted them, Zaslav wanted them more than anything in the world, and then he got them, and it ended up kind of being a cleanup of sorts. Do we say, David, when we were talking about the legacy, that this is amazing that he's able to get $30 finally? Because a couple of years ago, I think he would have thought that would not have been great. But you look at the entire media landscape, what Sherry Redstone ended up with. Comcast is at $27, down from $65. The landscape.
Disney's lower than a decade ago, Joe.
Disney's lower than a decade. It's at $100 a share. So what do we say about that? He got $30. Do we say it's a huge triumph and that he bought it and it's amazing, or do we say, it's just sort of the best you could do given the circumstances? How do you characterize?
Look,
You asking me?
I'm asking you.
Oh, sorry, Rich. I'm being asked.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Contextually, in this moment,
It's
you have to give him a lot of credit for getting to this place.
okay, but I hear a but.
No, it's more complicated over time because in a perfect world, and I imagine he would say this, you probably wouldn't have wanted to buy
In the first
Warner
place.
Brothers to begin with, or you would have wanted to sell. You would have wanted to be on the selling side several years ago.
What would Netflix have had to pay AT&T back when Zaslav bought it, Rich? Couldn't they just have bought it back then? They're basically getting the same freaking thing, and Discovery, all those assets are just in the spinoff, aren't they?
Look, Comcast was a bidder in this, Joe. We wrote about Comcast, why they should have bought Warner Brothers or merged with Warner Brothers 5-6 years ago. I mean, there's a lot of could have, should have. Like, I don't really understand. Obviously, when an auction starts, people show up. Why people didn't start this, I honestly don't know. I mean, I think it's, I think Brian Roberts should have made an aggressive move for this asset years ago. Obviously, David Ellison never should have done Paramount. He should have just gone after Warner Brothers. People make mistakes. There's no doubt about it. I don't know. My guess is for Netflix, it wasn't so much about making a mistake. But my guess is it goes back to where I started. Engagement has slowed.
Couldn't Larry say, all right, here's 35, I want my son to get this? I mean, he'd sell a boat or something and almost be able to do that.
If money was limitless, why were they raising money in the Middle East? Yes.
Okay, just one thing, mistakes that were made. I think a lot of these guys wanted to do some of these deals earlier, but they didn't think they could get through the regulatory oversight of the last 9 years, right? First, it was the Trump administration that didn't want to do anything with some of these media companies and didn't want to allow them to do things. Then it was the Biden administration that didn't want to let anybody get bigger. So I think they've been waiting for years, hoping that they would find a friendlier regulatory environment. And, this is when push came to shove, and finally, Ellison saw that opportunity and was going to go for it. And at that point, it made everybody say, okay, we all have to kind of chase this. This is, the game's on.
This is going to be great for consumers. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You're going to get a lot more content at low pricing. Like, that is clearly going to be the messaging, a guarantee from Netflix. Lots of content, shorter movie windows. Like, this is going to be very consumer friendly. Obviously, Hollywood's going to have to kind of get their minds around it, but this is going to be very consumer friendly. They're going to actually make a tremendous amount of content. I mean, I think the amount of content that's going to be made out of that Warner Brothers library is going to go up dramatically. There's so much stuff collecting dust.
But Rich,
right now.
I just want to get back to the idea. Do we think? And Joe looked at me and said, "Is Paramount done?
I don't.
Is Paramount finished with this? I mean." They've been battling and fighting for this and wanting this for as long as they have.
And they got Larry, got $500 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
big checkbook.
Big checkbook, but this, if you're doing this in an all-cash bid, you're talking about a pretty tremendous number, because they were buying the entire company. It ends up being a pretty large check. I don't know if they weren't done. I don't know why last night, best and final yesterday. I don't know why he didn't come in at 35 yesterday. That's the only thing I'd think, Joe, is like Why didn't they shoot that bullet? If they had one more bullet in the gun, they could have shot it yesterday. They didn't, obviously. Look, it feels like this is over. But look, this process is, this process has taken a lot of twists and turns, as Andrew said at the outset. Nothing would surprise me. But this is already a big number. 30 plus for the whole company is a huge, almost absurd number in the scheme of things. To go to 35 or 40 seems hard.
Rich, let's spin the ball forward one more second. It seems to me, if this deal is the one that's in place right this second, and now this would be complicated for the Ellisons if they don't want that deal to happen. But if they want to get bigger, it seems to me that the next chess move in this whole game would be for the Ellisons and Brian Roberts to get together right this second, and put together a deal for the NBC assets and the Paramount assets spun off as a third company, and then regulators would approve both deals because it would look, the landscape would look different. Either you decide you're going to fight this for the next 3 years, or 2 years regulatorily, or you decide I'm going all in and I'm going to play along with this, and you put those together. What do you think about that?
If you're Brian Roberts, you've already showed your cards. You want to do something. You recognize the stock is undervalued and you need to strengthen NBCU. This would it would make a lot of sense. Obviously, you've got two broadcast networks, which complicates this, NBC and CBS. I don't know how you handle that. I mean, look, maybe Trump can change the laws or help change the laws on two-network rule. You've also got companies like Sony out there, Andrew. Like, there are other players. Like, could you call up, Sony and try to figure out how you spin off Sony in the U.S. and merge with that? There are options for Paramount to do something. Maybe Paramount splits up itself and tries to merge the smaller sort of studio piece with something else. Like, I don't know, but my guess is we're not done with deals.
But who needs what? Who needs who more? You made the argument just a couple weeks ago that the Ellisons shouldn't even be trying to buy this. They should just spend the money to basically produce more and more content on their own. You remember that?
I do believe they do not have to have this. I think they have you take that same 70, 80 billion dollars they were going to spend here, and they just employ it on buying content, investing in sports rights, they can compete. Nobody else can do what the Ellisons can do on building the company.
There's Warner Brothers trading a big 29 cents.
Yeah.
That doesn't thrill me, does it?
Well, because there's a big time value of money and a big risk factor.
Big risk factor.
Right.
And we saw this coming a few days ago. I mean, this was pretty obvious, in the last few days what was happening. I think as Paramount got more and more upset, I think investors started to figure this out.
In hitting up that quote, I did see the yearly low. 7.
Oh, that too.
David Zaslav figured out.
752.
Zaslav appears to have pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
Out of his hat, yeah.
Rich Greenfield, I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot more. You're going to have a very busy day, if not a very busy weekend, I imagine. We'll talk to you again very soon. Thank you for joining us.
See, he taped a little.
When we come back, oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Greenfield had, I think, Netflix. He had a Warner Brothers vest on or something with a Netflix.
Did he?
I think he taped.
Yeah.
But I think it's not
Looks like a
permanent. It's not
NASCAR.
sewn on, so he's read into
It's not
that. what you
tattooed
want.
on, shall we say? Right.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, Dan Gilbert's dream to reinvent Detroit becoming a reality.
You can hear it all you want on TV or on the radio or in the newspapers or online, but until you're here and feel the energy and see it, you really don't understand what's going on here. So I invite anybody to come, especially from New York. I know people are thinking about, is New York the place to be, but it is still a great city. But if it's not, Detroit's open for business. So give us a call.
right, welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. I am here at Hudson's Detroit this morning. This is the first new build here in downtown Detroit in decades, thanks to Dan Gilbert. He's the founder and chairman of Bedrock and the Rocket Companies. Since launching his first mortgage business 40 years ago with just $5,000 that he had saved up by delivering pizzas, his empire has grown incredibly. His rocket companies now have a market cap of about $54 billion today. He's been telling us for years on Squawk Box about his goal to try and reinvent Detroit from a punchline to open for business. And that culminates here at Hudson's, which was years ago one of the 2 largest department stores in the world, second only to Macy's in New York.
It was the crown jewel of Detroit. I mean, everybody came here for decades. If you talk to any Detroiter over 50 years old, they all have their memories of Christmas time of coming down here with their grandmother, their mother, their father shopping, seeing Santa Claus. So it's been an honor to be able to bring it back.
What are your memories from Hudson's?
My grandmother used to take me down here, so that's my memories. So.
The vision for this, though, this has been a really long time in the making. What was it, $1 billion?
This is over $1 billion now.
And how long from the time frame from when you started it to
It's
finishing?
been a decade. It's been a long haul. I mean, when we got into this building, got underground, it took 3 years. There was a concrete parking garage we discovered that we had to disassemble piece by piece. It literally took 3 years to get it out of ground.
What was the toughest point? What was the point where you thought, oh, maybe that bit off more than I could chew with this one?
Well, the leasing was very slow as we got towards the end of it. So again, getting General Motors, getting JP Morgan, Accenture's taking space in here too. Mm-hmm. And we have some great retail, which we weren't sure we were gonna be able to fill. I mean, I'm not the biggest retail shopper, but Aloe apparently, which is a hot store, they just opened up down here. Tecovas, the Western wear is open. We wanted to have stores that were not around in the suburbs, so it would be more of a destination to come down here. Timberland's taking space. Apple just opened up down the block. That took a long time.
Let's go back to when you first started placing big bets on Detroit. Because I think it was 2007 when you first started talking about this.
Yes, it was moved in 2010.
Right,
yeah.
2010 when you actually moved in.
Right.
I remember reporting on Detroit at that point.
Yeah.
And the disaster that the city was.
Yeah.
They were in bankruptcy. I don't think garbage was getting picked up. Something like 40 or 50% of the streetlights didn't work downtown.
Yes. And a lot of that, the mayor who just retired after 12 years, I mean, he was able to, Mike Duggan, correct, along with a good council that we hadn't had in a long time. So you really got to have everybody paddling in the same direction to do this. You have to have the right city government, you have to have the right business community, the right community groups, foundations. You got to get everybody involved, everybody in one boat.
What are you most proud of when you look around Detroit today?
I'm most proud of seeing all the people that are here. And like you just said, because you got your feet on the ground here, you can hear it all you want on TV or on the radio or in the newspapers or online, but until you're here and feel the energy and see it, you really don't understand what's going on here. So I invite anybody to come, especially from New York. I know people are thinking about, is New York the place to be? But it is still a great city, but if it's not, Detroit's open for business.
Yeah.
So give us a call.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Well, let's talk a little bit about what it meant to build the first building that really changed the skyline here in almost 50 years.
yeah. Well, it means a lot because it's not just the building itself. I mean, as you know, when you go to a city and look up, if there's no cranes or no new construction, no new buildings, it really takes away the hope. You need hope. I hope this building stands as hope for everybody.
What do you hear from friends and family, people you've known here your whole life?
Well, they're happy about it. I mean, I think originally a lot of people were, are you crazy if you lost your mind?
They really gave you a hard time about it?
Yeah, I mean, they would. I mean, some people off the streets, some newspapers, as you know. I think now they're looking at it and saying, wow. And again, I can't tell you, it's not just us. Even like Bill Ford and Ford Motor, they transformed the train station here that was a symbol of decay here. People used to come here and we used to call it ruin porn, R-U-I-N porn.
Yeah.
So people come from all over the world with their cameras taking pictures of the ruins of Detroit. That was the symbolic worst one. I mean, he turned the whole thing around. It's a beautiful building now, completely restored.
You think it's really a Detroit Renaissance, though? Would you officially call it that at this point?
I would say that word's not the best word around here because there was these buildings on the river that
Yeah.
did not do so well that they called a Renaissance in the late 70s.
Yeah.
That's how long we've been trying to come back.
That's where the GM building is
Yes,
now.
yes.
But this is different and this is for real this time?
I think it is. And I think if you get on the ground here and walk around, you'll see that it is.
Those ruin porn tours, I know people who have taken them, who came here to kind of gawk at what happened to a once great city. Dan's very proud of the end of those tours that were taking place here and just how things have turned around. And guys, we talked a little bit before about how it's not just putting in office buildings, it's not just putting in retail, it's not just putting in residential areas. They all have to happen and they all have to happen at once. And last night there was a really good scene here. Last night was the Thursday night game, football game between the Lions and the Cowboys right here in town. And there's another restaurant or a bar just down the street that Dan Gilbert also built. It's called Gillies. It's named after his late son, Nick, who passed away 2.5 years ago. Nick had been working on this bar before he passed away, and it was jam-packed last night before the game. Just downstairs from Gillies, there's a second bar that's called Saxy's. That's modeled after a bar that his father owned when Dan was growing up. This was his business. He was a proprietor and owner of a bar here in Detroit, and Dan says that's where he got some of his great love of entrepreneurship, going with his father to the bar, going with his grandfather to a car wash that he owned. He loved being around numbers, loved being around the business, and that's really what has inspired him these many years later. While he's been busy building Detroit, he's also been busy rebuilding rocket companies. If you watch, there were some major acquisitions that company made this year. We're going to talk about that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, but if you check out the stock for the year to date, rocket companies up by 78%. And we will talk a little bit more about those acquisitions and how they've changed the business, in Dan's words, to bring in more people, more customers from the top of the funnel, and then to make sure that they have them in good times and bad from the bottom of the funnel. And we'll talk more about that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
It looks like things are turning, and that's really good. Someone texted, I guess there was a quote from the bad days that you're talking about, the ruin porn days, where people said that Detroit was like Pompeii, except it had living people, not, it was not good. And I guess, if you take the Amtrak south of here to DC, it's not quite a ruin tour, but you will see some things that are very disturbing in parts of along the way down there as you look out the window. We got work to do on our cities. Still, there's no.
And we've tried. I mean, that's the thing that's so amazing to me, Joe. There are so many of those cities. If you look at Newark, if you look at Camden, if you look at Baltimore, Gary, Indiana, there's so many cities where there's been a lot of money thrown at them, and it attempts to try and fix things and turn them around. It's hard to say why it works in some places and not in other places. I guess the best way to do that is just study the places where it is working and try and figure out what their magic sauce is. And this is certainly one of them.
Or watch it happen to a city that's not there yet when elections. Maybe it won't. Maybe we had De Blasio for 8 years. You had De Blasio for 8 years. We're still here.
So you have.
I've got my own issues out there, believe me. Let's get to our next guest. The Government Accountability Office is a nonpartisan investigative part of Congress, and it said after extensive research, I don't want anyone to faint here, but there's apparently massive fraud in Obamacare. The GAO set up 24 fake accounts, of which 22 slipped through the system, costing the government over $10,000 a month. Join us now with details of the report and to talk about how Republicans are dealing with the whole issue of the ACA and the subsidies expiring later this month. Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith. And Congressman, Mr. Chairman, it's good to have you on set this morning.
It's good to be with you, Joe.
We talk ACA a lot. I mean, that's 20 million people, but there's problems other than ACA for healthcare. That highlights one of the problems, but in elections coming too. And at this point, I don't know who's got the advantage, but Republicans, I think, are scrambling to come up with something.
There's a lot of issues within healthcare. As you stated, the GAO report was a request that myself, Chairman Jordan, and Chairman Kathy Morse-Rogers did last year. And the findings that came out this week are pretty disturbing. Just one Social Security number had more than 125 different policies tied to it. You have 59,000 people that they verified that were dead, and they were continuing to get subsidies to the insurance companies. And then if you look at just the 24 million people that's on the exchanges that everyone's talking about, roughly 12 million last year did not even file one medical claim because they didn't know they had health insurance. It's not that they didn't have medical claims, simply fact the insurance companies were being subsidized, but these people were automatically enrolled and didn't know. But when we look at healthcare, what we're discussing right now in Washington is how can we lower the cost of healthcare for all Americans? How can we lower the cost of premiums for all Americans? How can we create more access? Not just 24 million, there's 347 million of us, and that's what we have to focus on.
So the speaker is working on something with, are you part of what's going to happen there, or involved with what's going to happen over the weekend? He says by the end of maybe next week, there could be a Republican plan that somehow does more than just deal with these expiring subsidies. It's going to be additional to that, right? What's it look like? Is it one bill? Is it a series of bills?
That would definitely be a question to the speaker. What has been going on in Congress, the three chairs of the healthcare committees, Tim Walberg, Brett Guthrie, and myself, have been meeting with multiple groups within the Republican Party and hearing the different ideas. There's numerous things that need to be done in healthcare, whether it is expanding HSA so that everyone can use an HSA, or whether it's making sure that the tax on healthcare expenses is treated the same for everyone. There's a multitude of things that we're looking at that we're trying to respond to.
What can you just give us a post-mortem on the government shutdown and how that came to pass? Did Republicans think they had a winning issue with these subsidies expiring? Did Democrats think they had a winning issue? It's in no one's interest to keep paying, to let healthcare keep rising like it is and just keep funding increases and pandemic emergency increases. It was in no one's interest, but it looks like it played into the Democrats' hands.
Joe, no one won during the government shutdown, and this was the first time in the history of America that one party shut down government because they refused to just vote for a clean continuation of funding until the issues were resolved.
It's not over yet, and there are people that would say that the Democrats don't want to come to an agreement with Republicans on extending these things, because it's going to be, you know how mainstream media is going to play it. They're going to find every person that has a premium increase, and they're going to splash it across the newspapers and headlines.
But see, Joe, that's the thing that the Republicans should have been pushing back on harder. The reason why we are in the situation we are right now is because the Democrats in the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, which not one Republican voted for, they made this temporary. They didn't make it permanent. But what they did make permanent was all their green credits.
Right, that might have been a brilliant move too, because they could win. They could have 40 seats picked up in the House from this. So it may be this, I can't believe they're playing an effective chess game, but that may have been the motivation all along.
Without a doubt, this exposes how broken Obamacare has been. Obamacare exchanges, the premiums have increased more than 80% since Obamacare was created. When you compare that to employer-based health care, during the same time, it's only gone up 45%, which is still a lot, but not as much as the Obamacare exchanges. The waste, fraud, and abuse that's within that system, which only accounts to 7% of the population, is crazy. We have to look at all 100% of Americans, lower premiums for all of them.
But now it looks like Republicans are scrambling after, complaining about Obamacare and almost trying to get rid of it, and for 7, 8, not whatever it is, and now scrambling. Oh, we do have a plan. That's what you're going to hear.
You didn't hear me say that we have a plan. What I told you is there's tax provisions that can be changed. Yeah. There's things that we can do.
Mike Johnson, is he saying that they have a plan? The speaker?
Yesterday he said that we're working on a plan.
Okay. I'm on Andrew. What do you think, Andrew? You got any?
You're doing great.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be
down the middle. I see.
Trying to blame both sides.
But it is blameable on both sides.
Well, okay. He's not going to really say it. He's just going to say what he said. Is that what you're saying? You're looking at me saying what he said?
Exactly.
Okay. We got to go, Mr. Chairman. We hope you come back.
Come on
and,
back.
We don't understand how things work in I think a lot of people are confused.
We all wonder how things work in Washington, D.C. as someone who's there all the time. So it's just how it.
It's less of a ruined tour down there with the National Guard. There, I would say, isn't it? If you're walking around down there, it's not. It's better, is it not?
It's definitely safer than what it has been in the months past.
Thank you.
Okay, when we come back, we got a lot more coming up. So much happening. DocuSign shares under some pressure this morning. We'll talk to the company's CEO about the latest results and outlook. Senator Pete Ricketts unveiling bipartisan legislation aimed at blocking the Trump administration from easing curbs on AI chip sales to China. He's going to tell us about that at 8:10 Eastern Time. And then, of course, the big deal of the morning, Netflix buying Warner Brothers Discovery. We're going to break it all down when we come right back. DocuSign shares dropping. The company reported stronger than expected results, but the current quarter outlook falling short of estimates. Joining us right now is DocuSign CEO Alan Tykesen. Good morning to you. We've been talking all morning about deals and where we are in the economy and everything else, but I'm actually curious. You have a unique window, interestingly, on the enterprise and small business and big business, and what you're seeing in the context of everything you're doing right now.
Hi, thanks for having me. Actually, from what we're seeing, the economy is doing pretty well. We're certainly not seeing any pressure on our business. Contract volumes, consumption of our product is up, and very ample interest in our new intelligent contract platform.
And how much is that, though, a function you think of, meaning you're just proud of your team and operationally you think you're killing it, and how much you think that's a function of just where we are in this cycle? Because you see startups, you see sort of the sort of motion in the economy because they all need signatures.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Look, we're obviously a beneficiary of broader macro trends. With that said, we don't tend to be sensitive to sort of small swings in the economy. It's much more about our execution. And we printed a quarter that exceeded guidance on every metric, reaffirmed our plans, raised our outlook for the year by 45 million. And we're showing tremendous progress on our new AI product. So I'm feeling really pleased with the progress. We're very much on track to reaccelerate growth, and very, very pleased with how things are going in general.
To the extent you're right, what do you make of what's happened to the stock here, though? Because the stock is down about 6.5% right now.
You know, it's hard to tell. My guess is that the market's in show me mode, and people are intrigued and interested to see if we can reaccelerate growth. You know, I'm on the inside. I see a lot of early indicators that we are on that path. We shared some numbers. We have over 25,000 customers on our AI contracting platform now. I don't think there are a lot of enterprise software companies that can say that. We have a bunch of proprietary advantages, and customer response, both buying and adoption, is very positive. So I'm feeling very good about where we sit.
When you think, though, about the AI piece of it, what kind of moat do you think you really have around your business? And what is the ability of some of these competitors of yours to effectively offer similar services?
Yeah. So I think our core sign product is not affected by recent developments in AI, and the upside of the intelligent agreement opportunity. There's absolutely more competition there, but DocuSign is incredibly well positioned. First of all, we have access to hundreds of millions of private consented agreements from companies of all sizes. So, and you get much higher accuracy when you can train on people's actual contracts as opposed to just public data, which we also started with. We're in all the agreement workflows, pre and post signing, so that gives us tremendous context embedding. Of course, companies generally store their agreements with us already. And then last, we're a trust and safety brand. We are the most trusted software company in the Americas the last 2 years running. And this is a very sensitive area. People are not likely to put their contracts up on a public LLM. So I'm feeling very good about our strategic position. And of course, we have 1.8 million customers that are already buying our sign product, and this is a very natural evolution up from that. So we have some distribution advantages.
So Alan, if we sat around on a Monday morning and there was a whiteboard with the competitor set, given what your ambitions and what you plan to do, who do you now think of as your competitor? Because I think that's probably changed.
It is evolving. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. So historically, we've had some competitors in the sign business. We've always been the leading provider and the most trusted player. And in contract management, which is sort of the legacy enterprise platform, we have a host of smaller competitors. But then, as you point out, with LLMs, there's a new set of competitors coming in. There's a bunch of folks that are innovating in legal tech, so coming at it specifically from helping lawyers do their work better. We're not going to provide a full legal tech suite, but for some of the stuff where the lawyers interact with other parts of the company, I think DocuSign is exceptionally well positioned there. And then I think there's some noise around what OpenAI and others might do. I don't think any of them are going to build a contract management solution, but they're going to provide libraries that others can use, and of course that we're using. But I don't think that will be competitive with our fully integrated enterprise agreement management suite. Look, AI has been a huge tailwind for DocuSign.
Well, let me just ask you one final question. When you think about this AI boom, which by the way is generating a lot of startup business and others that are therefore using your services and like, do you have any fear that people talk about an AI bust coming?
I really don't. We've been a big beneficiary of the enormous amount of CapEx investment that's going into data centers and chips and model development. And so I feel very fortunate to be CEO at this time. And at the same time, we're not ourselves investing in data centers, and we're not dependent on that particular spend wave. And so if that moderates, I don't think that affects us. We are able to build on top of what that wave enables, and that's incredibly fortunate for us, and has unlocked whole new levels of functionality. We could suddenly tell you what's in all your agreements, what you might want to do next, and even automate that, and that just simply wasn't possible 3 years ago.
Okay. Alan, I want to thank you for joining us and waking up early. Thanks so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks. Becky?
Thanks, Andrew. It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Our top story this morning, Netflix announcing that it has reached a deal to buy Warner Brothers film and streaming assets. The cash and stock deal is valued at $27.75 per Warner Brothers share, although there are some other things that could go along with that, too, that could boost that price. Warner Brothers will spin out its TV networks, including TNT and CNN, into that RemainCo called Global Networks. That acquisition is expected to close after the separation takes place, which is now expected in the third quarter of next year. Joe?
Good. All right. Let's bring in, talk more about that, Matt Bellamy, founding partner at Puck. And I was talking about this earlier, Matt. Thanks for joining us on quick notice. We got a lot of questions, obviously, but here's the quote that I had when the letter Paramount basically sent it to Zaslav, saying, look, you have abandoned the semblance and reality of a fair transaction process. Now it's done, and I mean, does that mean, are they coming back?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, we had a little bit do because they basically laid the groundwork there to claim that this was an unfair process. So maybe they'll sue, maybe they'll go directly to the shareholders, say that this is not the best deal. We could have offered you something better. We were cleaner. We were going to take out the entire company. Now you've got to go through with this entire split. And much more uncertain than what they were offering, they would argue. But they have not said what they're going to do yet. That's the big mystery today.
Because I don't want to say it's arrogance, but it's almost like they wanted everyone to just believe that they got the administration on their side. So they almost were, it was almost like a sense of entitlement that, look, you need to talk to us at 24, even if other people at 30, because they're not, we can tell you, you know, wink and a nod. We can tell you it's not going to happen for you with our, you know, with our connections with the administration.
I mean, that was certainly the messaging that was going out. I mean, they basically said that we don't believe the others can close. And they may be right about that. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult regulatory process.
You're excited.
I
can see it. For the next year and a half, you're like, ka-ching, you can't wait to watch this play out. Right? We are kind of too. It's unbelievable.
It will be, especially when you inject the whole Trump of it all. I mean, I would not be surprised if the president weighed in today on this transaction. I mean, other Republicans have already been making noises about it. We saw Mike Lee, the antitrust committee member, has already been saying he's going to look closely at this transaction. So there is messaging going on within the Republican Party about this transaction, and we'll see now if they act upon it.
You know how much the president would like Barry Weiss to be, overseeing CNN. I mean, I would almost like to see that. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly had a preference here, and we'll see what Trump's willing to do. He may just say, you know what, I tried, we're walking away from this, or the DOJ might come after this.
So, Matt, is there any chance in a million years somehow Paramount comes back and does something that we aren't thinking about right now?
Well, I mean, they first of all, they can go to the shareholders, or we don't know what the termination fee is, but they could go just say, we're going to pay whatever it is and offer way more money. I mean, we
do. $5.8 billion is the termination
fee. Oh, we do. It's $5.8 billion.
Reverse breakup fee of 5.8. I don't know if it specifically in the terms talk about that in the context of somebody else coming in or really just the regulators blocking it. But right now, 5.8 is the figure that's been put out there.
That's pretty big. But, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own a Hollywood movie studio. And if the Ellisons' entire game plan is to own Warner Brothers and Paramount and maybe a piece of TikTok, and that's the plan, maybe it's worth paying that kind of fee to come in over the top.
What about Comcast?
It's interesting. Comcast, I have not heard that much about what their offer was. There was a whole scenario, sort of conspiracy that people were talking about, how the real plan was for Netflix to buy Warner and then sell HBO to Comcast. And I have been told by sources that that is not the plan. So I don't know what Comcast, what the role was here.
By the way, on Comcast, I keep thinking potentially that now you might see them trying to make a move, maybe with a Paramount. I don't know what you do about the CBS, NBC of it all, but or maybe go, as we talked with Greenfield, go to Sony, go to somebody else. But it seems like if you're not gonna try to fight this, in City Hall, effectively, if you're not gonna try to fight the Netflix deal, you might put up one or two other deals against it at the same time, and then they all sail through at the same time.
Maybe, although I think it would be tough to have CBS and NBC together there. And plus, I don't know that the Ellisons want partners on this. I mean, they seem to want to kind of go it alone, and they have the wherewithal to do it. I think if Comcast had a partner, it would be some kind of a big money partner, but maybe they'd go in with someone like Sony or something. I mean, you could see all kinds of scenarios here. It's sort of a free fall. It's like an episode of Succession.
Media is not a zero-sum game, but we know what happened at Sherry Redstone. We know that Zaslav was looking at $7.50 a share at one point, and now he's getting 30. Comcast was a $65 stock. It's now at 27. I don't know what happened. Did it all flow into Netflix? And if so, if so, why do they want any of this stuff when all it's done is just drag down the valuation of everyone that's touched any of these legacy assets?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Netflix is buying Warner's for the stock value. They've got that. They're the growth stock. What they need is to grow subscribers and to grow the overall audience. And they see the intellectual property and the library that Warner's offers as being pretty important. They know.
At this point, given everything, Zaslav is popping champagne corks, and so are our shareholders. Are they not at Warner Brothers? Even though Warner Brothers Discovery, even though it's been a tough couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if popping champagne is the thing. I mean, Zaslav for sure. I mean, he's going to get paid. He's going to get whatever he wants. But, this is the fourth transaction that this company has gone through in the past decade. And every time they do it, they cut jobs. Right. People lose. It's been very disruptive.
That doesn't even include Jerry. I mean, go back even further, and it's like, what? And that was what I said earlier. Too bad Netflix just... I mean, Discovery is like a middleman. Too bad Netflix just didn't do this.
A long time ago.
With AT&T, if they were going to do it, but it would have cost more probably back then.
Hopefully in 20 years we're not talking about this like we do AOL Time Warner.
Well, and then sometime we got to talk about. I mean, not just us, but I mean, we got Versant's got all these things, and now we got all the stub of Warner Brothers. What happens to all? I think these are all really valuable little things. Who rolls all of those things up? Are they valuable?
Well, Versant says they're not really interested in adding more TV networks. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they're saying. They say they're happy with it. We're not talking about what's going to happen to these Warner TV networks, but this is going to be, if they go through the split, a separate company, and they're going to have a strategy and want to buy stuff and manage it. We'll see.
Now, what does the Hollywood creative community think about this and how they think about the permutations of these deals? I remember we talked a couple months ago about how you thought actually Hollywood was quite excited about what Paramount was doing because they were spending a lot of money on programming, and it seemed like they were going to come in and do a lot of interesting things. Do you think the industry is going to look at this and say, this is great, they're going to revolt, they're going to think that this is going to lower the number of new productions, it's going to change the economics of these deals in different ways that make it less attractive, more attractive? How do you see it?
Yeah, the industry is not excited about this. I mean, my DMs and texts blew up last night with some pretty dour messages, because anytime you take out a buyer in the entertainment ecosystem, it results in fewer opportunities. Now, Netflix would argue that they're going to be stronger and they're going to grow more and they're going to have more opportunities for talent to work on bigger and better projects. But the history of the business has shown that when you take out a buyer, you reduce opportunities. And then it just comes down to kind of a pride thing. I mean, Warner Brothers was one of the original Hollywood studios. It has a 100-year legacy, everything from Casablanca to Dirty Harry. It is ingrained in the Hollywood system. And now you have this interloper that has come in from Silicon Valley, and within 20 years, it has completely transformed the business. And now it's buying one of the preeminent Hollywood establishment studios. So there's a weird pride
what
there.
key demos and what young people are oh my God, I can't wait to watch Casablanca. This is a good point. Why is Netflix paying for legacy stuff when they really need to try to compete with YouTube on user-generated? How does this help them compete against user-generated content, and where all these young people aren't watching any of this stuff anymore?
That's true, but they are watching Ted Lasso, and they're watching, some of the newer stuff that Warner is doing. They're doing television and film, and they're making it with the IP that they have generated for 100 years. So there's real value there. And Netflix sees the data. You forget this. There are Warner Brothers movies that play on Netflix right now via licensing agreements, and they see what kind of engagement those movies deliver. And the big IP-driven blockbuster movies are almost always in the top 10 on Netflix. People go to these services and they watch these movies. It was true of cable television, and it's true of streaming. The majority of the viewership comes from these library titles. And if Netflix can own that and not have to license it from all these other companies, that's the missing piece. They have volume, they don't have premium, they don't have library. That's what this gives them.
Matt, I imagine we're going to be talking a lot more at a wild hour for you. So thank you for waking up early. We look forward, of course, to always reading your newsletter, and we appreciate you joining us.
Coming out soon.
We're looking for it. Thanks. When we come back, Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska wants to stop the Trump administration from easing curbs on AI chip sales to China. He's going to tell us about the Safe Chips Act next. We'll have that conversation. And then more of Becky's big interview this morning with Dan Gilbert and his revitalization efforts in Detroit. Squawk Box coming right back after this. Squawk Box, take a look at a snowy Washington, D.C. You're looking at the White House there. What a shot. Our next guest has unveiled bipartisan legislation that aims to block the Trump administration from easing curbs on AI chip sales to China. Joining us right now to discuss this, Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska. What kind of support do you have on your side for this argument at this point?
Well, good morning. So this is a bipartisan bill. So not only is it being introduced by myself and Chris Coons, but we've got Democrats Jeanne Shaheen and Andy Kim, and the Republicans Tom Cotton and Dave McCormick. And actually what this bill does is actually just codify what the Trump administration's current policy already is. So it says that we're not going to sell the high-end AI chips to China, like the Blackwell chips, for example. It gives the Secretary of Commerce the authority to review this after 30 months and update the standards of what we're going to do. So it really is just taking what the Trump administration is already doing it and giving it the force of law, putting it as a statute so that it's got really more long-lasting effect to it.
So what do you make, though, of this argument that Jensen Huang of NVIDIA has made repeatedly, which is effectively you want to win by effectively crowding out the others, meaning if you don't give them the chips, Huawei and everybody else both will have an incentive to make the chips, which they have anyway, but you're already seeing them daisy chain some of these things together to get the kind of similar output that some of the top chips from NVIDIA can create.
Well, first, a couple points, right? Xi Jinping has said he wants to dominate AI by 2030. So his goal is already to make sure he is not dependent on the United States for chips or anything else for that matter. And they've already dumped $150 billion in trying to make that happen. So they are working rapidly to make sure they're not going to be dependent on us. No matter what we do, they are going to try to do that. If they didn't need these chips, they wouldn't smuggle them in. So they still are dependent on us for these chips. And if you think about, well, what's the whole key to dominating AI? It's really three things. It's the people, which we've demonstrated we've got to innovate. Now we got to be careful because communist China can create 27 million, engineers over a decade. So they got a lot of people they can throw at this. The second thing is power. They're building power left and right. They got 33 nuclear power plants under construction with 43 more being planned. In 2022, they were permitting 2 new coal plants every week, so they are developing power quickly. But the third thing is the compute power. Do you have the chips that can actually generate the kind of power that they need? And they do not have it. So we want to make sure that they don't catch up in that category. Right now, our chips are 5 times more powerful. We produce 10 times or more what they can produce. So we want to keep that lead, and by, again, making sure that we keep the high-end chips and we're not allowing these high-end chips to go to China is one of the ways we can maintain that dominance in AI.
In terms of the economics of this all, do you think there's any value to trying to sell the flip side of this is, in the Trump administration, I think this calculates into it a little bit, has talked about, should NVIDIA sell these chips and the U.S. government collect a piece of it? Is that, what do you make of that prospect?
Well, I'll let NVIDIA, that sounds like something that NVIDIA can work out with the United States government. I don't want to get in the middle of that right now. I think what we want as a government, what are we in the business of? We're in the business of securing the American people, right? We're trying to keep people safe. How do we keep people safe? Well, we keep the United States safe by making sure Xi Jinping doesn't come to dominate the world. Here's the risk we run if we give them these AI chips. If China does dominate AI, we will be using their models, their applications, and their authoritarian values. If we win this AI race, it's going to be our models, our applications, and our values. So we already know, for example, in their AI models, that they censor things that they don't want people to know, that they're going to put their thumb on the scale about how this looks. That's not the kind of world we want to live in. So we want to make sure that our models are the ones that are dominating. We want to make sure it's our tech stack that's being distributed around the world. And the way we do that is slow communist China down so they can't dominate, they can't win.
Senator, I don't want to live in a world that Facebook and Twitter were living in under the Biden administration either. So I wouldn't just blame, would you? So, depending on who's calling the shots, you know, we're not completely free of blame in this country either. So I don't know how you do it properly. I mean,
Well,
you know what I'm
but they-
saying? You remember what you could and couldn't talk about 3 or 4 years ago. It's unbelievable.
Well, that's absolutely true. You know, it's absolutely true that we saw that censorship, the weaponization of the Justice Department under Biden. We also saw they had a really bad philosophy of how they wanted to do it. The Biden administration wanted to have like just 3 AI companies that they could control. That would undermine our very advantage in innovation. This is why we're winning, because we innovate. We've got a free market. And
We
this is
almost
why
had a Ministry of
Congress lose
Truth. We almost had a total whack job in charge of the Ministry of Truth. Remember that?
And the difference is we have elections so we can change bad policies. China does not have that. Xi Jinping is going to continue to pursue their bad policies. But we got to that's what we have to understand is they're not a free market, right? We're not competing on a level playing field, so we can't give them the AI chips.
Senator, we got to leave the conversation there. It's a longer debate. We look forward to following the progress of all of the things that you're doing and this big issue in Washington.
Great. Thanks very much.
You bet. Becky?
Andrew, thanks. When we come back, we're going to talk about what to watch in the markets on this final trading day of the week. And later, more from Bedrock and Rocket Company's founder and chairman, Dan Gilbert. We'll get his thoughts on the housing market and affordability in Detroit and beyond. Squawk Box will be right back. everybody. We have just about an hour to go until the opening bell on Wall Street. Let's get over to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, what a difference a week or two can make. 2 weeks ago, we were looking at these down markets across the board. Pretty lousy month of November we were shaping up for. But here we are the first week of December, and we're up again for the week to date for the three major averages after a pretty strong week last week, too.
We are, Becky. In fact, up more than 5% on the S&P from the intraday low, which was 2 weeks ago today. And we're just within, a 0.5% or so of the all-time highs in the S&P. Now, it's slowed down a little bit. It's sort of like the market has resettled itself. You see Bitcoin stop bleeding out. That enabled the market to kind of find some traction. You see us here, really what it looks like is we're kind of revisiting the upper end of a 2-month trading range, right? It's right around this 6,900 level. The lows around 65. So if we do break above this in some kind of a decisive way with a little bit of momentum, people are going to feel as if it's probably pretty consequential. We'll see if that does happen. Maybe we're kind of held in check and marking time until we get through the Fed meeting next week. So a lot of stuff churning under the surface, even as the index grinds toward those old highs. Here's the buzz. That's the social sentiment ETF. That's kind of meme-like stocks relative to the Mag 7. Find it interesting. We tracked for a while, and then you got the kind of buzzy, more speculative stuff really taking off to the upside last spring. Got to an excessive spread over Mag 7, came back harder in the pullback, and now yesterday in particular, it was up like 2.5%, 3%. You showed that kind of aggressive flow getting back into the market. So that could tell us something about the character of the market going into the final few weeks of the year. Also wanted to point out consumer lending stocks. A lot of concern about the jobs market for decent reasons. We're worried about how the Fed's going to treat the possibility of a soft patch, yet a lot of expectations for reacceleration in growth next year. These stocks are making new highs. This is Capital One. This is Synchrony Financial, card issuers. That's One Main Financial. It's a personal lending company. So it shows you the market doesn't think that there's something particularly stressful going on, at least across the board among consumers as we get toward that likely Fed rate cut next week, Becky.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Santa Claus, I guess, although maybe he's here a little early with the rally we've seen the last couple of weeks.
We'll see. It's hard to handicap whether, in fact, that pulls it forward or we just, defer to those final few days of the year as being a lift. Yeah.
Okay. Mike, thank you. We'll see you soon. Andrew?
Hey, we've got some new details on this Warner Brothers Discovery transaction this morning. Of course, Netflix appearing to, not just appearing, but agreeing to buy that company, and Warner Brothers Discovery's board agreeing to sell that company for $23.25 in cash a share, $4.50 in stock. There's a collar on it, along with $5.8 billion as a breakup fee,
and the $2 or $4,
and effectively $2+ we'll see dollars in terms of the spinoff. Where this gets interesting is my sources this morning are now saying that Paramount in the last go round, in the last 24 hours, had bid $30 in for the entirety of the business, for the whole business. Their breakup fee was $5 billion, so they had a lower breakup fee. But this is an interesting situation now, because you start to think about what the board was considering in that moment. They were thinking, do you take $30 from Paramount plus the $5 billion breakup fee?
Cash.
I believe so. Or do you take this transaction, which effectively puts you at, call it $27, $28 in guaranteed-ish money. By the way, some of that's stock, obviously, and so you don't know what that ultimately looks like.
With the perception of much greater regulatory issues.
Potentially greater regulatory risk.
Globally.
But also potentially, and this is where I don't know where the board of Warner Brothers ultimately landed in terms of what the total they believe this transaction is worth. Arguably, I imagine they might believe this transaction is worth more than $30. Maybe it's worth $31 or $32.
They could say 34
if they believe that those linear channels. But there's this risk premium, obviously, between the $5 billion breakup fee, the $5.8 billion breakup fee,
and Donald Trump,
and there's always the Trump factor. So
President Trump,
the wild card in terms of how that interplays with all of this.
Even if I were a Warner Brothers shareholder, I mean that would be information I'd like to know. What you just said, if we just can count on all that as absolute fact. It'd be like, well, can you explain to me why this is better than that?
And I imagine there's going to be lots of questions that are going to be asked by shareholders over the next several weeks about this deal.
Well, it's probably not over either.
Well, and then the question is, does Paramount come back and do something else? I don't know if they should.
32, it should be done. Cash.
Well, and that's the question. Does Paramount come back and go direct to the shareholders? And that's what they would have to do. But then the question is, I don't know enough about the terms of how the breakup fee schedule works. If that breakup fee is just related to regulators, or that breakup fee is also related to an interloper, if you will.
Then I can get my wish, Becky.
Oh,
and
that's a good question.
That's Barry Weiss running CNN. Then I could get my wish.
Yeah, I heard you saying that. It is interesting to watch Netflix reaction. Obviously, we're still in the pre-market, but originally Netflix shares were only down by about 1.5%. They are now down by about 4.33%. Maybe as some of these questions come up as people continue to mull this over, but you can probably anticipate there's going to be some volatility with these stocks as we wait to get more details, wait to see the reaction from other places and regulatory officials as well.
Stay tuned, huh?
Stay tuned.
We'll talk more.
Soap opera. The world turns as the world turns.
That was surprising to me what you said, though.
It surprised me when I
still thought, because my argument was they thought, I just had finished saying it, that they were arrogant because they thought we can say we've got regulatory issues in our pocket, so 25 is better than 30. If it's 30 with no regulatory, if they can really claim that they got a much better chance of
but
passing
then you have the 5.8.
Right.
5.8 is more than 5. And if you think that both of these deals was going to have regulatory scrutiny on it, no matter what, you got to think it's not just what the Trump administration, the federal government think. It's about the states. It's, by the way, about what Europe will think. There's so many different constituents here.
The total value is 80. What enterprise value is like 80 billion. I don't think 800 million is that. You think that makes a difference? 5.8 versus 5.
If you think you're going to be stuck anyway, but if you think you're stuck anyway, if
you're not stuck with if you got the go ahead, you got the green light. If you got the wink and the nod,
that's the question. Whether you think you got the wink and the nod.
I think that people can.
But what about you're going to have states go after this?
Yeah, and
you're going to, as I said, this Netflix deal will happen. There'll be issues in Europe.
Problems, right?
So. That's why I'm just saying I think that all of these things are going to be in some kind of regulatory purgatory for some period of time. There will be lawsuits, invariably. And so that's the question. If you're the board and you're thinking about, okay, I'm stuck for the next 12 months or 18 months anyway, which of these is the more valuable transaction? That's the question.
Let's get to the broader markets. Bring in Nuveen, CIO, Sarah Malik, and we're shifting gears entirely. No jobs number today. Are you excited about next week, or when is it? The 16th, I think, is when we finally get an employment report.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting day of catch-up on employment data, and maybe that'll help us out because we've gotten a Thanksgiving rally, but the question is, will we get a Santa Claus rally? And I think that's debatable because catalysts are hard to find. We're watching for 3 things later this month. First is the Fed rate decision, but that's 100% priced in at this point, so I think markets completely expect it. Second is momentum stocks, which tend to be weak in December on a seasonal basis. Momentum stocks have actually been down 10 of the past 11 years, so it's not surprising to see that weakness this month. And third, of course, is the broader labor market. It's been hard to disprove the weakness in the labor market. So that's what we think is going to cause this market to be choppy here. But the good news is going into 2026, I see some positives. First of all, earnings growth for next year. Consensus is at about 11%, so it should be another strong year. Second of all, new Fed chair should be dovish and continue on those rate cuts. And of course, we're going to get some tax relief for the consumer. So those are the catalysts for next year.
So what's the forward multiple in your view with AI in the Mag 7 and without AI in the Mag 7? And should we say, hey, look, we got to accept a higher multiple because it's so great what's going to happen with AI?
Well, with Mag 7, of course, the multiple for the market is much more at a premium. What the good news is, what we have seen recently is the market has broadened out. Just this week, small caps, financials, all of them having a bit of a catch-up trade. But we are still bullish on AI. The question mark is there is, of course, when will that spending turn into productivities for companies? There could be an air pocket for that, but I'm not counting the December and recent performance as a really bad sign, because first of all, those stocks tend to be seasonally weak around this period, and that usually lasts through about the beginning or middle of January, so I'm not surprised to see those stocks weak. I think that AI is alive and well. It will continue to be brought into business models and create productivity for companies. So this broadening market, I'm not a huge buyer of it. I think it's actually time to look at some of these AI stocks that look cheaper. One that we like, of course, is Alphabet. We think not only are they a strong AI play, but they have the upside from Waymo and YouTube.
How many more cuts do we get, Sarah, and do you care?
I do care. I think we get one more cut this month. 25 basis points is priced in. Next year, we're predicting 3 cuts. Timing of that is uncertain, probably depends on inflation versus the labor market. I think the big surprise of 2025 is everybody was talking about inflation spiraling upward. It has not done that. It's been stable, which has been good news. You know, the narrative for 2026, of course, is the weakness in the employment market, so we'll see if that plays out. I think consumer strength could offset that. And also, so much talk now about focusing on affordability for consumers could be another positive for the markets. But I do think 3 rate cuts next year, maybe a little bit slower on the cuts in the first half, but I think when we get that new Fed chair, you'll get at least a couple more rate cuts out of 2026 in the second half.
Okay, Sarah. Thank you.
Good to see you.
All right, when we come back, we've got thoughts from Bedrock and Rocket Company's founder and chairman Dan Gilbert on the housing market and housing affordability. That's next. Welcome back, everybody. Rocket Mortgage is a leader in mortgage loan origination. Founder Dan Gilbert's been in this business for about 40 years, and he's seen some pretty considerable change in the industry, particularly in the 15-plus years since the housing bust and the financial crisis. I wanted to get his thoughts on the state of loans in the housing industry, especially when housing affordability has become such a key political issue. We talked about affordability here in Detroit at the site of his new multi-billion-dollar project, Hudson's.
It is a problem, but the only thing that solves that is supply. So you can't have policies that push down supply. Like, you hear a lot of politicians saying we want rent controls, we want this, we want that, but that's just going to deter landlords or developers from building supply. The only thing that solves, you know this better than anybody. I mean, supply demand. The more supply you have, prices come down. So we've got to, I don't know if you have to incent supply or you've got to, I don't know, there's probably a lot of ways to do it, but you've got to convince people to take risks and chances on building more properties.
There was plenty of supply in Detroit. That wasn't the problem. The problem was getting people who wanted to come back and buy up some of that supply.
Yeah, that was part of it, and then reputation was the biggest part of it. A lot of it well-deserved. I mean, 60 years of almost complete decline. I mean, the population finally grew 2 years ago for the first time in 60-something years.
You personally have done a lot of things to try and help with the affordability issues with housing here.
Yes.
You said it yourself. Like, what did you do? You went and found property taxes and helped pay off old property taxes for people?
Yeah, well, the property taxes here were ridiculously high. And then when the property values crashed, they never readjusted people's property taxes. So it really priced people out of there. There were people who were in arrears for 3 years, and talk about predatory rates. The city or state, whoever it was at the time, or the county, they were charging crazy rates, so people could never get out from under their property taxes. So we had our foundation pay off 15,000 people's property taxes in arrears, which really, I think, invigorated some of the residential neighborhoods.
How do you think the overall economy is? I mean, I know you'd like to see it for the mortgage business, but do you think that there is weakness in the jobs market or weakness in some pockets of the economy that would really call for a rate cut?
I mean, I read what everybody else reads. I only know our own businesses.
Yeah, but you've got a lot of businesses
Yes,
that tell you a lot about what the consumer's willing to spend on and what they're not.
I think the employment market feels pretty strong to me right now in our businesses. And I think that, I mean, overall, the economy feels solid to me. I know we're not in businesses that are affected by tariffs so much, but I know there's a lot of them that are. But like always, we shall see.
So what are you looking at now?
Obviously, AI is affecting everything. That's very exciting.
How's it affecting your companies?
I mean, we're using it across all of our business, especially at Rocket companies, not just to cut out costs, but from revenue opportunities.
Like what?
Well, when somebody calls in for a home loan, we can do transcripts of the conversations and how they go, and then we can figure out what words our banker should be using over the phone at what time to get a better idea of how to sell.
You're kidding me.
And it's in real time. The AI is telling the banker on the phone, you need to go this way with a call or this way with a call.
Do you think that you are hiring less people, fewer people as a result? Because there are worries that AI is going to take entry-level jobs from people.
We're a very headcount heavy business to process and close the amount of volume we do. So we move people into different areas. At least that's our first move. So far we have not reduced headcount. We've moved people around, put them in more efficient positions.
Do you expect that you'll have more people working for you 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
Well, I think there'll be more.
Let's talk through about just how big you guys are right now in the mortgage business.
Well, we're the largest originator in the country, and we did a big acquisition recently, you probably know about, that we bought Mr. Cooper. And our combined servicing portfolios right now are $2.1 trillion. So that's with a T.
Yeah.
And that
I heard that. That registers.
And that really gives us great hedge when interest rates go up, or as they go up, whenever they go up, because servicing becomes more valuable as rates go higher. And as rates go lower, our origination side does better.
There was the idea floated of a 50-year mortgage recently by the Trump administration. The president himself talked about it. What do you think about a 50-year mortgage?
You know, it really doesn't lower payments as much as people think because the way amortization schedules look, if you look at it. So I don't think it's a huge impact to go from 30 to 50. So we just need to make sure that we have policies that promote supply of housing, affordable housing, all kinds of housing.
And those policies look like what?
Well, you want to preserve the interest rate deduction, which at times I know has been subjected to going away, I guess, but it hasn't. We need to keep that in place.
In terms of 50-year mortgages, Dan later pointed out to me that it's kind of similar to what you saw just before the great financial crisis, where people were getting these interest-only loans. You're not really paying off the principal. You are stretching out. It makes you like a long-term renter to some extent. Also, in terms of what he's seen in New York, he doesn't follow the New York market all that closely, has seen Mamdani, and again, when I asked him about what Mayor-elect Mamdani and his policies are doing, he just said things like rent control don't work. That's not a way to actually get more affordability. At least he doesn't believe that's the case. Joe, Andrew, I'll send it back over to you guys.
Yeah. Does anyone? Anyway, Becky, thanks. Netflix announcing it's reached a deal to buy Warner Brothers film and streaming assets. The cash and deal valued at, it's very complex, but it's valued somewhere, if you add everything in, at somewhere around 30 or over, with the spin-off value that you have from some of those assets. Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos making comments on a conference call moments ago.
Our plan is to operate, to continue to operate the iconic Warner Brothers motion picture and television studios, including HBO and the theatrical film releasing. I'm grateful to David for agreeing to run the company until the transaction is complete. I know some of you are surprised that we're making this acquisition, and I certainly understand why. Over the years, we have been known to be builders, not buyers. We already have incredible shows and movies and a great business model. And it's working for talent, it's working for consumers, and it's working for shareholders. But this is a rare opportunity that's going to help us achieve our mission to entertain the world and to bring people together through great stories.
All right, let's bring in Mario Gabelli. You always love corporate lovemaking. You've been saying that, and we have all been uncomfortable for years when you say it. But just what are your comments, Mario, after all is said and done?
Look, the way I approach it for my clients and with the world that we're all part of, and that is that we want transparency. And so we have called, working with Paramount and others, Operation Fishbowl. I have not had a chance to read all the details. On the surface, and yesterday I was at the Versant meeting, David Chu is there and Mark Glass, and they are part of what, in quotes, Discovery will look like when they spin it off. So we've got some comps there. With regards to the terms of the deal, the topping fee is not clear to me. They know if the Federal Trade Commission or someone in the government blocks the deal, they have to pay X dollars to Warner's. But on the other side, I don't know what happens if Paramount. Independent of that, the notion of the digital world that Ellison is involved in, and the notion of helping Hollywood, which he's involved in, has a big plus behind it, because speed, and by the way, streaming is part of that speed, and Ted Sarandos is the same type of dynamic. At the moment, it's just great. My clients love old-fashioned bidding wars, and Dave Zaslav bought Discovery, Warner Brothers with Discovery. Discovery's going to be spun off. What's going to happen next? And so stay tuned.
If, you're not one to go into conjecture and I guess, musings about what went on behind the scenes, but Andrew just was reporting that the deal from Paramount was all cash at $30.
The $30. I want to make sure it's all cash.
Okay, for the whole company. Mario, so what if...
The point is that when we put that into the fishbowl, the fact that somebody says to me, corporate lovemaking, here's my offering, I'm going to vote on it. So there's still some dynamics that have to unfold. In addition to that, I didn't like the fact that Netflix never wanted to introduce movies to the theater companies. If I had owned a theater chain, or whether it's X, Y, or Z, but they'll change that quickly, because they said that they'll follow the culture of Warner Brothers. But it's content and the streaming and the distribution on a global basis. Today, Joe, Andrew, Becky, at 12 o'clock, we're going to see the World Cup unfold. You know, and obviously, Joe, they play a lot of golf over in Mercer. Independent of that, I want more details. I want the fishbowl to function. We're going to all speculate on why, if in fact it was all $30 in cash. $30 times $2.5 billion is $75 billion. And whether they give you some other dynamic and assume the $28 billion of debt, we'll figure it out. Today, we thank Zaslav and we thank Paramount for helping the stock go from $10 to $25. So our shareholders and our clients who own it, 600 or 700 different separately managed accounts. By the way, we had 800 that owned Paramount before we were taken out. That's not yet over. And that's it.
Yeah, you make a good point there. The history of, I know Hollywood purists, and I'm told that the entire universe of film people in that business, they're up in arms about this, and yet we hear anecdotally that Adam Aaron is positive. What did he say about it? He said he says Netflix would be a great corporate steward.
It's interesting, right?
Because that's not what I'm hearing from people that
well, the Hollywood community.
The Hollywood community is
freaking out of their minds.
Right, Mario.
Well, everybody changes. The role of change. The fact that they never basically. You had Ellison putting tons of money into content. We always said that was an important part of why that Paramount deal should have gone through. And then, hey, it was only 35 years ago when Paramount was taken over by Viacom, and they asked Barry Diller, what do you say? And he said, next. So we're keeping in tune with that comment, and that it was appropriate 35 years later, that what goes on, well, keep it tuned. This is going to be a headline for you. But if I'm Netflix understands the theaters, and they're going to have to. Will they agree to release some of this theatricals to the theaters first for a longer window run? That window they shortened. So there's clearly a lot of organizations that are saying, whoa, such as Hollywood, such as drama, such as the movies that we watch. That's what makes CNBC so terrific. You're going to report constantly on it.
Yeah, okay, we are terrific, all right, but we're in a little...
Okay, stop.
No, we're in a little stub called Versant. Are you going to be playing in this stub of business with the Discovery stuff?
They made an extraordinarily good presentation yesterday. Obviously, it starts trading when issued. It starts trading regular way in the middle of January. You'll stay tuned to the dynamics. You get one share for every 25 of Comcast. I don't want to get into those details.
Okay, but and then you got assuming that Paramount does not buy the whole company and that the spin at Warner still proceeds, then you've got all those assets floating around too, and there's going to be other assets floating around. Will you play there, Mario?
Joe, I will remain overworked as I am, and I will continue to comment and observe what is going on in one of the areas in which you have a compounded and accumulated knowledge.
Well, it's Comcast. We talked Paramount. We talked, a lot of the players. What would you suggest for Brian Roberts at this point, or what do you think happens?
All of the cable-related, because of, what's going on with Starlink, what's going on with the amount of money the government is putting in to bring a speed to the communities in rural America, the overbuilding, the competitive dynamics. Those are things that we're aware of. You had stocks like Charter with Godfrey. He's done a fantastic job. The stock's probably down 30%. I haven't looked on a mark-to-market basis because of those dynamics. Over the next 2 or 3 years, that CapEx and the build-outs are behind us, and then you're going to have huge, significant amounts of cash flow. Well, we stay tuned over the next 2 weeks. You get all the tax selling, you got all the pressures, and obviously you're going to have the January effect in 2026 next year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, as a love maker that you are, you also deal with regulators that try to regulate your love and regulate the way these deals go down. If you were to walk through the permutations of how this all plays out on the Netflix deal here, which regulators are you focused on? Federal regulators in the United States, European regulators, state
Well, you gotta, come on,
regulators.
it's not, you know, when we had a company called iRobot being bought by, the stock was $55. Today the stock is $2. Obviously you have to understand the implications of what the regulators do. So we also, for the last 35 years, we've written one of the few books on arbitrage, M&A, corporate lovemaking, and we just converted that to Arabic. We have it in 7 different languages now. So the notion of today's world where the markets are changing dramatically in the United States, going back to a less regulation and more of a free market and let the competition drive innovation. You know, you think about some of the great philosophers of time saying creative innovation, creative destruction. You know, that's what's going to make America continue to be great. And less regulation. However, there's no question the guys in Europe are different necessarily, even though they change. And so we have to walk through some of that. Brendan Carr, with the TV stations, you know, Paramount still has TV stations, but it didn't look like they were having change of control, so they didn't need to go through that process. Warner Brothers doesn't have the Federal Communications Commission directly, but there are others that they're looking at. And Ferguson at the Federal Trade Commission is going to be different than Lena Khan in the U.S. You got to touch all the bases.
All right, Mario, thanks.
Thanks very much, hey guys. Great news, great coverage.
Oh, thanks. Coming up,
You really enjoyed that conversation.
I wanted to ask him about the new logo. What was
You know, he might have had, you know, Ted Sarandos calling on the other line.
Yeah, exactly. He loves this kind of stuff, though, and I guess we do too. It's going to be exciting to watch. Coming up, today's top stories, including a new lawsuit bought by a media company over artificial intelligence. Smart Box coming right back.
Breaking on Squawk Box this morning, a major media deal. Netflix winning the bidding battle for Warner Brothers Discovery film and streaming units, paying $72 billion. Much more to come on this. In the meantime, the New York Times is suing AI company Perplexity for repeatedly violating copyrighted work. And Victoria's Secret showing a narrower than expected quarterly loss with a 9% jump in sales. That stock is up by 15% in the pre-market. Andrew?
Thank you, Becky. Quick final check on the markets right now. What a morning it has been on a Friday morning. It's been a busy one. The Dow off about 56, 57 points. NASDAQ off about 15 points. S&P 500 off about 3 points right now. Take a look at Treasuries. You're looking at the 10-year note sitting just at about 4.1. 2 years, it's moved up slightly. It's down. It's up at 3.5 right now. And then crypto, our barometer of risk on, risk off, or I don't know if that's our barometer anymore, but Bitcoin, $90,000. 90,500, Ether at 3,000, Solana at 135. Of course, the big deal of the morning, Netflix buying Warner Brothers Discovery. Lots of questions. Hollywood's on edge about all of it. Much of the media world trying to figure out what comes next, and it will turn into a business policy story very soon.
That's it.
As we try to figure out what
DVDs in the
regulators
mail.
do.
DVDs in the mail will never work. That'll never.
And here we are.
Unbelievable.
Becky, great job in Detroit. We will see you next week. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Walk on the Street begins right now.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen, Mike Santoli at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber's going to join us in a moment on this Netflix Warner news. Kramer has the morning off. As for the pre-market, off small today, just about 0.5% off the all-time highs. We do have the blockbuster media M&A. Also, our first major inflation print since the shutdown later this morning. 10-year yield, just about the biggest weekly gain in 6 months. Let's begin, though, with the big news of the morning, and that is Netflix agreeing to acquire Warner Brothers following the separation of Discovery Global. Cash and stock transaction has an equity value of $72 billion. This is what Ted Sarandos had to say about it on the conference call.
We can't stand still. We need to keep innovating and investing in stories that matter most to audiences. And that's what this deal is all about. The combination of Netflix and Warner Brothers creates a better Netflix for the long term. It sets us up for success for decades to come. Warner Brothers has some of the best entertainment in the world, period.
Faber's been helping the street understand the story all morning long, and he joins us on the phone with more details. David, as Netflix is poised to become one of the, maybe the biggest content creator in the world.
Yeah, no doubt it's going to be even more of a powerhouse if they get this deal done than they currently are, Carl. Stepping back, obviously, just stunning when you consider the deal itself and the price being paid at this point for a company whose stock price prior to the news of Paramount's interest was, in the low teens, not even, to be fair. So an enormous premium being paid, and frankly, quite a multiple as well that Netflix is willing to pay. It's up into the upper 20s, maybe as much as 30 times EBITDA. You really have to be stunned just at the overall size and scope of the transaction itself. As you said, of course, it's worth $72 billion in equity. $27.75 is the total. Most of that, as I reported yesterday, 85% of it is in cash, the rest in stock that is collared. Let's keep an eye on Netflix shares because they are already edging very close, if not beyond the bottom of that collar, which means you will start to see some value go away, remember, based on that ratio. Not that much, given it's only 15% of the overall consideration to begin with. But when it comes to value, guys, I've got to come back to Paramount. And obviously, as you both know, I've been covering this so closely these last few weeks. Paramount's final bid, received last evening, was $30 a share, all cash. I think Andrew reported this as well a little while ago, and I can confirm. $30 a share, all cash, for a deal that was for the entire company, as we pointed out so many times. In the case of Netflix, that $27.75 is for the studio and streaming business. Global Networks will be its own entity that will trade separately and may have a value, let's call it, of $3 a share. So you say $27.75. Let's give it $3. And there's a lot of debate about what global networks will be worth. You get to $30.75 versus $30 a share, all cash for the entire company from Paramount, for a deal where the antitrust risk is generally believed to have been lower. And I can add to that some new reporting, which is that after roughly 10 months, if they did not receive antitrust approval, it's my understanding from sources that Paramount would have started to pay part of the $5 billion reverse break fee to Netflix shareholders. So there's a great amount of frustration, as you might imagine, on the Paramount side at the end of this auction, given that they started the whole thing off, they bid 5 times, and they came up the loser. And obviously on the Netflix side, as we've said many times, wow, they clearly wanted the asset. They clearly were willing to go to the mat to get it. And the question, of course, becomes, what does it say about the overall company's business, its outlook? What will happen to its multiple? Will it begin to erode in part? And it's even going to be levered. Now it'll de-lever quickly, but it'll be levered at over 4 times, given all the debt they're taking on to pay the huge cash portion of this consideration. So many things we'll be talking about, by the way, for weeks to come, Carl and Sarah.
I feel like the other thing we'll be talking about, David, is what the regulatory pushback will be from this, right? I mean, there are options here. Next hour, I think we're talking to the CEO of Cinema United. That's the Theater Owners Association. Will they, file an antitrust complaint? Will there be pressure in Europe, right, with the regulators? Will Paramount sue the board? We brought up this Revlon case, right? Whether they didn't do their fiduciary responsibility of getting the best and highest offer. I feel like those are all going to be questions, and there are bigger questions now that they went with Netflix, right, on this antitrust story.
Without a doubt. I mean, Sarah, you sit next to me on how many times did I talk about antitrust and putting together number 1 and number 4 in streaming. Now, I remember from my interview with John Malone a few weeks back, if you define the market as including TikTok and Instagram, then you get to a very different outcome as if you define it about streaming itself. But you're right. There's going to be an enormous pushback here. I think there's little doubt about it. I know Sarandos talked about their confidence in the regulatory aspects of this on the conference call. And the deal could take, I don't know, again, this is guessing, 18 months. Could it be as much as 2 years? Will they face a court fight? Where does the Trump administration really stand in terms of opposition or support here? All important questions. And again, why I do come back to the Paramount offer in part in saying, well, it is interesting. They were frustrated. They wrote that letter yesterday in terms of calling out the process itself. But there's a merger agreement here. And by the way, there's a $2.8 billion breakup fee. And I want to make it clear here. The breakup fee goes from a company being acquired. So in this case, Warner Brothers would have to pay Netflix $2.8 billion to get out of the transaction now. That's an additional cost if Paramount were trying to come over the top. But there's also a shareholder vote. And, is there any chance they will try very hard to see if they can really mount opposition amongst the shareholder base to see if they can defeat this? I don't know. But those are key questions, Sarah, in addition, obviously, to the real main one you raised, which is antitrust and what that's going to look like over the next year and more.
And I wonder if you have any reporting or color into the question of whether Paramount got a fair shake here. That seems to be what they're implying, that their lawyer is sending that letter. Like, what did they get as much consideration, or is there just beef between David Zaslav and David Ellison? Is he pissed that they took South Park? That's out there.
Yeah, I don't know that there's beef between them, and I think there has been a sense, I believe, on the Paramount side somehow that they were in an uphill battle, certainly since Netflix arrived, and since, as I reported weeks ago, they arrived very seriously in terms of work they were doing and the bid they seemed to be mounting. That's going to be a question, in terms of, was the entire board involved here? Did everybody know everything to weigh in? And again, you can make a decision as well as a shareholder. Let's say if they're right and they could get a deal done in 10 months as opposed to what Netflix is going to face, and you get $30 of cash for the entire company. It was a cleaner deal. It's why I kept saying that I thought that Paramount perhaps was in the pole position, so to speak. But we'll have to wait and see. Netflix is a powerful company that is incredibly thoughtful, and one would expect that they have also thought deeply about the antitrust fight ahead for them and have to be confident that they can win it.
So, David, we have this interesting situation where the bidder that prevailed at this point, Netflix, is seeing its stock hit further. It's already been pretty weak as investors were concerned about the risk being taken strategically and financially on this deal, kind of the change of the overall bull thesis on Netflix. And Paramount shares have been down as it's the losing bidder because people feel as if now it's kind of subscale and it's out in the cold, I presume.
I agree with you completely, Mike, and I'd come back to you as obviously somebody who follows these things so closely. I mean, I've been asking this question about multiple erosion at Netflix. What does it really say about their view of the business that they're willing to be so aggressive here? I don't know the answer. I don't know what its shareholders will conclude, but I think it is a key question because, as we've said many times, and as you well know, Netflix's multiple has been the envy of the media business. Do you threaten that multiple in some way by doing this transaction? Also putting yourself sort of in under regulatory scrutiny for at least a year, if not more. All key questions at this point. I would add one more thing, which is just David Zaslav, obviously, who has overseen, a rebirth to a certain extent. Certainly he would argue of the studio, which is number one, and TV production, which has helped a lot, and which this library that Netflix will be getting, and the studio, which obviously they're going to maintain. By the way, their plan is also to maintain the HBO brand in and of itself. But he is going to be running this company, obviously, during this period of time while they go through the regulatory process. And then he's going to go off. So, there had been arguments on the Paramount side. Well, really, he wants to be a part of Netflix in some way. That is not the case. Zaslav will be a very wealthy man. And it's my understanding that once the deal closes, if it closes, he will go on to pursue other things.
Yeah, a lot of discussion, especially to Sarah's point about the Davids, the David Zaslav that you're mentioning, and of course Ellison too. We got regulation to worry about and approvals, not just here in the States, but elsewhere. Let's bring in Eamon Javers. David, stick around. Eamon, as for the president, whether he wants to disrupt this deal, and we know about his ties to Ellison's father. Talk a bit about that too.
Yeah, Carl, we're getting some news here. Our first reaction now from the administration. I was just in contact moments ago with a senior administration official who tells me that the administration's view of this deal can be characterized as heavy skepticism. So no word from the president yet. We'll watch Truth Social, but that word from a senior administration official to me just moments ago saying they view this deal with heavy skepticism. I think that's what we could have expected from this deal. The general view at the White House of Netflix is, sort of it's an Obama entity because of that deal that they did with the Obama family. They wanted the Ellisons to be involved here. That's not contemplated under the current deal structure. So I think we can start to expect some potential opposition from the administration. How that shakes out, though, is not necessarily clear. Let me run through real quick, Carl, the antitrust process here, and you'll just see why the deck is a little bit stacked in favor of the administration here. The first thing that has to happen is what they call an HSR filing. That means that the entities that are engaged in this deal have to file a Hart-Scott-Rodino filing laying out the deal to the Department of Justice. That is expected to be the very first sort of piece of paper here. And then there's a process that has to run. There's a 30-day initial review to get to a decision about what they call extended review. It's almost guaranteed in this case that you would have an extended review by the Department of Justice. So to slow this deal down, what sort of experts in Washington are saying is all the Trump administration really has to do is sit on its hands as it evaluates that and conducts the extended review, gets documents, gets internal information, market share, all of that will be gathered over the course of maybe a year. So this becomes a very extended process internally at the Department of Justice. Externally, this is going to be a massive clash of clans. It's going to be a big political battle between all of the different sides here. You've got traditional old Hollywood that doesn't like this deal. You've got the Ellisons out there deciding what they want to do. You've got the Trump administration deciding how they want to play it. But you've also got actors. You've got state attorney generals who are going to look at this from a consumer perspective. So there's a lot of clans out there. And right now, everybody in Washington is trying to figure out who is on what side of that line. How do we build coalitions with the other people that we might not see eye to eye with ideologically who end up on our side of the line to fight this thing. So this is going to be a long and intense battle, but the first thing you're going to see is that HSR filing.
Eamon, when you were saying the heavy skepticism, I mean, I'm sure it's not lost on the administration that the co-founder of Netflix, Reed Hastings, has been very anti-Trump, has put a lot of money where his mouth is, most recently backed Governor Newsom in the redistricting to redraw the House maps and in the sort of Stop Trump movement. That has to play a role, even if it's not supposed to.
Yeah, and you just heard Treasury Secretary Bessent, on stage with our Andrew Ross Sorkin at the DealBook conference, invoked the Netflix deal with the Obamas on stage to sort of mock the sort of politicization of some of these networks, right? So Netflix is not favorably viewed within this administration. And as you say, I'm now being told by a senior administration official, the first blush reaction that we are getting is heavy skepticism. So how does that materialize? I think in the Department of Justice antitrust process. But I think if President Trump, wants to flex here, and he often does, there are a whole host of other elements of executive power that he could bring to bear in a way that we just typically wouldn't see in a normal administration, to put quote marks around the word normal there. This president, is a maximalist in terms of his interpretation of executive power. And I think
the question,
use all that.
The question, David, would be whether or not that scenario clouds this view in corporate boardrooms that we somehow have entered a new reign of M&A nirvana where deals are allowed. I mean, I guess in this case, though, unless some of your political past runs afoul of certain people in the White House.
Yeah, listen, Carl, when we've been, as long as this auction's been going on, we've been having the conversation at the desk about how different this is, because it's really one man and conceivably what he wants in particular. And that's no different here. I think the things that were raised just now, the timeline raised by Eamon is appropriate. And this is going to be at least 18 months, is the guess of many who follow these things, if not longer. It could very well end up in court. And there you could get a favorable outcome for Netflix, but how long will that take? The time value of money, once again, goes to the value consideration. Remember how many times I've talked to, it's not just value.
Right, just support.
Certainty. Those two things go together. Those are the key things that a board of directors is supposed to decide in trying to judge between two, if not three bidders. Don't forget Comcast.
Look at that chart to the right.
A more complex bid as well, with antitrust risk of its own. So this is far from done. It is announced. It is a merger agreement. It is incredibly important from the perspective of the industry. But on the antitrust front, as Eamon points out, there is much we don't know, and we are dealing with an executive here in the White House who likes to take a front and center role in these kinds of things, which is why so often I would come back to Paramount potentially being in a better position, again, unusual as that might be, because of the perceived friendship between Larry Ellison and Donald Trump.
I do wonder, David, how Warner Brothers board factored in the antitrust risk here and justified it, knowing all of this.
Sarah, that's a question that I'm going to sort of explore. I'm not sure as much today as I might have wanted to, but certainly in the days and weeks to come, absolutely. And they're going to be, they're going to have to explain it, I think, in a more fulsome manner to a certain extent as well, particularly if Paramount, as I believe will be the case, continues to at least keep up some level of pressure. Again, it's not clear exactly what Paramount can do other than trying to combat a shareholder vote and or be willing to and then pay another $2.8 billion. Let's not forget the numbers that they were talking about, because they were going to buy the entire company. We were talking about close to a $100 billion deal. I mean, one of the largest deals of all time, not to mention as well, all cash. So kind of stunning what they were willing to do. I don't know how much further they are willing to go. And to the point made earlier by Mike, you can take a look at Paramount's stock price, because of course there is a belief that the company did need to do the next deal because it is subscale in many ways, and there were $6 billion worth of potential synergies available in a deal like this. And back to the larger conversation, you've got to imagine, guys, right, that there's going to be more consolidation. So many of these old media businesses are subscale in this new world, and they all wanted to be Netflix, which now conceivably is taking
but it's Paramount.
the biggest players out of the market.
I was just thinking, David, through the lens of history, if we game out that this deal actually closes one day, we always asked, could HBO become Netflix before Netflix became HBO? We had Jeff.
Okay. I want this week's lesson, and I want you to think about this weekend, being complacent. It's paramount that you don't become complacent when trading. Every day is a new day. Today might not be like yesterday. Now, I know this might turn into a Kamala speech, and tomorrow might not be like today. But if tomorrow never comes, you won't be able to live out the day today. But don't become complacent. Sarah, damn, you look hot. Yeah. She looks a little different today, showing a little neckline, a little sexiness. Goodbye. It's paramount that I don't listen to you today. But notice on the chart to the right of us, the bottom support line, we had a double top here and a triple top break. Actually a quad, if you count that wick. And we came right back this morning, pulled right back to that triple top. We found some support here, support, 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 resistance, resistance, resistance. So if that would have happened right at the bell, I would have definitely took the trade. Now you're creating a head and shoulders up here. So it might pop up a little bit, but then pull back down and maybe land right off this next little channel in here where we had a resistance, and a triple top break. But notice where it pulled back again. Resistance, 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 breakout, support, 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 support. And then it failed on down. Yesterday was a difficult day for a lot of people. It was a very choppy day. Very choppy, but look what happened after hours. We got a new high this morning. But yesterday was a real choppy day. It was like in and out, in and out. And I did very good by paying attention to that. I did get stuck, but it ended up bouncing back up. And then at the end of the day trade, just really kind of put icing on the cake. But that's sometimes a problem with me with my swing trade when we're at these elevated levels. I think it's a little bit more riskier to me because I come in the next day and the stock is down, and there's nothing much I can do about it. At least I can control the scalping when the volume's there and I'm not asleep. But yesterday was very, very, very unusual choppy. Let's just put it that way. And the candles even look all different. But it's one of them unusual choppy days. And we were forming flags. I mean, everything was obeying. We had a head and shoulders here, and it pulled back. We had a double bottom, and it bounced. We had a symmetrical flag, and it broke out. We held the trend line all day long. I mean, everything looked good yesterday, but it was just very choppy. It means you had to second guess when you wanted to get into a trade and look for the patterns. We had some fallen wedges. We had a bunch of symmetrical flags. We had snake breakout pullbacks. Two-headed snake. Remember when I called it a two-headed snake and we had that big bounce and I took that trade. And then we held trend all the way up. Then we created a symmetrical flag. We had a double top. We had a triple top. Pulled back to a double bottom. So everything was pretty clean. It was just real choppy. You could get stuck in a trade real easy. We had an inverse head and shoulders here with a two-headed snake, which I really loved that call because that bounced straight up. Man, I made a ton on that one. Then the one at the end of the day when we had a symmetrical flag. And she broke out. So if you haven't studied your chart patterns, get to doing it this weekend. Take some time off. Tell your wife, tell your girlfriend, I want to make this work. I want to learn these chart patterns. I want to be a little bit more patient. I hate to see anybody lose money. Budget yourself correctly. Make sure that you don't put a lot of money in a trade. You can always add on when it really starts to go your way if it doesn't work out at first. Every first entry is a guess. Go in small and then add on. And don't try to extend yourself. Say, oh, it's going to break out more. When you see it at a pattern, or you see a double top, or you see a triple top, or you see a resistance line that's been rejected over and over and over and over and over and over again, that's trying to tell you to go ahead and take profit. And if it does break out, you can get back in the trade. But usually when it breaks out, it's going to pull back to your previous resistance level. So you'll still have a chance to get back in it, maybe even at a better price. But I just want to let everybody know that I care and I don't like to see people lose money. And I get out early a lot. I do. And then sometimes they break out, but I don't care, man. I took profit. I've learned to do that because if I didn't, I'd have red days one right after another. Because you don't know. You don't know. You don't have a crystal ball. And you don't know how other people react, especially when you have a bunch of rookies out there, or you have manipulation of the market. I had some punk in another channel talking to me about algos. The market's run on algos. Well, how in the hell, how can you read an algo? I mean, how do you know what, they don't matter to me. I mean, there's no indicator that tells you that the algos are working, Or can you find a support level on an algo? I mean, if you can, I'd like to know it. Now, to me, the algos are at triple tops, double tops, rising wedges, fallen wedge, trend lines. That's the best way I can find them. But I'm here to say Thank you very much, Sheba. But that's why I go through these trades and I go over them again once I've took them or once I see something coming. That's why I try to educate, and because everybody trades different. And everybody has some have, you know, great strategies. You just got to learn different ways. So I'm Washboardjim, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. And let's get it on. We got less than a minute. We got Baidu up. Oracle's on the move. This was after hours 222 high, so support. You've got an inverse head and shoulders. It could come back down to the right shoulder again. SPX is breaking out. SPY just hit resistance, inverse head and shoulders, with a double top coming. Come on, you idiot. Now what's a... Yeah, there we are. We just now hit the double top. So it should pull back here. There's your support level right here. That and this one. This is your major support here at 680, 685.65. Tesla's pulled back to 454. We just hit support, the first one on the SPY. We've had a huge breakout here on this dip. I don't know what caused that. Probably something. Inflation report. No, it ain't come out yet. Oracle's really had a hard time. Now I see SPX pulling back. I don't see it taking off. I wonder what a morning put would do to me here. SPX on the 5th. Oh God, they're so expensive. No. I mean, I have to go way out of the money to play a put. I'll just look at a SPY. Well, 68.40 put. That right there just bounced up some. $40. We're getting close to support now. We got 6,900. We've got the VWAP and the 200 right here. So we're at the 9. I think I'm just going to let it kind of sizzle out here before I jump into a trade. Or double bottom. Let's clean this up. Right above the 9 on the SPX. So put an alert right at the double bottom, a little bit above the double bottom. And that's right where the orb is. I'm gonna go make me a cup of coffee. Take off. Tesla's breaking out. I called 454, we're at 457.59. NVIDIA. Randy's going to be a bear today. I haven't voted in the poll. Where's the poll at? Initial reaction to core PCP price index at 10 a.m. I'm going to say down, then up. Because we had a breakout. Okay, we're gonna find out here. We got a flag. I'm gonna go make me a cup of coffee. How's it feel here? Oh, that's the wrong side. The left's gotta go on the left and the right's gotta go on the right. Today's slippers, my sponsor is Polo. You can only go so low with Polo. AMD's corrected. NVIDIA's really corrected. Meta broke out. Messages are coming up. Alerts. SPX bearish trend. Jimmy said we're going to pull back. Randy 686703. Here we go, /ES. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Okay, what happened to my other one? Oh, it's over here. $6,900, 3 of them. On the SPX. Damn it. Look at where we get just off a little bit. And it didn't trigger. Why is that? Look at that, just a cent. We're going to wait for this thing to pull back and hit this 21. Now I'm just taking, now remember this is going to be a risky trade, so make sure that you're pricing in your, go in small and then add on if it starts to break. There it is. Triggered. Triggered. Where'd it go? I'm sure I put an alert there. Loot. The 6,900s at $2.10. Nailed that one. 260. So what do? $270. Where's your trend line? You see the gap right here? So that's going to be your gap resistance to break. Then you follow your lower highs. And if you haven't took the trade, you wait until it hits the VWAP. And you got a gap right in there. Now we're back to the 21. Now see, Randy will tell you he don't like these big breakouts. He knows that he doesn't do good on them. There's 260. There's $50. 280. Now, I feel like I need to sell it. Right there, there's your resistance. Triple top. Thank you very much. I'm Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy from 210 to 270. And they're at $3. Anybody take it? Randy? I don't know. If we break resistance, we're going to go higher. There it is. Boom, right there, baby. 10 o'clock news. Yep, that's when it. We bounced up on that AMD call. Come on, hurry up. Irene's pulled back. Mister's pulled back. Google's up. I'm going to go get my coffee started here. I got some real good coffee I'm going to try out. I love you, Jenny. Jenny Horny's up. She's got a two-headed snake blouse on. We're at 360. Damn it. New high. Not yet. The 21's in my gap. A little high. Right there. That's a solid support right there. If that doesn't hold, we're going to come down to a triple bottom. Do you understand? Boom, new high. You better be careful, Randy. Because we had three black crows, baby. Magnificent. We had three black crows with a spinning top, man. That's why I got in them. And we bounced off the 21. Now we got a new high. So get ready for the pullback, baby. Man, talk about getting the heat. Talk about getting in the heat. Magnificent's blowing smoke, man. Oh, did I say here? That's supposed to be heat. $4.20. Shit. Oh, that'd have been $600 right out of the gate. Look at that. Damn. Anybody know where support is? Look at this two different ways. As long as we stay above the 9, we're still bullish. And support will be the previous resistance. 10-4. We have 6 minutes till the news comes out. And we're going to look for a pullback. So, dadgummit, I can't tell you how mad that makes me. They've been $720. Not 100%. $120%. Oh, I'll go make my coffee and I'll be right back. Jenny Horney's up.
Pacing to close out a winning week, as right now we are up about 3% for the week for NVIDIA shares. It has not felt that way, frankly,
sexy in that.
every day it's been sort of lackluster, but hey, still closing out a winning week, which we saw some
You look beautiful today.
that's been also weighing on the overall
You and
market.
your little
but
Lucy
some positive
turtleneck.
development out of, I mean, overseas, frankly, but
Do you
also
mind if I
all of the various chip demand we've heard
have a
from
little hug?
companies that reported this week has been really
Get a little
strong,
snug?
and bodes well for a name like NVIDIA.
And you made me check on Google to see if it was anywhere near the 4 trillion. And look, it's
Turtleneck
at
day.
322. The high was 328.
No
so
cleavage.
Not at the 4 trillion, not yet. Who knows? Alex Coffey, Jenny Horn, great to see you. Catch them at 1 o'clock. And thank you for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides.
This could be
This
devastating.
is Opening Bell. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Thanks for being here. And keep it here because Morning Trade Live with Sam Bottas is next.
Okay, get ready.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab.
We don't want to hear about your investor shit. And you're way too loud. We're still above the 9. My alert's been set. So we've already had an ascending triangle breakout, symmetrical flag. We did come back and respect the previous resistance right here. Breakout, pullback. So it's happened once already. And we have a trend line right here, which is a new resistance to break. Do you see it? Look back at your 2025 Discord. I don't want to. I ain't got time to do that. Dismiss. I won't do it. Oh. Boom. I tried to tell Randy, but he wouldn't listen. Yeah. Look. Always clean as Jim. Okay, where's my, That's funny. Oh, there it is. Set it up. We're at resistance on the /ES. Last time I talked about IRBT was with Vegas 6 years ago on a video. $6.30. I'm not in the mix. What the hell's going on here? The market makers are wrong. And the video moved up. No. They're at $7.20 now, 7.30, 7.50, 3.90 to 7.50, 60. Netflix double bottom at under 99. Now at resistance. Coffee smells good. Can't wait to taste it. 3 white soldiers on the /ES on the 5-minute. 30-minute, 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 30-minute. Okay, Randy. It's do or die here. We're at the 9. Have you ever thought about selling? Yeah, I did. And I did. I've got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? I got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? Booger in my nose, won't you? Last piece of data before next week's FOMAC meeting, December 10th. That's another reason to be bullish. Beautiful call off the VWAP on the /ES. Or double top break. Beautiful call on the SPY at my support level. I think it's going to be in there. I'm going to walk in the kitchen and get my coffee.
Look at that on Morning Trade Line.
Davidier. Good morning, Angel. Good morning, Rusty. Good morning, Johnny. Johnny asked yesterday, who's been my longer friend in here since Johnny? And I think it might have been Bug, but I'm not for sure. New high on the SPX. We're now at $7.30. 69.05 is the next resistance on the /ES. Yeah. Navidier.
Driven by increase in average ticket size and overall transactions. We are seeing shares up at 11% in trade this morning, trading at 596 and change right now. So that is the clear winner on the session this morning off the back of its solid earnings, as we said. And we are at an all-time high for that name. Albemarle in the business of lithium up at almost 8%. Intel is up around 5.5%, and Adobe up 5% as well. So a little bit mixed as far as what we're seeing. Beauty and also commodities, technology higher today. But we have no surprises here. Paramount Skydance down 6.5% or so. One of the laggards on the S&P 500, obviously off the back of Netflix winning this bidding war with Warner Brothers Discovery, bringing an end to this bidding war, which has been playing out between, of course, Paramount and Comcast. And
there's my coffee. I'll be right back.
This is a story that we continue to track in the markets.
Navidier.
With the White House talking about some heavy skepticism there for that deal. Joining us now is Evan Sohn, who's the Managing Director of Rebelio Labs. Very good morning to you, Evan. Happy Friday. So obviously we've been crunching a lot of data this week with respect to jobs. It's painting a bit of a mixed picture, but you've also been crunching the numbers yourself. What do you see here?
So first off, we see a decline of 9,000 jobs in November. We actually started our own labor report that came out yesterday, and it showed a decline of 9,000 jobs for the month of November. The biggest sectors down included leisure and hospitality, retail, and manufacturing.
We did see some growth in government and sort of state-oriented jobs. So universities of Texas, and
Randy, you got
California,
6905
we've
resistance
added,
on /ES.
more employees during the overall month itself.
Pay attention. Randy, 10-4. See if we have the pullback here. We're going to hold the 9. See, it's almost too much of a straight line. We need a pullback. So, are they expensive? That's the question. The puts. I'm looking at the 68.75s. Now, I want you to know this is a risk trade that I'll be taking here. $68.75s at $5.50. No, you can't do that. No, 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 no. We're about to hit my resistance here. And I'm in the 68.75s at $5.50. And I'm going to type in some risk. They're now at 580. $5.90. The heater just went on. It's 69 degrees in here. I was feeling a little nippy. We have the 9 tweezer top, 21, and the 50 SMA. And I can see it coming to 60 /ES 68.97. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! I'm up $70 a contract. Jim, have you ever thought about selling? Not yet. Not yet. You're up $70 a contract, you idiot. You're now up, oh. What should I do? Boom. Now it's a possibility of getting out of the trade. $6.20 right there. 640. Whoa, I'm tempted. We're hit the 21, so that's definitely a support. How does he do it? It takes a little bit of practice. Takes a little bit of practice. I think I'm gonna turn the heater up. Buy still looks strong. I was up $90 contract. Now I'm down 20. And then after this, I'm going to make my lunch. Hey, Nike looked good this morning with that knife. I should have waited and had my coffee after lunch. Let's see what we're going to do here. I think time's starting to wear out. We're back at the 21. I don't know if I should sell this now and regret it. I'm up $140, 160. And we're at a double bottom right here. So I wish I had some dice. Paging stock gods, paging stock gods. Please come to Washboard Jim's cubicle. Should I sell this? Wait, Washboard Jim. You do have 2 crows here. Might be a good idea to sell. You have 2 crows with a double bottom. Sergeant of the Arms. Everybody's asking, how does he do it? Oh, this chick's on.
So investors are likely underweight international And there are really good values to be had overseas.
We're looking at 2026, Europe, obviously something to keep an eye on as well. We have seen.
A 1, 2, 3 bits. 3 white soldiers. What are the 6900s at right now? I hate to look at those. 780. New high. Well, nailed that bottom there. The double bottom. AMD's at the 50. Meta's really took off since I called the bottom on it. IWM double topping. I'm about due for a nap. Look at there, 6905/ES, right to the penny. Do, 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 do. Well, Jim, you hit your target. Now we're going to find out. F around, and you'll find out. That's a fact, Jack. Airline Love is up. TSM's up. CrowdStrike's up. We're going to find out if my resistance is right here. If it is, that's perfect. I'm gonna go make my lunch. AMD could see 218.32 and bounce up.
Particularly semis today, you're seeing semis conduct significant strength and the communications area. So some of those areas that had been under pressure in November continue now to maintain some upward momentum and stabilize what I think is a broad foundation of the market. When you look at other sectors that kind of held this market up, but we did see some of those tech names come off those high valuations. So overall, broadening of the strength of the market, and it looks like to me a continued potential for further upside as we go through December.
Yeah, we certainly have seen an expansion of breadth this week. It does look like the markets are responding with some degree of rotation here, so that's encouraging. So let's see, we are on the fourth day of gains here for the S&P 500, so let's see if this holds. Thanks so much for that, Dan. We'll check in with you next time. Have a great weekend. Dan Deming there, who's the managing partner at KKM Financial. Coming up, we will take a closer look at the sectors on the move this morning and the overseas tech names rallying in global markets as well. Morning Trade Live will be right back.
This is going to tell us if we're going to hold support or if we're going to kind of break down. Right now. Did anybody get inputs? Is anybody? Yep. Rob's inputs with Bobo. Anybody else? This is it. This is going to be the signal. It's do or die here. I got 688793 to hold. Well, wait until see if you break here. You might not break. This is definitely do or die.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis.
I'm up.
Morning movers.
So I don't know if I want to sell them
Grab
or.
your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
I should sell them right here because I got 550 and 450.
Live from Chicago,
I'm up
this
$400.
is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions. All with
This is a
expert
triple
analysis
bottom.
and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy. It's a comprehensive view of the market every
And I just
day.
triggered my
Trading
support.
360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
So this is going to be do or die.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Barnes, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now to take a look at the sectors that are moving markets this morning, and Alex Coffey joins me to do just that. So it looks like there are quite a few sectors that are helping move markets to the upside today. Talk us through what you're seeing out there. Good morning, Alex.
Yeah, good morning to you, Sam. And as you say, a nice day for the market after that economic drop about 45 minutes ago from a data standpoint that didn't do anything to derail the bullish optimism into the weekend. If we were to close here, I mean, we're within a point, maybe two, of the all-time closing high for the S&P 500. So certainly goes to show that some of those fears of the last couple weeks have certainly dissipated. As you take a look at the heat map, in real time, about 2/3 of the S&P 500 is higher. So certainly a strong end to the day. This is primarily driven by communication services, despite Netflix being a little bit weaker after the announcement of that deal. Alphabet doing more than enough to carry its own weight, as is the more critical parts of that particular sector. There are now three, really two.
Now this is it. We're at the 63. So what do you do?
One that's unchanged.
Rob, what do you do?
Really, utilities is the weakest sector. It's being more than offset by basically every other sector, with the exception of industrials and healthcare.
What do you do?
Okay, and just as we look across the map,
You trim some. Correct.
most in the green, all but Apple and Nvidia, which are making headlines this morning as well. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, Apple really close to unchanged. It's actually oscillated between up small, down small as the days rolled on. Nvidia really 0.4%.
Thank you very much,
could be made up
Lord.
in a matter of seconds.
For I'm
the way
Washboardjim.
Nvidia moves around. So,
I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I sell at $7.10.
Back for a name like Tesla as well. This is really the reason the market's doing well. About a 0.5% rally for the Mag 7 if you were to index.
I nailed it.
Okay, a quick look at across the markets.
I nailed it.
Thank you so much for getting us across that for us today, Alex. I'll talk to you a bit later on. Let's widen our scope and take a look at global markets right now. Shares at Honhai Precision, or Foxconn as it's also known, rallying in Taiwan after a strong monthly revenue report. The company raked in $27 billion in November, marking a 26% increase year over year. It's expected to see a 14% growth for the quarter. Foxconn is a major Apple supplier and an Nvidia partner. It that contains the chips in the data centers. Shares in SoftBank outperforming.
See that big bounce up off that? Look at that.
Despite the Nikkei 225 being lower, the Wall Street Journal saying CEO.
You see why I sold it at the 63?
With the Trump administration to build industrial parks for AI infrastructure.
Now, what is your name again, Rusty?
Pledged by the Japanese government in its recent trade deal with the US. And shares of more Thread,
Ruffle Sponge.
GPU maker known as China's Nvidia.
Now you got a head and shoulders here.
400% on its debut in Shanghai overnight.
Hope you haven't sold yet.
Over $1.1 billion. The company was founded by
You have a head and shoulders resistance. Ruffles.
and has yet to turn a profit, but aims to use
Now you got a triple top coming up.
on new generation AI chips, among other things. The company's IPO underscoring China's self-sufficiency push to boost domestic chip making to compete with the US. More Threads is seen as a way to replace
Are you even yet?
with local ones. Coming up, it is time for Inside Out. We'll take a closer look at Tesla and bring you an example trade on that name.
Oh,
when
God.
Inside Live comes back.
Ruffle.
Hey,
I want you to do a chart with my moving averages on it.
Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can
Oh, you
invest
can't always depend
your
on me.
way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From
Well,
tech to energy, crypto to consumer,
I don't know what to tell you.
driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. And that could certainly be a short to near term
As I always say, it's best to do your own charting.
Only on Schwab Network.
We're back on Morning Trade Live. Let's take a closer look at Tesla. The stock is up 12% this year, but that doesn't begin to tell the story of this chart. After hitting an all-time high, shares plummeted more than 50% over the next 4 months to its
Now you're going to find out if this thing's going to stay bullish or not. We're at the 50 and we pulled back to the shoulder line.
and a 30% gain since mid-September. So I think it's fair to say
And I'm going to go in the kitchen and make my salad.
roller coaster ride. Let's go inside out on Tesla. Joining
Should
us
you
now
hold
is
on?
Matthew
On which
Freeman,
one?
CEO
I thought you were in calls. Now you're telling me you're in
Happy
puts.
Friday to you, Matthew. Let's start with Michael Burry's points that he made earlier this week, because that caught a lot of attention. I mean, talking about how
Okay.
Tesla's market capitalization is, quote, ridiculously overvalued today
Um,
and has been for a long time. Also
I think we're going to come back down and
talking
retest the 63.
Yeah, you know.
Now, if you don't hold this 63 right here, you got to get out.
But remember, you know, he's the guy who's called 50
68,
the past
86,
two bear
54.
markets. You know, I think if you're looking
As
at
of now.
Tesla purely as an EV company, then he's right. But if you're looking at Tesla as kind of at the forefront of physical AI, then really the sky is the limit. And you know, it's one of those stocks, you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it, which is why we have 2x ETFs on both sides.
And if it
of
dips a little bit below that red line,
I'm
54, you could probably come down and hit the 82 area.
because I'm looking at this as really something that has the potential to dominate physical AI.
I don't know where I got that off of. Oh, I got it off the 6th.
Yeah, I mean,
what?
obviously, Musk has to meet some fairly ambitious targets there,
Oh.
you know, particularly around the robotics, but also on the deliveries of these cars. I mean, how
That's
do you
off that
think
triangle. So that'd be a double bottom right there. That'd be perfect. 82
To
something.
me, it's a tech company. You know, I look at this, you know, the biggest mistake I made in my investing career was in the 90s.
Now you've already come down
Amazon
3 different
is a
times.
selling company. You know,
So you're going to find out if it holds it
as having the
right here.
potential to really be at the forefront.
Now, if you go down below, we're going to come down and hit this bottom of this candle right here
And
at
Elon
83.
Musk is not a guy that I would be looking to bet against. in
Or
any
you get
way,
out
shape, or
now
form.
and call it a blessing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been covering Chinese car companies.
But I
for
think we're
many
going to hit
years. I mean, you
68,
have,
83,
Xiaomi,
16.
for instance, which is
And you have a double confirmation off this symmetrical flag.
and now you have XPeng, which
And you
is
got a
really
double
taking
bottom right here. So you have
as
2
well
choices
with
to
regards
make.
to the whole humanoid robot type area as well. I'm just wondering, you know, with respect to
Sell it now and get out even and say, okay,
shareholders throughout 2025, what
I
do you
saved my
expect
ass.
moving into 2026?
Or take the chance and
So
see if it
now,
hits
remember,
68,
a lot of that, I mean, Elon's had
83, 16.
A lot of stuff going on with that guy this year. I think next year, you know, I think he got the message. I think, you know, the board, probably someone tapped him on the shoulder. And I think he got a lot more than he bargained for getting into politics.
There you go.
So, you know,
You don't believe in Washboardjim?
Be laser focused on his company. And, you know, I think, I mean, obviously it depends on the market, but I would expect a lot less choppy year if you were a Tesla shareholder next year.
Okay. And as far as the levels we're looking at right now, I mean, do you like it here?
I do. You know, I like
There you go, right here.
Weeks ago, you know, we were
I'd definitely
buying
get out
it
now.
You know, I don't like buying something after
You
it's
broke a
run
major
lot. I
support
much
level.
prefer to buy the dip,
So the
but
next support's
yeah,
going to
I
be
mean,
right down
I
here
still like it here.
at 68, 78,
As long
88.
as we get that Santa Claus
Now you got 3
rally,
black
I'm
crows.
watching the Fed next week. I think that's
And your
gonna be
tweezer
really
bottom, so this could
interesting.
reverse back
But,
up for a
you know,
short
Powell
period.
plays ball with the market, then yeah, I like Tesla here.
And I'm going to go make my salad. I'm just happy I saved you.
Give us that Santa Claus rally that everybody had been hoping for. Matthew, always a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday. Have a fantastic weekend. We'll speak to you next
And
time.
you got, I want you to put that /ES chart up. And use that VWAP when you're trading the SPX or the SPY.
Good morning to you, George. Happy Friday. An example trade for us for Tesla today.
And look at the /ES VWAP.
Sam. Well, I mean,
And that'll be a major support level.
You know, looking at the last month and a half in Tesla, it's actually quite volatile. With that said, if you look at the trend relative to where we were last year, the stock is trying to inch back above the levels that were posted in late December of 2024, which are approximately, or roughly speaking, around $480.
George!
These levels also correspond to areas on the chart going back to October, early October, and actually early November as well. So with that said, the stock has got some momentum going for right now in the short term. There could be essentially a stall out at the 480 level in the short term, but nonetheless, maybe looking at the intermediate term going out to over 40 days, there's still positive and bullish tone
Perfect.
to Tesla. So what I'm going to do in this case, in the context of all that, is structure a long call diagonal spread. It's a bullish trade with that 480 in mind or taking into consideration as well. So we're going to sell essentially the December 2-week expiration 480 call option. I'm going to use the proceeds, which is approximately $8, to finance an in-the-money $455 call option, but that expiration is in January with 42 days. So I'm selling the 14-day expiration out of the money, buying an in-the-money 42-day. Altogether, this would cost you about $23 a share or $2,300 a contract, which is quite expensive considering, again, the stock itself from a price level is also expensive. So the whole objective of the trade is bullish. You have to hit $478 at your break even if you do have that January position being held. The only thing about this position is that you're capped for the next 2 weeks to 480. So you won't participate beyond that. Again, if you see that level hit with the December expiration. But if the stock stalls out at 480, that's the whole premise behind this trade. You got to keep that $8, and then essentially the January position becomes unbounded and has unlimited profitability.
Okay, a good example trade for us for Tesla this morning. As Matt Carroll just said, I mean, Tesla shares are expected to be a little less bumpy heading into 2026, but let's see. I mean, anything can happen, but certainly, hopefully, a smoother ride for shareholders, which have been on a bit of a roller coaster, as I mentioned, throughout the course of this year, no doubt with some of the tariff-induced momentum too. Thanks so much for the example trade for us this morning, George. Let's just check in with markets before we let you go. We're nearly 90 minutes into trade right now. Obviously, we've had this long-awaited September PCE print, which came in pretty much in line there, so not changing things as far as what we're likely to get from the Fed come next week. So we've seen stocks holding pretty steady throughout the course of the session. If anything, actually, the Russell 2000 has managed to pick up and recover somewhat. We're at 0.2% higher, but we're looking pretty good if you look across the major averages this morning, with a lot of news coming out of Netflix as well. Warner Brothers Discovery too, that's been a big one for us. So we'll be keeping you posted on that throughout the course of the day. Thanks for joining us here on Morning Trade Live on this Friday. I'm Sam Vitus. Download the Schwab Network app, available in the Apple App Store, and tune in 24/7 from schwabnetwork.com. Trading 360 with Marley Caden up next.
Marley! Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate schwab.com, thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
2025 kept investors on their toes. Now, get ready for the road ahead. Join Schwab's panel of experts on December 11th for 2026 Market Outlook, your guide to the forces shaping stocks, global markets, inflation, rates, and more. Hear from experts on where the markets may be headed, spot opportunities, and see what could drive your portfolio next year. Tune in on December 11th at 7 p.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
I'm Sam Vitus, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Good morning. We're 90 minutes into the trading day, and Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Here's what we have coming up for you in today's show. In our 360 Spotlight, we'll be taking a look at Beta Technologies. Now, Beta Technologies is an electric aircraft manufacturing company who reported their first earnings since going public back in November. We'll talk through that with the CEO. Then we'll talk about SoFi in our Disruptor segment. They announced a $1.5 billion common stock offering. Shares lower in reaction. George Tillis will join us to walk us through that news and also have an example trade for us. Then finally, we'll talk HP Enterprise in our 360 round. As shares turned lower, the company did miss on revenue, but it did raise its guidance. We'll break down that report for you. But first, let's take a look at how the markets are shaping up this morning. We are green across the board to kick off this Friday. The S&P 500 trading higher about 1/3% right now at 6881.10. On the NASDAQ, we are about 0.5% higher, 25,717. On the Dow, trading 1/3% higher as well here, 48,028. And the Russell 2000 trading up a little more than 0.1% right now at 2534.86. As we take a look at some of the 10-year up a bit more today, we're up to 413. That's up 0.5%. The dollar mostly unchanged at 98.93. As for gold, we're 0.8 higher. We're at 42.7670 a troy ounce. Crude oil has crossed over that $60 a barrel threshold, up about 1% this morning at $60.24 a barrel. And Bitcoin couldn't muscle through that 93,000 level, is dropping off again today, down 2.25% so far this morning, down to 90,760. Now we do want to bring in our first guest to talk about arguably what could be the story of the day. We did finally get a decision on who might be acquiring Warner Brothers Discovery. Alex Coffey, co-host of Next Gen Investing and our senior equities contributor here on the network, joining us to talk about Netflix, the surprise winner in this bidding war, a surprise bidder, in fact, even.
Well, I would say it was starting to look like this was going to be the outcome in the last few days. But yeah, maybe a month ago, this would have been quite a surprise. But as you mentioned, Netflix announcing that it has basically come to an agreement to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, including its film and TV studios, as well as HBO and HBO Max, for an enterprise value of approximately $82.7 billion, which does carry an implied equity valuation of around $72 billion. Now, under the terms of this agreement, Marley, each WBD shareholder would receive $23.25 in cash, alongside $4.50, approximately, a little bit more than that, in shares of Netflix common stock. So with that, this basically ends the bidding war that we have seen, of which this nearly $28 per share bid from Netflix was topped the Paramount Skydance bid that was about $24. And the big takeaway, at least for consumers, would be Netflix is now potentially going to be in charge of Game of Thrones, DC Comics, Harry Potter, to name a few of the big IP brands under the deal. Now, this isn't the only news, though. So then as this broke and was announced, we actually got a statement from Senator Warren, who expresses a nightmare sentiment around this. The White House is reported by CNBC to have heavy skepticism. So we may be in a kind of early days in terms of ultimately where this will go. There's going to be some sort of battle around this. But Netflix also released some information as to what they think this will do from the company's financial standpoint. And it may explain why you start to see a recovery here. They expect this to provide a $2 to $3 billion run rate in cost savings by year 3. And they expect this deal to be adding to GAAP EPS by the second full year. They also said that they're going to use the $10.3 billion in cash on hand as one of the funding sources. So we're getting more info, and we're seeing an improvement here now, only down 0.7%.
Yeah, we are seeing an improvement here, and you mentioned that we are starting to hear from some politicians who have feelings about the deal. But have we heard anything from the entertainment industry or from analysts who are commenting? The news just broke this morning, so it is still early.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get more and more of that as it goes on, but the big story is going to be what it means for companies like Paramount. And they're clearly frustrated. They're expressing, they're upset about this, I guess you could say, and we'll continue to explore that. But you're also seeing Paramount move lower as a result. So it goes to show that in some ways, I think the street is seeing this as almost existential for some of the other players. And for Netflix, this is potentially accretive.
Yeah, I did read a note that said that this could potentially, wipe out because of Netflix's capabilities already. Now with the combination, could see maybe some changes to the broader landscape once this goes through. But Alex, thanks for breaking that down for us. That's Alex Coffey, our senior equities contributor here on the network, breaking down this Warner Brothers Discovery deal. I do want to talk more broadly about the markets, though.
Marlon will talk today.
Joining us, Andrew Ahrens, founder and partner at Synergy Advisor Management Group. Andrew, great to have you with us this morning. It's nice for you to look at the big board and see a sea of green for the first Friday morning where we've consistently had green on the board. I'd love to get your thoughts on the action we've seen so far in the month of December.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rocky. As we go into December, we're starting to see the markets pick up a little. A lot of money flows into the market typically throughout the end of the year. And it looks like we're going to be finishing, in my opinion, on a pretty good note. So, stocks are close to all-time highs.
So if we're finishing on a pretty good note then, Andrew, is it safe to say that you think that we will have a Santa rally?
I think we're going to see the markets pick up, and I think we're going to probably see a Santa rally like we typically see. Yeah, I think that's going to happen this year.
With the Fed, as we close out this week, next week, all eyes will be on the Fed. We did get the PCE data this morning, but again, important to note, it is from September, so it's not the most recent data. As far as your expectations for next week, what does that look like?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a cut. I think it's going to happen, and I think we're going to see continued cuts through the beginning of the year as well. And this should all, help the market. The market, definitely baked some of this in a little bit here, but I think we're going to start to see it.
And we've had a couple guests come on and say that they have
Today's lunch,
or concern that the cut
cheese
itself,
chips
while they do believe the
with
cut
salad,
will happen, and it is,
cucumber,
like I said, pretty much baked
carrot,
in already,
radish.
will be hawkish. Do you think that the cut itself matters most, or does the tone matter?
Croutons, croutons,
we see a different Jerome Powell than we
and
traditionally see.
French
because
dressing.
He's basically on his way out.
Yeah, maybe we will.
With
I don't know.
romaine lettuce.
I can't predict how he's going to act and what he's going to say. I would.
And I think that's it. These are cheese chips, cheddar sharp,
with
made on a waffle maker.
Coming in next year, and hopefully with the.
Okay, we're double bottoming here. This is truth or dare.
Next year, I'm
Truth or
predicting
die.
2026 to look pretty good also.
All right, so 2026 is also predicted to look good, which means
SPX double bottom.
AI trade and bring up the AI bubble conversation.
SPX double bottom.
Tech, we have seen a resurgence in concerns about valuation and this AI trade. If we're looking at AI like a baseball game, where do you view us in terms of innings?
Yeah, I
Higher low.
for a long time, but
Snake
I really
breakout
think we're in the
pullback.
second, third inning. I really think we have a pretty long runway here, and I think we're going to see good earnings next year. The AI investment cycle is still like in the early stages here, and I know that valuations may look stretched, but earnings are some of the best we've seen, in years. So
Puts went to $10.
Overall, looks pretty good to me right here.
Another win
Pullback
for
isn't
Jim.
a cause for concern for you. This is just more of a dip than a reset or a reversal.
Yeah, I was recommending our clients to be buying the dip, and I was on the last time I was on, I was saying I would be buying the dip, and we've seen the market come back a little bit here, and I expect money to be flowing in the markets. Look at the Russell 2000. We're starting to see the market broaden here, and that's a really good positive sign here for the market, in my opinion.
Yeah, certainly, and small caps, I think hoping to get that boost off with the Fed rate cut decision next week as well. But while we're talking big tech, you've sent over some stock picks, and a few of them are mega cap tech. So, your first one is Amazon. Walk us through your thesis on Amazon.
Yeah, look, Amazon is just so strong, and they're doing well. And I think they're going to continue to do very well here in the holiday season. They've put themselves in a really good place. More than half the population has Amazon Prime. They have 180 million members. Amazon same-day service is growing very rapidly.
AMD double bottom, triple bottom.
I think they're going to be a huge winner here during this holiday season where people are
watch AMD
right now. So, you know, I continue to see them do very well.
1170 for the puts now.
I think, you know, we got a little bit of a discount here to be buying Meta stock, you know, where it's currently trading right now. And, you know, they're a big part of the AI trade, and I continue to think that
pay
they're gonna do
attention.
very well.
All right, so let's talk about Meta really quick.
We got the 200 EMA and the 200 SMA. Now this 68.74. I got to see where that come from.
Now being slightly better received after some reports that it's moving away from some of its metaverse resources and focusing more on this AI wearables space. But its valuation.
Okay, that was that support that I had this morning.
I've had people have referred to it as cheap.
Yeah, I mean, look, the valuations, I mean,
The gap.
The PE ratio on the stock is lower
The
than
gap support that I called out earlier. That's where we are right now.
the valuation just
So I'm going to look at calls.
pretty cheap. I mean, the stock is off 20% off its all-time high, and you know, I think we're going to see
The 6900s.
some partnerships in AI, and I think that's going to benefit Meta very well.
Amazon valuation also still pretty well below its historical average as well.
Shoot.
In terms of Amazon, you mentioned the holiday
$2.20.
Do you consider this to be a long-term hold, and the street is just underestimating the long-term earnings power here, or is this something you're going to re-examine once the holiday shopping season is over?
Well, you know, Amazon has really zigzagged this year. It really hasn't gone anywhere. I mean,
Randy?
if you pick up some shares when we had the dip earlier in the year, you've done very well with Amazon. But if you've held it the full year, it hasn't done much. And you know, I think it's when Amazon is kind of in a zigzag area for an extended period of time, I think we're going to see a breakout here in 2026. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Amazon do you know, some nice returns in the upcoming year.
All right, and then you've got one final one that also ties its way back into shopping. We've got some really impressive earnings from retailers of late showing that we have a pretty resilient consumer right now. Your last pick is Lululemon. Now, they are down more than 50% year to date, but they're seeing, you know, some positive moves as the retail space is looking strong these last couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, Lulu is in a good position here to pick up some market share here over the holiday season. They have a new partnership with the NFL, which could provide revenue boost for them as well. But I do think, you know, their sneaker division's doing very well. They're doing very well overseas, and you know, the tariffs hurt them earlier in the year. The stock sell off, huge sell off in the stock, and I think we're going to start to see the rebound here as they do very well during the holiday season.
Andrew, we appreciate you being with us this morning, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. That's Andrew Ahrens, founder and partner at Synergy Advisory Management Group. And we've got plenty more to come today on Trading 360. Next, of course, we've got the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the technicals, and Tim Bowen will be joining us to take us through the trades for Applied Materials, American Eagle, and Dollar General. That's next on Trading 360 on Schwab Network.
The orb is definitely a resistance to break. $687,903. Right now I'm down 90. Okay, we're at the 200.
From
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides. Live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings.
Looks like we might hit the orb.
Just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
Believe me, when it comes to
God.
investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a... Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me, too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
Butch did very well.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducat, of course, here to take us through the charts as always. And here to take us through the trades is Tim Bowen, our chief technical trader at stockstotrade.com. Great to have you both with us. We were wondering what hat you were going to have on today.
That puts would have been a big payday for Bobo.
Love to start with a big picture thought on the market action that we've seen so far this week, wrapping up our first week in December and coming into a very important Fed week.
Number one, well done, Molly. I like how you picked up on the fact that I try and change the look every week. But so welcome. Thank you for having me back as always. Listen, when it comes to the overall market, I've been very, very consistent going back to when all of you at Schwab were first gracious enough to invite me to do a regular appearance, kind of back to April. That was during, everyone remembers all of the, fear around tariffs. And I said, on Schwab, I'm like, listen, I think tariffs are crazy bullish. And I think that, I talked about the AI story back then. And I don't say that, again, to spike the football, but for the past 6 months, I've just been very consistent in that read. And, you see, obviously, we have our ups and downs over the past 6 months, but now everyone's talking S&P 7,000, and everyone's talking the AI run is just getting started, which I agree with. So at the end of the day, it's really kind of the same for me. I just think very bullish, especially in the midterms. Whether you agree or disagree, I know that it's kind of a love or hate relationship. I just think that Trump and the current administration are going to do everything they can to continue markets trending higher into the midterms. That's where I think things can get shaky, but we got a wild year ahead of us. That's 11 months away at this point.
We're nearly a year out from that, but let's talk about big three. Your first pick here, you've got Applied Materials in play. We're in the semi space, and they've been the recipient of quite a bit of bullish analyst commentary.
No gap up there on that one.
KeyBank, Morgan Stanley stick out to me, I think, just in the last week.
Yeah, and what obviously, I know what Rick's gonna say. Straight parabolic chart, but. What
170.
I'm really looking at is you kind of go back
220 and 170.
June, and then
we retested that support again.
Then big breakout, and then really what I'm seeing on this chart now is kind of September to October, where that big run and then consolidation, and then as of about a week or so ago, broke out of that consolidation run and then parabolic move. So this is an idea I want everybody keeping an eye on. My hope is that this thing will calm down at this point and then mirror kind of that October, November consolidation zone, set us up for the next leg into the future.
All right, Rick, so as we look at the technicals here for Applied Materials, are we seeing that we might slow down on this run up to the upside and see another similar consolidation based on what we're seeing in the charts?
Well, that's hard to say. We can't say it for sure that is going to happen in this situation, but it does seem like we are starting to slow down in terms of the pace of the gains here. That could just be a temporary dip on the road upward here, but for now we do see
average 195.
A rising wedge type shape here.
I got to hold this or I'm going to stop out.
For the most part, in terms of our closes, we held on around that 220 level. Then we had our big push to the upside above those initial highs. 240, 250 is around where things topped out previously. Then
Well, I might wait until I hit the 200.
Topped out today, actually, 273.59, but a little bit off of those opening and intraday highs so far. So if we do start thinking about where we might look for
written them down 150.
If you are of the opinion that we are due for some consolidation, for now our 21-day EMA is pretty far away still. It's near 245.36, fairly close to those old highs. It will move in the coming days and catch up to prices when you start to slow down, but for now it is a bit of a far target. We can see as well that even though we are in the overbought area on the
15
RSI
contract,
70, our trend line has been broken here, and we are not making a new relative high just yet here. So something else to consider for momentum traders. When we do a
right there's resistance.
We can see that most of the volume right in this area right here, pretty obvious point here of interest, around 225 is where the highest activity is. Also, +2 standard deviation channel, very close to these highs. So a relatively extreme move by this indicator.
Yeah, right now trading at 269.24 for Applied Materials, but up 65% so far this year. Now, your next one in a very different space, a space that we've been seeing have some really good earnings come out of it this week. This company included. We're talking about American Eagle. Just in the last month, up 41%. They came out with a really strong report. Why American Eagle?
Now I'm at a resistance level. If I don't feel comfortable, I get out.
360. Actually, Diane, I think, was still the host back then. I think it was roughly beginning of September. It's when kind of the Sydney Sweeney mania had hit. Stock was in the 18s. And I really kind of liked it for a resurgence play. American Eagle had kind of fell out of favor for a while, coming back. I think it's great when especially like a clothing, a retailer that wants to be in the public's consciousness, gets one of the biggest names out there. And then obviously we know the ad campaign kind of ruffled a little bit of feathers.
60.
As they always say, no press is bad press. And at that point, American Eagle was the 18s. Loved it there.
Now I'm up 150.
Had a big reaction to the earnings. I think they just set us up.
More than that, up 225 contract.
With that, kind of Santa Claus rally retailer idea, and just a great kind of fundamental backed by the earnings, along with the story.
We get to the orb, I'll be up enough to get out of the trade.
The house
that's 687869.
They're basically bringing a lot of hype to the name, which is what we like to see for continued moves.
Well, I sold at 180 bucks. There, see, now we're close.
Yeah, there you go.
They said that they didn't see it. They saw a lot of traffic.
I broke out of resistance.
They didn't see an increase in sales.
So we just hit the orb. This is a sell idea.
Like you said, no press is bad press in terms of the retail space. So, Rick, as we look at the chart here, you can see they've had some pretty significant gaps and some jumps in their chart. What do the technicals show us?
Yes, significant to see.
I don't fuck around. I get out.
Our previous earnings event in September that led
So that's 35 bucks a
to
contract.
the upside after this kind of period of range-bound activity following a decline. So really an interesting surge to the upside. We topped out just above 20. But then notice that this is why we often talk about how gaps can be filled. We went right down and we filled the gap here roughly around that area. And then that was our supportive area. So the old resistance became new support as
the orb
continued. So then we saw a sharp degree of acceleration here once we started getting above this.
Is established in the first 30 minutes of the day.
Triangular shape leading up to that, showing these periods of choppy pricing.
Here it looked like it might have been the first 2 minutes.
Push to the upside. We took out those initial highs pretty handily here. Not really even much of a pause there, except for that one day. Now we have our newest gap to consider here. 2144 is where the
see where we pulled back from that orb right there.
We open the next session.
That
the
high.
Then 2307 is the
that's called a yin yang.
on the lookout for first. Meanwhile, the high is 2466, very close still. So
when we hit it again,
averages now once again during these sharp periods here, our moving averages are quite low.
I got it out. Jimmy got out of the trade.
You never want to say things can't keep going up still, because you could draw this very narrow channel here, and we are outside the boundaries of the channel right now here still. So it remains to be seen if this will be supportive going forward once again here, if we'll kind of retreat back into that general upward range here, but we'll have to see as the week draws to a close. RSI still quite strong though. Still.
Now we came back and retested this resistance line.
We'll see if it makes a new.
We came back and retested it. So if it's going to do anything, it's going to break out now and be bullish. If not, we could still come back down.
Just above 25 could be an upside target.
Yeah, I'm just trading just below there right
What'd
now.
that create?
407 for American Eagle. Now, Tim, your next one here.
That pullback created an inverse head and shoulders.
Dollar General yesterday, they had a really good, strong report.
Let's clean this up.
This week now more than 20% following that news. What's your thesis here?
Kind of very similar to one of the big three from last week, Walmart.
So you have a resistance level.
Green every day since then. But, just kind of that flight to safety and a value play.
Take it to that next candle right there.
In northern Michigan, Dollar Generals are everywhere.
That next body.
Unfortunately, we know that there is kind of a.
And when we broke out of the resistance, we took it to the orb.
The middle class.
Then it came back down to the top of that old resistance line. And that resistance line created an inverse head and shoulders.
Dollar Generals are everywhere. They're a value play. There's a lot of people that are shopping there to get by, and at the end of the day,
you got your left shoulder, and your right shoulder.
And as much as I
respected that, so everything's being respected right now, and you're respecting the orb again, and the 63. So they don't become bullish until you get a whole body candle above that orb. Not until then. If it breaks it, fine, but you don't become bullish until you see a whole body of a candle
Retailers report all kind of echoing the same sentiment.
past that orb. And then it becomes very bullish, and it'll shoot up to your next resistance level. But not until then.
Targeted store as opposed to some of the
So as long as you're under that orb, you're bearish.
Stratification is actually a pretty good word for this chart here. Not trying to make light of the situation or anything, just because there's very pronounced horizontal.
Do you understand?
See pretty easily here. So around 97 or so is where we saw this set of highs right here. We broke out to the upside, then that became the low point here, and once again several more times here. So 97 is one of these kind of high water mark, so to speak, here, where price found some footing once again. You could draw a similar line here around 106, our dark green line here. You can see that after the breakdown, it was resistance several more times until we had this rather extreme push to the upside. Finally, we had 116. Around this area here was our high points here.
It's kind of like playing a Darvis box.
So that might be another point to watch out for. If we
you can play from within.
Remember these big.
You can play it from under,
both ways before
and you can play it over.
Down into a trend here. RSI.
That's your channel. So like if it broke out past the orb, you'd come back and play it. If it bounced again off the orb. If you play it in, you play it till it comes back and hits the orb and bounces back up to the top. And if you go under, your resistance will now become what was support, which is now resistance. See, it comes back. Now what do you got next? You got a double bottom. You got higher lows on this 1 minute.
If things do start to pull back somewhat.
Yeah, and we're trading about $16 higher than that 116 level that you
mentioned. To hold support, it has to hold that right there.
82 right now for Dollar General.
The body of that candle has to stay above that trend line.
Both of you for being with us today. Tim Bowen, of course, Chief Technical Trainer.
These are higher lows, or the 200.
Here on the network. Coming up next, we're going to
if not, it'll come back and hit this 200 SMA.
Started trading on the NYSE last month and had their first earnings report.
And then you got 3 black crows forming. One of them 2 bits freebie. And I'm going to take this trade back here off this 200. And then you got a triple bottom.
You could have done better.
Which would probably be the
Same goes for where you
below the orb.
Level up and
or a double bottom.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action.
Which would be off the 200.
Futures focus. technical analysis. Morning Movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources
Here we go.
available from Schwab.
So I'm looking at
Learn
calls.
tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com.
6,900. I'm going to look at the time of the day. It's at 11:30 at $1.40. 145.
Directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live.
I'm going to go in small.
Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app.
Now you're at the orb, so we have to hold here. This is where I add on.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight Beta Technologies, an aerospace company that recently went public on the NYSE and reported its third quarter earnings. Joining us now is Kyle Clark, President and Chief Executive Officer at Beta Technologies. Kyle, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. If you wouldn't mind just beginning with telling our viewers a bit about Beta.
Sure. Great to be here. Beta Technologies, as you mentioned, we're an electric aerospace company, and we build electric vertical takeoff and landing and airport-to-airport horizontal takeoff and landing aircraft. And those aircraft initially are used for...
So I got 6 at 105 and 3 at 140.
Military applications before they solved this amazing opportunity of urban air mobility, of moving people at a much lower cost with low noise footprints in and out of urban environments.
So if the goal is eventually to move people, I know, and I read in your release and went through your earnings, we're starting in cargo and in medical. Why start there versus just going straight to the commercial space?
Yeah, because the regulatory burdens are just lower. You know, we actually were the first company to carry passengers, for example, an electric airplane into JFK. We have the capability of doing so, but there's a lot of maturation of urban centers and municipal permitting to bring urban air mobility to fruition. Today, we can go from hospitals to airports to military bases to
average is 117
without much friction at all. So we have the tools in the airplane.
Now I'm already green.
And as we get further down this road and the municipalities start to put vertiports into their cities, or we start to put those in, that will unblock the urban air mobility. But today there's a mission we can solve, and it has a wild cost benefit to our customers. You know, our biggest single orders with UPS, for example.
I'm at 135.
How far are we, would you say, from mainstream adoption?
So I got 9 contracts. I can sell them here and be very happy. Once we hit the 200.
Yeah, I think that we're going to start to see these things. We've been flying all over the country. We have aircraft in New Zealand, up in Norway, doing a bunch of really cool missions, but that is not widespread adoption. Over the next 5 years, we're going to deploy thousands of these aircraft, and I think they're going to start in these medical applications. By 2030, 2035, we start to see a saturation around key city centers and urban air mobility. So this isn't far off. This is something I've been working on for 20 years. This is my senior thesis in college 20 plus years ago, and now we're flying all over the country and all over the world. And in the next 10 years, we're going to put these into these types of environments, and it's going to be an amazing option for transportation for people.
And you mentioned there that you have aircraft in Norway and in New Zealand, part of the international operations. What are you learning from these first international deployments?
Yeah, we're proving that electric aviation is significantly less expensive, and most importantly, the maintenance and downtime and thus the dispatch rate are improved. So they're very reliable aircraft. I think we were the only aircraft to ever hit 100% dispatch rate in a large military exercise that we undertook for several months.
That's nasty.
100% dispatch rate. And the viewers probably know that typical dispatch rates in military are measured in 60, 70, and commercials in the 90s, but to hit 100% with a new class of aircraft ups the service level. And we're learning that that maintenance is really low for electric.
And I do want to make sure that we talk about your earnings, because you did offer your first earnings report since starting to trade publicly. And as a part of your quarterly report, you outlined 5 key performance indicators that you're going to use to define success. If you wouldn't mind just walking us through some of your key takeaways from the report and also what those 5 KPIs are.
Yeah, so we've noticed the industry, our industry, it's a little bit opaque as to what it means to make progress in a highly regulated environment. So we boiled this down to the 5 of backlog. So we went into the earnings call with a $3.5 billion backlog. We added another $1 billion to our backlog just in the last week, which is pretty awesome. Number 2, how far are these aircraft flying? On a per unit basis, but total, because that's the exposure that gives us all that learning and the data to ensure we can produce statistically relevant data sets for the FAA for certification. Number 3, because we've deployed a global charging network, over in Abu Dhabi, throughout the United States, we have 84 of those charging sites online right now with about 62,000 sessions a year. We want to bring that up to about 800 charging sites domestically.
140.
And we'll own and control the flow of energy into the future of aviation.
150.
So the backlog, the nautical miles flown, the charging sites, and then the rate of production. So that's how many aircraft per month. And the last one is FAA certification progress, where there are definitive
I mean, 150.
that each of us
You got 9 contracts.
get through to prove to the FAA we have a safe,
$23 bucks a contract.
and most importantly, a repeatably produced aircraft in our production certification. So we measure those very acutely, and that's what we committed to reporting on yesterday in our first earnings call, and we gave a report on.
Because one of these moving averages become resistance. We're still bearish as long as we're under the 9.
Backlog of $3.5 billion just in the last week. So obviously,
No, we didn't have a whole body under the orb.
Another billion. Walk us through some of the numbers.
So I'm bullish on the bottom of this here, as long as we stay above that.
Are they options for purchase?
Yeah.
That or I sell, take profit, and just call it a good trade.
So they're not options to purchase in this case. So the backlog here is.
But if we break the 200, this thing can get up to $2.
Options to purchase, but they are deposit-backed orders that we're counting. So who's buying these aircraft? Like I said, UPS is the single largest order, but we've seen a massive trend towards more and more conventional takeoff and landing aircraft as a predecessor to
Right now, it's not. You got a double bottom.
That we got just this past week, and I see it on your screen right now, is Embraer Eve. So a subsidiary of Embraer makes a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that uses 9 electric.
See, most traders will start freaking out right now, but I know what a double bottom is.
Test themselves, and then we earn the contract for the pusher motors for production.
It's a bullish reversal to the upside, if it holds.
Sales price of our motors, that adds $1 billion to our backlog when you include the service component of that. And that is sticky, long-term.
If this body stays above that double bottom, that's a higher low, and then you got a hammer forming,
So that's the newness of the backlog. So we've got General Electric,
which is another bullish indicator. That's a hammer.
Embraer Eve, Textron eAviation, and a number of other programs that are using
So that's bullish
technology in their programs to make their aircraft work. And we own all that technology, the motors, the batteries, that we make our own computers.
Yeah, if you feel a little nervous, you get out of the trade while you're green.
And I'm looking at your business. You've got 800 team members. You've got 447 patents. You just walked through the backlog for us. Looking forward and knowing that you said we could be 10 years out from seeing more widespread adoption, which in reality is not that long of a time. What does Beta Technologies look like in the next 5 to 10 years, and what does success look like at scale?
Yeah, so the reason we've so focused on the charging network and the enabling technologies, and we consume that in our 7,000-pound 2 forms of aircraft now.
2 hammers.
Next, we'll make a bigger aircraft, 19,000 pounds, 30,000 pounds, and that's like 30 passengers and 70 passengers. We will grow into an aerospace company that consumes all these really amazing technologies that we're the first in the world to produce, and utilize them in larger and larger aircraft so that more and more of the country and more of the world get access to low-cost, low-noise aviation. And this is transformative right now because it is not like a 5% or 10% cost reduction. We're talking about nearly half the cost to fly, and that's what we're out proving in Norway and New Zealand and domestically, half the cost to fly. So we have a clear path technologically to get to bigger and bigger aircraft, more and more volume, do it in a way that's wildly profitable for us because it's a technology play, and it works for our customers because the cost is significantly lower.
Kyle, we appreciate you being with us to talk to us about Beta Technologies and some of your offerings here in this very exciting space. That's Kyle Clark, President and CEO at Beta. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. We'll take a look at SoFi after the company saw its shares fall after the announcement that it's raising cash through a stock offering. George Tillis will break it down for us and give us an example trade next on Trading 360.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
Oh,
And
God,
on all your
turn it.
favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're
That
an
didn't have to
experienced
happen.
investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns,
I'm getting a little bit nervous here.
oscillators, and much more.
I really
Best
wanted to
of
see
all,
it take off
you can
here.
Ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand.
So I'm even.
Go to
I'm
schwab.com
down a couple
coaching
bucks.
and start learning today.
But that needed to move there.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the markets and welcome in Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning to you, Nicole. We're about 2 hours into our trading day now. I'd love to know what's caught your eye so far on this Friday morning, where we've got mostly green. Russell's turned a bit since this show started, though.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, I think the Netflix Warner Brothers story really grabbed Wall Street early this morning. We heard some rumblings that Netflix was the leader in the bidding war for Warner Brothers. Today, we find out that this now is going forward, and there is a big breakup fee of $5.8 billion.
I'm done eating.
And so Netflix emerges as the winner.
Come on,
here,
baby.
But it's not a done deal at all. It takes 12 to 18 months and a lot of scrutiny, even in Washington. There has been some heavy scrutiny of putting together the number 4 and number 1 streamers. Everybody remembers that Paramount Sky appeared to be the leader and had upped its offer and upped its breakup fee as well for the entire sum of the parts of Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers stock has been jumping ever since, over 6 months. So right now, even though Paramount seemed like the regulatory streamliner, it looks like it's going to be Netflix for now, but there's certainly a lot of hiccups that could occur. In the meantime, we're seeing energy, consumer staples, consumer discretionary, communication services leading the way. It's worth noting that we're having another winning week on Wall Street, and so that's 2 straight winning weeks, up 3 of 4 trading weeks, and that feels pretty good overall. And you're seeing most of the magnets, at least I'm seeing Google and Meta. Those are some names while higher, while Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Apple are lower. So, of course, that certainly really demonstrates what's going on in this market, because sometimes I check the up volume and down volume, before the hits, and they have been neck and neck, almost the same. So it shows that we've gone back and forth, and there are winners and losers here on Wall Street for sure. Marley?
Certainly are, but where we have seen some big winners, particularly this week, is in the retail space, and we've got another one this morning. We covered their earnings yesterday during Market on Close. I'm talking about Ulta Beauty, of course, up about 14% so far this morning, hit a new all-time high. Would you mind walking through some of the highlights?
6,900 calls. Break the 21. Break all the walls. I got 9 contracts of the 6,900 calls. Break the walls. Break the walls. It's a triple bottom, as you can see. 2 hammers I thought would break these. Break the walls. 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 the wall. Break the wall.
Well, that's a good question. Ideally speaking, with growth companies like SoFi, which really started off as an original student loan business, has really expanded its offerings from technology services and even financial services. Now they offer things like personal loans, and credit cards and mortgages, investments, insurance services, crypto trading, you name it. So with that said, you have to consider how do you finance that expansion. And SoFi has actually done it through share offerings over time. Now, if you look at their $1.5 billion share offering, they're basically telling us that they're going to continue to use that for general purposes, capital expenditures.
It's breaking the walls.
Their objective. And so, for what it's worth, looking at the price action today, it actually makes sense. If you look at the approximately...
Well, I gave him his orders to break the wall. Break the walls. Break the walls. We are approaching the 200 SMA. Break the wall. Break the walls. Jim, are you going to sell the stock? We're going to try to break the wall. I've got the willpower to stay in this trade. It's a little more bullish than what it was. Break the wall. Break the walls. Break the wall. Break the wall. Whoa.
That we're seeing of about 7.5%.
It's having a hard time.
About 100%. So if you were looking to trade SoFi, for example, purposes, how would you approach it?
Yeah, so if you actually look at the first off the price, it makes a difference on how I select the trade. We're talking about stock that's between $20 and $30. So what that does is it creates a situation where the delta between strikes is wide, and creating sort of a spread for a combo alignment is difficult. I do think if you look at the price action of the stock, it's fitting.
Well, let's stay above the orb now.
Back to lows in early October, as well as late November, the stock is coming off those lows, which are around 24.50.
Volume's kind
so
of
it's really
weak.
in a trading range in the last 3 weeks between 33 and 23. Just these are approximate levels. So until it breaks out of that range, I'm just going to consider it range bound. But again, putting on a structured combo is kind of difficult with the strike prices being very wide relative to the underlying stock price. So I'm going to sell essentially a very simple trade. I'm going to go out to January, 42 days to expiration, and I'm going to sell the $26 strike. So the reason I chose that strike is the delta on that strike is around 32, which implies the 68% probability of profits. In other words, the stock should trade above, based on those statistics, above 26, two-thirds of the time between now and expiration. And I'm harvesting about a share right in the contract. So if you do the math there as well, you're looking potentially around 5 to 27%
Back at 125.
Up to the minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Having a real hard time here. We got a triple top.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's
Kind of a,
market.
well, not exact, almost an expansion, but not quite.
Driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage.
I'm
every
feeling
trading
better
day.
about it.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marla Hayden. It's time now for the
Sure,
360
silver
Before
lunch
that,
is
let's
at
bring in our
150,
panel
but-
to discuss the earnings we got from HP
see.
Enterprise. Shares were lower in the pre-market, but
Now we're between the 9 and the 21.
joining us now to discuss further, Dave Nicholson, Chief Research Officer at Futurum, and Chris Long, Director of Research at Runnymede. Appreciate you both being with us. Dave, initial thoughts on the report here?
Initial reports, and full disclosure, I'm just coming off of 3 days spent with leadership in Barcelona at HPE Discover. So not unexpected. I think delays in server deliveries, the kind of the AI trends can be a bit of a buggy ride, but overall, solid, expected growth. And this is play as
Oh, that would ride, boy. Oh, that would ride. Can't wait to taste it when the time is right. Threw in the malted barley, measured pound by pound. Another friend came over and we all shared around. Oh, that would ride, boy. Oh, that would ride. Can't wait to taste it when the time is right. We're at 145. Could sell it here. I think I'll have another beer. Turned on the cooker, got every last drop. Then we ran and added us a little bit of hops. Oh, that would ride, boy. Oh, that would ride. Can't wait to taste it when the time is right. Break to 63. You're at another resistance. Gathered more my friends, boy. We all shared around. Another friend came over and we all hopped around. Oh, that would ride, boy. Oh, that would ride. Can't wait to taste it when the time is right. When the time is right. When the time is right. We're at 145.
Yeah, it's a fantastic question, and I mean, it's a question about execution because they're combining the two teams, HPE and Juniper sales teams, and now it's a question of cross-selling the networking
Let's
business
go.
into these
Let's bring it.
juiced-up AI sales, and it is definitely a challenge. I mean, you have AI operating margins around 7 to 9%. On the positive side, you have networking operating margins in the low 20s. So, I mean, this quarter's kind of it showed in the numbers. They missed on the AI systems revenue.
We're now at 150. I mean, you could sell it here.
Do you want?
Seems like it just don't want to gain much.
Sometimes, I guess so. So, how well will they execute on this strategy? That remains to be seen. But they do have a big opportunity to rationalize costs, saving $1 billion in cost synergies with the Juniper acquisition. So a lot on the table and a lot to have to take on for the new management team.
And Dave, to you, bottom line, do you think that HPE is an AI winner in the making, or is the market right to be cautious and have some oscillation while they digest this report?
Yeah, it's a little both, but in the long term, over time, they're going to be a big winner. It goes back to the question of the AI bubble. Look, AI isn't a bubble in itself. It's going to continue to grow, and HPE is one of the adult companies there. The margin point, by the way, that Chris made, awesome, amazing, absolutely, and it goes to that exposure to NVIDIA sucking the margins out of when they enter. HPE is less exposed on that front than some of their competitors. So no, I think they're very.
I want to get back up here to the orb and get this thing for $2. There we go.
It's going to take 8 hours to get there.
160.
Well, we appreciate you both being with us to walk.
Now you're up 40. Well, I don't know when you got in. If you got anybody get in this trade.
About 0.1% so far this morning, but thanks again to both of you.
Anybody in the trade?
Research officer over at Futurum, and Chris Long, the director of research at Runnymede.
Think about taking some profit off the table.
Thank all of you for being with us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store. You can also tune in 24/7.
Very good. Very good.
I'll be back with Market on Close.
Very good.
3 Eastern, 2 Central with my co-host Sam Bottis. But stay with us.
Are you happy with that trade?
King Hall is coming up next. I hope you have a great weekend.
Very good. See, I got 9 of them, so I'm up a little bit more than that. I could sell it here at 155, but I want to hit the orb. $160.
You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Open range breakout. That's the ORB. Open range breakout. That's the ORB. Generally refers either the opening range breakout, trading strategy, specific companies within the stock ticker. Range breakout uses increased volatility. Open range. There we go. Now, as you get closer upon the orb, that's where you really want to consider taking profit.
For 2026 market outlook, your guide to the forces shaping stocks, global markets, inflation, rates, and more. Hear from experts on where the markets may be headed, spot opportunities, and see what could drive your portfolio next year. Tune in on December 11th
Jim, you're a
at
genius.
7 p.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
I'm Sam Bottis, live
You
from
are
the
just
New York
nothing but a
Stock
genius,
Exchange. When
my
the
friend.
market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at
Nothing but a genius.
schwabnetwork.com.
$155, baby. Now we're back at support. We're back at the 200 and the 21. So you could get back in the trade here. If you think it's still bullish.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange, where we are watching a steady grind higher as investors chase records. Let me give you a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour. The S&P 500 has a gain right now.
They both are orbs.
Just shy of
They both are.
there. So
This is the bottom of the orb, and this is the top of the orb.
And you're watching them gain inches in order to get the first
And I'm going to give you
down or
the
even second down. So that's what it feels like we're watching here. In terms of the leadership within the S&P 500, communication services is leading the gains. It's followed by energy and consumer discretionary. You got a little bit of flagging in utilities and healthcare and industrials today. The Dow right now has a gain of 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 is better by 0.4%. Russell 2000, which has been the belle of the ball all week, taking a little bit of a step back right now, off by 0.25% this week. And keep in mind, this comes off the
There's a script.
Record for the Russell 2000. But the day is young. We still have some more time in the day. We'll see if the bulls take back the reins within the Russell and, again, continue to hold the gains within the other benchmarks. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example.
If you have toss, there's a script.
It is now the winner in the bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with news.
Anybody on YouTube?
Spotify has been an outperformer, but the past month has been bumpy. And Broadcom is also on our radar ahead of earnings next week. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it is time to bring in my co-host. You've got Kevin Hinks joining us live from the SIBO, along with Joe Mazzola beaming in today. As you know, we've got you covered from exchange to exchange and beyond. Tom White has the day
Here's the
off.
script for the orb, if you have toss.
This week, and it seems like, to me, the seasonality of December is playing in favor of the Bulls, albeit it's been a grind. Kevin, I don't know if you heard what I'm saying. It feels like when you're watching a football game and they're trying to gain, it's like moving forward by inches to get that down. Kevin, what's your take when you look across the market broad
Here's the
strokes?
script for the orb.
Wait, are we doing sports analogies? Because if we're doing sports analogies, then this reminds me.
You see, we went to the VWAP on the /ES.
Coming on the horizon.
Now you got it head and shoulders,
is paused ahead
and you got a
of
neckline.
massive event that we're gonna
This
have
is your
next week,
neckline.
even though
This is your head and shoulders right here
and the product of that
on /ES.
probably decided.
You see, so take and draw your /ES.
Are what's causing
This is the left shoulder,
like yields to creep back higher.
and that's the right shoulder. Supported. This is your neckline. Plus that support level gives a little bit more hold. And this is your neckline on
The volatility
/ES.
that's out there, right, Diane? The data that we got, even though it's stale, even though it's September,
Of an inverse head and shoulders.
it doesn't hurt the Fed's view of lowering rates, right? They're close to CE and year over year. We're going to hit the market right. I think that's why you're seeing an inevitable lift to the upside, but Jerome Powell could ruin everyone's week next week if he were to hawkishly cut rates.
I'm a singing day trader. You'll catch me live on YouTube. It's a free concert. Tell all your friends. I'm a singing day trader. Yes, I am. I could be your buddy. Your best friend, Jim.
Take a look at the 10-year yield, guys. It's back above 4.1, 4.13. So that's creeping back up as well too. I don't know. We haven't really seen much of an effect today with the overall market.
I've never seen anything like it.
See it break back above 4.2%. That could have some.
Woo!
I think that.
Give me some applause.
Thought on the hawker's cut. That's probably what you're seeing there. If you dig through some of the data that we got, I know Kevin's not a huge fan of the University of Michigan sentiment, but I'm going to go there since there already is.
I've never seen anything like it.
I think it was the 1-year inflation expectations.
Give me some applause.
That helped a little bit, but boy, they're high. If you dig through some of the data that we got, I know Kevin's not a huge fan of the University of Michigan sentiment, but I'm going to go there since there already is. I've never seen anything like it. Give me some applause. That helped a little bit, but boy, they're high.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. We got to do that over. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate it. It's an honor. Thank you. That's too much. Woo! Okay. Here we come back to the orb again. Oh, what we got here? Oracle. Oracle double bottom. Really needs to hold this support though, at 451.50. Oh, that's Tesla. I'm gonna go make me another cup of coffee. So I'm gonna clean this chart up, see if I can find anything new in it. Might move them calls up on the SPX. So we'll clean this whole thing. Chart patterns, moving averages, being in the now. So we'll take this. Watch how I do this chart up. I'm going to draw out this snake, sell off, pull back, triple bottom. This should be the final pullback of the day. So there's your snake. We break out. We're going to extend this to the right. Then I'm going to draw a triple bottom right here. And I'm going to get back in this trades, and I'm going to move the calls up. We're going to go to the... It's a choice between the 80s and the 85s. I'll buy one at the 80s. Strike is 68.80 at 430. Off the orb. They're now at 410. We could hit the triple bottom. And that's got to hold or I get out of the trade. We're at 430 again. In the eye, in the eye. Snake breakout, pull back, higher low from a double bottom. Need to watch real close here, but I want to warm up my water. So I'm going to go to the kitchen. Man, it's going to be a long day. Long freaking day.
With that, with that insight, in terms of investors and traders, is that it's a great opportunity to be an active investor, to be able to kind of look for those different opportunities. And as we kind of move into 2026, actually, here's a little shameless plug for you. Next week, we're going to have our market outlook on the Schwab Network here. It's going to be 7 Eastern on Thursday. That's one of the things that I'm going to be talking about in my section, is just the dispersion trade that we're seeing amongst Mag 7. And how it's just been interesting as we've gotten to these different points within the AI cycle. What's kind of been more important? Has it been the picks and shovels? Is it going to be now the software implementation? Do you start looking at Broadcom now as a Mag 7 and replace Tesla? All these different type of concepts that have really pushed those stocks throughout the course of the year, and just have really kind of changed the leadership along the way. And, look, I guess for 2026, you're going to continue to see the same thing. There's going to be dispersion there. The other thing I think is going to be interesting kind of going forward is we've relied so heavily on Mag 7 earnings growth over the last couple of years to really move the S&P 500. If you look at kind of what analysts are expecting going forward, they're expecting a deceleration in Mag 7 earnings, and they're looking for the rest of the 493 stocks, if you will, to kind of pick up the slack. That's going to be a kind of a key market theme for me to look at going forward. Is that going to be the case? Now, deceleration doesn't mean negative by any means, but you can't necessarily rely on 30 to 35% earnings growth with some of these names on a longer term basis. So, really interesting to kind of keep an eye on how that trade unfolds over the next few months.
Points. All right, we've got bull versus bear coming up. The guys will get their example trades put together for Netflix, which has the winning bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. We'll have more Fast Market after this break.
Market's more or less flat in the green. Falling wedge here. Don't see too many of them.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Content is king and a winner is crowned. Netflix wins the bidding war in a race for the assets of Warner Brothers Discovery. The price tag, $27.75 a share in a combined cash and stock deal. That puts the total enterprise value at more than $80 billion. Shares of Netflix are trading lower on the news, which is not atypical in this kind of situation. All right, let's throw on the trading glasses now. Welcome back in our co-hosts, Kevin Hinks and Joe Mazzola. It is bull versus bear time. Before we get to your example trades, we've got to talk about your take on Netflix. And really, this is clearly about the streaming landscape and who gets to have what within their moat, right? Because Paramount wanted this, Comcast wanted this. Kevin, what's your take?
Yeah, it's taking forever.
My take on the future of this deal is headaches.
Headache.
One headache after another. Not to mention, of the $83 billion, the news reports are that Netflix is going to borrow $59 billion. And now
Well, that don't sound good.
Blood on all this other streaming. Remember, up until now, they were pristine. Everything that Netflix did, they had built themselves. So now they're taking on debt to buy these companies, and they're going to get regulations are going to be all over them. Obviously, I just mentioned the funding. Now the growth is going to be. So it's one of those situations, Diane. Well, be careful what you wish for. Congratulations, you're the winner. Now the fun starts, and they've got to get this all integrated.
Well, let's do
the
it.
Politicians, the regulators, there's going to be so many people against this deal that the number one trend going forward for them is going to be headaches. It's going to be one after another. I think it'll be long-term good, but long could be
God, darn General Motors.
months. As
76
far as
bucks?
to get this done. I think it's going to be a long, dragged-out roll, and that's why you see Warner Brothers isn't necessarily rallying, and Netflix is on the downside, Diane.
Yeah, it does seem like, as you talk about it, as I've watched it, it wasn't just about the price tag, but it's the process. So it's price and process here. It seems like it's potentially headache, as you mentioned here. There's some great content, obviously, with HBO that they clearly want, but the question is, I guess, is it worth it? Joe, what's your take before you guys get into example trades?
I thought he was taking the bull side. I was a little confused on how that played out there. So here's the thing. I agree with what Kevin said. Yeah, this could be accretive, but it's accretive maybe 18 to 24 months down the road. I mean, this is going to be a long, drawn-out process. Now, one of the concerns that some have had is that where does this thing end up in the courts? And I think what we've kind of seen from this administration is they're probably a little bit more open to some of these larger deals. But at the same time, if you look at the overall digital landscape, and you have to go beyond streaming, right? I mean, you got to include YouTube in this. You got to include all the different myriads of ways that people consume their entertainment. This is maybe 10-12% of that overall viewing experience. So I'm not positive that this thing is going to get hung up in the courts. But either way, as we've seen, as we've been part of. It takes a long time to combine two different firms of really large size, and what happens kind of ultimately is the long-term plan could probably work out and could probably work out well. Where Kevin is in my mind correct is that there's going to be some bumps in the road along the way. And as you know, Diane and Kevin, on this show, we don't look at 2-year trades, right? I mean, we're looking at a month to two, and I think that this setup for now That
guy's smart.
Don't know what's going to happen down the road. I think it's always kind of important to look at what you can see, and what you can see is you can see it. Stock it's been in a downtrend. That's had what we call a death cross, right, with a 50-day cross below the 200-day moving average, and even after it became split adjusted, you didn't see a lot of momentum on the buy side. So here's a stock that I think a lot of people were expecting to have a bump because of the split. Hasn't seen it, and it continues the downtrend.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we don't typically, not as much as I've, since I've been a part of the show or seen us do leads, right? So, one of the things, Kevin, that the CEO said, or Ted Sarandos, the co-CEO said, which lines up with what you mentioned basically, he said, quote, this is on the investor call, I know some of you are surprised we're making this acquisition, and I certainly understand why. Over the years, we have been known to be builders, not buyers. Now, he called this a rare opportunity. So, but Kevin, you've actually got the bullish example trade, so why don't you walk us through your approach here?
Yeah, so my view on this is from a purely fundamental perspective, which means you can buy Netflix's underlying, right around $100. And you could do a covered call strategy on that and collect theta. However, if you want to do something a little different in the bullish camp, I went out to the January 9th expiration. Diane, January 9th is
I'll go get my coffee.
days.
I'm still in this thing. We're at 380, 390. We keep bouncing
in January expiration. Then I went to next
back and
week,
forth.
right? Just December 12th, and I sold I lined up what the expected move is, about $4.50. The stock was a little higher when I set up this trade, but it's about $4.50. I sold the 107 call. So the 107 call diagonal, but I gave myself duration on this. And my goal is either for a move up towards 107 or to continue to chip away at that net debit. And as I do that, I chip away at the break even on this. And this is really, we refer to this sometimes as a stock replacement strategy. Because for, around, I put it in around $5, a little over $5. It's trading around $4 now. For $4, you can basically mimic in some way a covered call strategy without buying the underlying and greatly reduce your exposure or risk if it doesn't go well. Using that long dated, that 35-day call to lower the net debit on this trade, Diane, and then treat it like a covered call strategy where you're collecting theta each day, and then each week you can extend duration on that trade. That's the way I looked at this, a longer term play, although not 2 years.
Joe, quick thought on this before we jump into your example trade.
As long as I know Kevin, as long as I know Kevin, I know that he likes to incorporate the time spreads, right? He's got the diagonal here. It's a way for him to have potential ownership of those shares, or maybe not ownership, but control of the delta, that long delta, without having to pay the cost to actually own those shares. So it kind of replicates, as he mentions, the cover call strategy with a much, much smaller debit, giving him some upside and giving him some time along the way for this trade to develop. The nice thing is you got a couple of rolls in there as well too, should you want to take advantage of those. Now, my trade's a little bit different. My trade is looking at a put spread, actually a long put spread. And it's the January 16th expiration, buying the 100 strike, selling the 90 strike. So the 100 buy the 90, put vertical. At that time I was looking at about 260. I think it's a bit higher now, because the shares have pulled back. But I did mention, a couple of things that I always tend to look at when I'm looking at these trades is, one of the first things I'll do is, after I do a little bit of fundamental research, I go right to the charts and it's like, okay, what are the charts telling me? Well, the charts are telling me that it's not a very constructive looking technical setup right now. In that, like I mentioned before, we had the 50 drop below the 200. At the same time, we're also looking at something like an ADX, and the ADX is showing that this downtrend has been increasing. So you can have a downtrend increase. It just means that the strength of that trend has been picking up. And the way that I structured this was to look at, okay, where do I think this thing could go? And this is where, and I always recommend people when they're looking at spreads, right? You want to buy where it's at and sell where you think it's going, right? So in this example, we're buying, the 100 strike, which is a little bit below where the stock is currently trading, and then looking to sell where you think it might be going. Now, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen, but that's the way that spread should work. Buy where it's at, sell where you think it's going if you're doing a debit spread. So in this example, I'm basically risking about 250 to 260 to make about 750. That's about a 3-to-1 reward to risk ratio on a stock that's downtrending. Now, the reason I can do that is because the put skew right now is pretty high on those 90 puts. So basically what that means is people are paying higher implied volatility for those out of money puts than what they normally would be. So it gives you an opportunity to buy something that's close to being out of the money, sell something that's a little further out of the money, and do so at a cheaper debit if you believe that the stock's going to go down. If you don't believe the stock's going to go down, remember you're paying a debit, so you need it to move in your direction. In this example, it would have to get below 97.40 to break even at expiration.
All right, Kevin, your thought on that?
It's interesting. Both Joe and I
Mine are 350. I don't know about
for
this.
this trade to work. Both
It's taking
Joe
too
and I
long.
focused on the long option being the 100 strike, right? I sold the 107 call. Joe sold the 90 put. So 100, we think, based on our views on the paper money trades that we put out, 100 is a very key
Well, there's the
area
triple
where
bottom.
Netflix is right now. It's either going
This
higher,
holds or I sell it.
favorable news on the take on the purchase.
I'm gonna
or
buy
lower,
2 of them
and
right
100
here.
Is that fulcrum? It's that inflection point. So yeah, Joe actually gave more duration than I did, but both need the stock to move over the next couple of weeks, Diane. So interesting. Both using the 100 strike, 2 different directions.
Okay, all right, there we go. But that is your bull versus bear trade there, example trades there.
So I got 2 at 320 and 1 at
The team from Mike
430.
Foley will be along with new sentiment data on Spotify.
I got 1 at 430 and 2 at 320. And it has to hold this triple bottom where I get out.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane.
And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Bardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real
Come on.
time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Well, that did it.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support.
That sucked.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Let me get my coffee.
No politics,
You've
no
been
spin.
sitting in the water
Just
too
the
long.
market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7.
I'm about ready to sell this thing
anywhere at
because I don't want
schwabnetwork.com.
down 200
Welcome
something.
back to Fast Market on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside
We're
Kevin
definitely
Gates
below
over
my
at Steve-O.
support, and I got a
Time for
body
our
down
hashtag
there
segment. We're taking
below
a
my
look at
support line.
Spotify. For that, we want
Which
to
is
bring in
not
our
good.
next guest, and that's Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Likefolio. Megan, thank you so much for joining us, and happy Friday to you. All right, this is the time of year where we're all getting our Spotify Wrapped list, and what did we listen to? What does it say about the age of, you know, what we're listening to. And at the same time, Spotify, when
Could
you look
get
at the shares,
68.60.
they've been an outperformer compared to the S&P 500. However, the last month has been bumpy. So take us through your, you know, kind of headline takeaways first.
Yeah, so I love that you bring up the Spotify Wrapped campaign in the age note, because that was one of the big drivers.
Well, just imagine if we stayed in inputs.
When we look at how the Wrapped campaign is
They're at 1,800 now.
driving engagement for Spotify, we see some nice outperformance versus prior years. So when we look at Spotify Wrapped in 2025, say versus 2021, that buzz
Okay, we
volume
just
is
hit
up
yesterday's
about 15
high.
times. If we look at it even just on a year-over-year basis, you know, there's twice as much buzz generated, and it's more meaningful buzz, at least by our measures. And so I think that this is, you know, a really cool indicator that Spotify has been able to successfully create this holiday, almost like an Amazon Prime, you know, if only it was, you know, revenue-based, revenue-generating. But I think that this is a really good gauge for how consumers are, you know, engaging with the platform and sticking with the platform. It's a good read on churn. It's a
shit.
good, I mean, you can't ask for better advertising as a platform than people who are constantly sharing, you know, their listening age, their top artists, their top genres, and
68, 60, 16.
social media feed. And so it was interesting to see our gauge kind of pop like this, and this fits in line with what we're watching. We've seen a pretty nice boost with Spotify in terms of overall consumer engagement, and again, this is among a you know, U.S. audience, which is a core audience for Spotify. We've seen a nice lift just in the last 3 months, and so I think that this is really important, because what's happening is we're starting to see a little bit of divergence here, where the stock has pulled back a bit, and we have engagement metrics heading in the complete opposite direction. So definitely a fun name.
Come on,
to talk about
Washboard.
today.
Megan, the cultural phenomenon that is
Don't make me have to get that
Spotify
guitar out
Wrapped
again.
and what it's becoming has taken over. I don't know about you. I have 5 children. It's taken over our family with the fact that my 19-year-old has a Spotify age 2 years older than me. And my 29-year-old has a Spotify age of 71 years old. So this has been, you know, comparing who you listen to and your favorites and how many minutes you've been on. The amount of data that Spotify puts out is nothing short of spectacular. And you know what I think it does? I think this is like Apple versus Android. This is a blue bubble versus a green bubble, because the people that aren't on Spotify are jealous of the data that you're getting and the discussions that it's causing. And second of all, the people that are on Spotify but not paying customers are being lured to be paying customers because of Spotify.
Down 300.
And that's where they make most of their money, on paying customers. So the exposure from this is second to none. And I just think it's one of the better things. It's an event now in my family where we start comparing our viewers, and the fact that my daughter-in-law is arguing that hers was drawn down because she just had a baby and one of her choices is baby songs of Megan, and it drew down her age. It was one of the big discussion topics of our family. It has, like I said, it's taken over, Megan, and there are some business benefits to this.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny that you say that. My listening age was 47, and I attribute it to, you know, I have a 2.5-year-old who is obsessed with Randy Travis and Vince Gill. And so, you know, it's really, really skewing my algo, but it's fun to pick up on those things. And I like that you mentioned the kind of platform or the springboard that it presents for non-paying customers to become these premium subscribers. I think that that's critical, and I think it also highlights kind of the edge here that Spotify has and how well it knows consumers. It has massive amounts of data, and it's really good at turning that data, knowing
$290. It's looking better. back to the triple bottom.
Person to discover an artist or discover a song and things like that, and that really helps insulate churn. You know, Spotify's had some price increases over the last year, 2 years, and we haven't seen any negative impacts of that, at least in terms of our data. And you know, downtrends of consumers who are saying, "Oh no, I can't afford Spotify." If anything, that platform is stickier than ever.
Megan, my rap said it was older than my age as well, but what's wild is my son listens to some stuff too, so I don't know if it's him or me who did that. But we'll put a pin in a fun conversation. Thank you so much for bringing the data to on your latest look across sentiment around Spotify. That's Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research.
Megan.
Okay, so we got to get the trading perspective on all things Spotify. I want to bring Joe back into the conversation, but get a quick thought from you, Joe. Did you get your rap list and, you know, care to share what? Share.
No. I must be a fossil. I don't use Spotify. I use Amazon Music. I might be the only person on the planet that doesn't. But I'd be interested to see what it came up with me, with my taste ranging from Wu-Tang to Willie Nelson. So, you know, who knows where I fall in the middle on that one. I don't know. But maybe I'll ask my daughter if I can use her account. Yeah, I got a broad taste, or broad range of taste. It's interesting because maybe I'm looking at this a little bit skewed in that I'm not part of that universe, or maybe it's objective, I don't know. But with me, once again, you know, if I don't fully understand maybe some of the fundamentals behind the attraction of this offering, I'm gonna go to the charts. And something similar to what I saw on Netflix is a death cross. And this is, guys, it's not often that you see these death crosses where the 50 drops below the 200, but we're seeing it again.
On Netflix?
This is a perfect example of a setup here in Spotify, where people might say they really enjoy the product, but the shares maybe aren't representing that. And you know, the other thing is Spotify's doing more with music videos. So I guess there's a bit of a bullish tint to that. That's something that they can get people to want to pay for those videos as well. I don't know. Like I said, it's not a product that I use very often, but when that's the case, I go to the charts, and the charts are telling me that this thing doesn't have a very bullish setup right now. And the other thing that I'm seeing as well,
Death cross.
There was a little bit of a bullish cross in the RSI. So if you look at something like the RSI and you talk about overbought versus oversold, I don't tend to look at whether something's overbought or oversold. What I tend to look at, and I think this is a little bit more important specifically for this stock, is when something goes from oversold back into that regular 30 to 70 range.
Still overbought.
With Spotify recently, so I thought that was interesting. Now, what could that mean? That could mean a couple things. Number one,
I'm wanting to see some bullish action here.
Maybe a bullish hammer in the stock where they tried to push you down, but it closed above where it opened. And then today, it looked like they were trying to bounce the stock, and we'll kind of see where they
walking back and laying on my bed for about 5 minutes and come back and look at it.
Maybe there is some short-term support around this area. So I don't necessarily
stop staring at it.
Turnaround. Maybe it's just that some of the bearishness is weakening. And when you see something like that, sometimes that sets up for a decent time spread. So in this example, I actually looked at a put calendar. So the put calendar that I incorporated is buying the January 16th, so January 16th of 2026, and selling the December 19th of 2025, doing that at the 550 strike. So it's basically kind of where we're at right now, maybe a little bit below where we're at right now, with the idea that when you kind of get some of this technical motion that we've seen in the stock recently, some of that action, it tends to maybe set up for a short-term move, but maybe it's going to take a little longer term for this thing to play out. So the idea here is this.
What is it?
Do you believe that maybe this thing is going to test those lows again that we saw recently, and then push
AMD didn't break the 200 like Jimmy thought.
Work out by being long in January and short in December. And so if you're paying about 965, which is what I was looking at with this spread, excuse me, that is your risk. that you pay, and it gives you a fairly wide kind of break even while you're waiting for this trade to kind of play out. And you're going to get a couple rolls along the way here.
We're above the 21.
That's the way that I'm looking at this. Maybe kind of staying within this range a little bit before it decides that it's going to move one way or the other.
Ascending triangle to double top.
A bearish slant to it.
Okay, Kevin, what's your thought on this?
Oh, God.
What I really like about this trade is, number one,
I'll be back.
if you are bearish on Spotify, a put calendar is a nice way to combine directional trade with
Take 5
long
minutes off
vega.
here.
And this has got a fair amount of long vega on this trade. Number two, you can make the case that it's not only
Come back and
bearish,
see
but
this
it's
thing
also
up here.
range-bound. As you say, if the
So I
stock
get out of
stays
it.
right here, this spread is profitable over the next couple of weeks. If everything in terms of the Greek stays the same, you know, this trade collects a fair amount of theta over the next couple of weeks, and so you do get a chance to extend duration. So I would call this neutral to bearish in terms of a put calendar, Diana Joe.
All right, good stuff, guys. We've got the breakdown coming up. We're going to take
I
a look
got
at
357.
the results, which are coming next week. We'll be right back.
I didn't buy any more. I ain't gonna go. Could've. Should've.
Stay connected to the markets.
We're at 310 now.
Tune in 24 hours a day.
See there, almost freaking hit the resistance.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
The 50 SMA.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
$150 loss
Whether you're
here.
an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of the platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Well, back fast market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on floor of the big board. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check on where market's at as we get closer to the bottom of this lunch hour. We've got a little bit of a lunchtime lull happening. The S&P 500 better by just a little bit more than 0.1%. Similar price action in the Dow over there in blue chips. NASDAQ 100 still has a gain of, it's right now 0.3% higher. Russell 2000 lagging today after being a leader throughout this week, off by about 0.5%. Shares Broadcom gaining some ground today after Oppenheimer boosted its price target on the stock on the view that there will be upside for its upcoming earnings and outlook. The analyst maintaining an overweight rating, so there is continued conviction here. You may recall Broadcom reports earnings next week. Time now for the breakdown. For that, I want to welcome in George Silla, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Broadcom and talking the fundamentals. A lot of people say this should be part of the Mag 7. We need to boot somebody out and bring them in, or, you know, call it the Mag 7 Plus. So how do we look at this one ahead of earnings, George?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, if you just consider the magnitude of this business, it's just tremendous. And Broadcom really started off as a semiconductor solutions company for networking and, of course, connectivity across multiple applications like mainframes, mobile devices, through, of course, things like Bluetooth and the internet. But it's really morphed really into a software infrastructure company as well. Not to mention the semiconductor solutions component, which is still their largest bread and butter business, about 52% of the sales, has really become a leader in ASIC chips, which are essentially application-specific integrated circuits, and they're becoming more vertically integrated over time, including, of course, things like infrastructure software, like network, security, observability, linking all of the mainframe applications alongside hardware, from data, if you will, to, of course, the edge cloud, mobile, as well as the enterprise mainframe businesses. But, looking at the stock price performance over the last year, it's been a pretty remarkable one, up 124%, and in the last 5 years, up 800% plus. So, for what it's worth, this company just continues to extend its order book going forward into 2026, and there's huge demand now for specific application circuits and integrated technologies. Just look at what's going on with Google, of course, competing with companies like NVIDIA, which are more standardized GPU and, of course, inference chip technologies. Now, if you look at the EPS estimates for the quarter they're going to be reporting next week, $1.87 in terms of EPS, up 31% year over year compared to $1.42 for the same quarter last year. And sales, $17.5 billion relative to last year at 14.05. That's higher by 24%. So they're expecting 31% earnings growth, 24% top line sales growth. And just going forward, if you consider that, for the quarter, they're going to be reporting around $17.5 billion. They are estimating next year's top line sales, this is consensus now, around $86 billion for the next fiscal year. So you get the idea of the context of the order book demand. It's growing quite tremendously on a forward basis. But again, you have to consider valuation and price action. Right now the stock is only trading around 40 times next year's earnings. And I say only, considering they're supposed to or expected to earn over 30% EBITDA growth. So from a PEG ratio standpoint, it's trading at greater than 1, but nonetheless, the market share position for Broadcom is expanding. And again, I think the theme going forward is application-specific chips, along with network and observability technologies and software, and that's where Broadcom really shines.
Let me ask you this. One of the things that we talked about for earnings this season has been around if there's a higher bar or a lower bar. It feels like for Broadcom, the bar might be higher. What's your take?
I agree there. I think the expectations are still quite high, but it comes down to the manifestation of those expectations. And again, I'm going to use Oracle as an example. If you look at last quarter, there was a 4 to 5 sigma move on that day. They announced that huge order book. That came from mostly OpenAI. Again, there's questions about whether or not OpenAI can even afford that. So what happened? The stock retraced quite considerably since that report. Going forward, you have to look at, for Broadcom, the actual order book from mainstay customers outside of OpenAI, include, of course, the deep pockets associated with hyperscalers. So NVIDIA is selling chips, Broadcom is selling chips. The order book is not extremely out of line, like, for instance, the order book expectations for Oracle. But nonetheless, they still have a large order book for 2026, quite a bit higher than this fiscal year.
Thank you, George. That is George Silla, Senior Market Correspondent. Have a great weekend, George. All right, let's get Kevin and Joe back in here for the example trade purposes. So this time, Kevin, you have the example trade in Broadcom. What's the approach that you're taking today?
So, you look at Broadcom, this company is nothing short of spectacular. The AI tailwinds are big. The VMware adoption, and its subscription-based billing takes some of the volatility out. But I'll keep this as simple as I can and say NVIDIA's down post-earnings, right? And this stock is clearly stalled here. So good or great might not be enough to have this stock go forward. So the trade I looked at, Diane, was something in the neutral to bearish camp, which means I'm going to calculate the expected move because they have earnings next week. What I did, I took the at-the-money straddle, trading about $31, took about 85% of that, so I'm at about $25 or $26. That's the way I looked at the one-day expected move. For that, I sold the 410, 420 call vertical. Took that credit and purchased the 1 week 360 put calendar. So this is a complex trade, short call vertical, long put calendar. I did that for about a 10-cent credit. So you're not putting out any capital, but you have to put out margin, right? About $9,900 because of the $10 call vertical. So this is a neutral to bearish play in Broadcom, simply because, Diane, NVIDIA's down post-earnings.
All right, Joe, I want to get your thoughts on this, and don't forget to do another plug for Market Outlook, Schwab Market Outlook next week.
Will do, thank you. So what's interesting about this trade, and I like the way that Kevin approached this by always starting off and looking at the expected move and using the straddle as a good way to do that. You can also use the expected move absolute value that you see on the swing trade page is a good way to do that as well. But that's kind of how we always did it, right? We always looked at it and said, where do we think this thing can go? The option market doesn't always get it right, but for the most part, that's kind of how they're pricing it in, is what that expected move will be. And if you want to create a position that stays inside that expected move, well, as Kevin mentioned, he initially started off by selling that call spread, realized that he could use some of that credit he collected to potentially put a little bit of a downside bearish position on that 1 week calendar. You can basically get the whole thing for zero money or about a 10-cent credit, which is, as he mentioned, it's not zero money because you have that money that's tied up in that call spread. But it's an interesting position in that if Broadcom does sell off, you actually can do fairly well from that downside calendar, and that call vertical will help finance that. And if the stock does move up, right, you don't actually have to have it go down as long as it stays below 410. Then this position can still do well. It's just an interesting way to combine what we would look at as a vertical spread with the time spread, and then kind of piece those together. So I like the trade, I like the potential for it, and I like the thesis that he used in that, hey, NVIDIA had blowout earnings, but what happened? You didn't get that upside move because either A, it was priced in, or B, now that we're starting to kind of think about, hey, when does this whole AI spend circle or spend circuit, start to turn around a little bit? And I think we're starting to hear, there might be some cracks in that AI narrative, and Broadcom wouldn't be able to escape that with expectations towards their earnings.
All right, that's going to do it for us today on the Fast Market. Don't forget to tune in every day next week, and also don't forget the Schwab Market Outlook. That'll be next Thursday, 7 a.m. Eastern, ahead of Morning Movers. I'm Diane King Hall, alongside Kevin Hayes and Joe Zola today. Download the Schwab Network apps in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Stick around, you've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of the platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
2025 kept investors on their toes. Now, get ready for the road ahead. Join Schwab's panel of experts on December 11th for 2026 Market Outlook, your guide to the forces shaping stocks, global markets, inflation, rates, and more. Hear from experts on where the markets may be headed, spot opportunities, and see what could drive your portfolio next year. Tune in on December 11th at 7 p.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Petalides at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at SchwabNetwork.com.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing, and of course, happy Friday. As we do check in on markets here, we are up in 3 of our 4 major averages. And of course, I'm Jenny Horn. This is Alex Coffey. I got excited about the market here, looking to close out about a pretty decent week. All things considered, we've been, not catalyst-like, because it does feel like the news cycle has kept us busy, but smaller companies reporting earnings, not a ton of economic data, but next week will be jam-packed.
Yeah, we're starting to get caught up, I think is a good way to put it. But right as we catch up, we're going to be disrupted by the holidays and the new year. And so the next maybe month of trade isn't going to necessarily be indicative of how the first quarter will go. But we're rounding that final turn. It's sort of button up the portfolio time and starting, to plan for the new year, I suppose. But, we've talked so much about the volatility in November and, oh my gosh, is this AI trade, starting to show cracks and things like that. We're 15 points from an all-time closing high. Earlier today when I was on with Sam Vadas, we were at a level that had we closed there, it would have been an all-time high for the S&P 500. So, all this to say, the headlines don't match the performance. The performance is a lot better than it's getting credit for.
I completely agree, and I feel like this is, someone said, one of our guests did call it one of the most hated or disliked rallies or really bullish markets we've seen in quite some time. I do feel like that somewhat is the overall depiction I would give of 2025. When you consider every time we get a positive piece of news, I feel like there's that sentiment that is so quick to shut it down, but markets have remained fairly resilient, all things considered.
Which makes it different than in some ways, and whenever I say that, I always want to stop and say, hey, this time's different. But it's not to say that. It's more to say, how can you simultaneously then say, not you, the royal you, that this is like everyone's all in, and this is such a FOMO-driven market, and leverage is super extended, and all these risks are out there. Bubble would be the word that's used. It's like it can't be hated and be a bubble, right? Maybe. Maybe it can. Maybe it's everyone's just given up, trying to, I guess, not be involved. And in some ways, I guess you could make the argument that that's sort of how November played out, where it was like the second that you started to see a little bit of weakness, there was like a tremendous amount of hedging activity. But because of that, one of my favorite phrases in markets is a hedged pot rarely boils. And so the second the hedges are on, it's like everything was fine.
That seems to happen every time we see the pressure that comes into this market. There's still a huge appetite for some of this dip buying, which we've seen, very much evidence this week. And there's also, I think, a lot of strong evidence that points to the continual resilience of the U.S. consumer. So we'll dive into all of these movers throughout the next hours. We'll kick things off with some earnings-focused stocks to kick off the show. And then we'll dive into Broadcom as well as Oracle. Broadcom reports next Thursday after the close. Oracle is Wednesday after the close. So 2 big heavyweights that we still have to get those financial results. Then we'll discuss Netflix, of course, kind of the story of the day, I would argue, because we've been talking about this story for quite some time, as we did finally get confirmation they will be acquiring Warner Brothers Discovery's film and TV studios, which was announced earlier today. We'll also dive into HPE's earnings, which this name was initially lower, and then we're now seeing things sort of pan out relatively okay. So in a session that has fared, we're up 0.2%, but it's recovered earlier losses. We'll also dive into consumer sentiment as well as SoFi for under 30, with some significant pressure today in SoFi.
Yeah, it'll be good to check in with Mr. Tillis on SoFi, because he's also warned us throughout the years on not necessarily SoFi in particular, but these names that are sort of transitioning to becoming more sustainably cash flow positive, profitable companies from maybe, in some cases, I think of a Joby, we've talked about these sort of pre-revenue, early stage hype stocks. They use the stock price appreciation as opportunities to capitalize on that and fund operations. So that's really the driver today, is SoFi announcing a stock offering. We'll get George's thoughts on that and more towards the end of the show. Let's get into some of these earnings, though, because big moves almost across the board. Surprisingly, we'll talk DocuSign third here. DocuSign, one that I will never forget the amount of volatility it has had in the past. By far the least volatile reaction of these 4.
I know, who would have thought that DocuSign would be actually the smallest move? Because maybe just it's also the least exciting from a report perspective, but nonetheless. So of these 4 names that we're starting our show off with, we do see All-time highs and a 52-week high for Ulta and Victoria's Secret, and then DocuSign as well as Sentinel One, both at 52-week lows. And so we didn't even do that on purpose, but that is a nice theme to start off our show. Looking at the Ulta, as we did see its first record high since March of 2024, now pacing for its best weekly performance since May of this year. The third quarter sales were driven by overall just share gains across categories, price points, as well as channels, and the company raised their sales comps and earnings guidance for the full year. Most notably, I thought, was comps raised to 4.4 to 4.7% of growth, well above the previous 2 to 2.5 or 2.3 to 2.5% growth that had been expected by the company. They did also, I think, really give some strong but cautious commentary for the fourth quarter, as we did see really significant Black Friday, Cyber Monday performance, as well as mentioning still the ongoing uncertainty. But management maintained this cautiously optimistic view of the holiday season, given how much still lies ahead, as well as just broader consumer pressures and, you know, the unknown. But Guggenheim applauded this strong quarter, noting net sales and adjusted EBITDA meaningfully surpassed estimates, and also added that gross margin expansion was far higher than expected at around 70 basis points year over year. So I've seen nothing but really praise regarding this report, and I think that when we summarize what we know from retail based on the consumer trends, you could say safely anything that feels like you're getting a good value, but there's also this degree of a more staple type of retailer, which I know is ironic, but Ulta is a place that sells cosmetic and beauty products, which I can't speak for everyone that is purchasing these products. It's something that, unfortunately, for myself, you have to keep buying.
And
Anybody in them?
Ulta does that's underappreciated is that they offer these type of products at various price points. It's not just a high-end like retailer. It's
we hit the 200.
A Walgreens or a CVS or a Walmart, and then just traditional.
I was sitting there taking a nap, and I had this dream,
both in one place, which allows
and my dream came true.
From consumers who are maybe finding their budgets to be strapped, and it also allows for those to graduate into maybe
what do you think about that,
more
boys?
expensive products without changing a behavior. They can go to the same e-commerce store footprint, or they can go in person where applicable, and then of course some of that partnership dynamics that they have with companies like Target driving this. But what stuck out to me is this stock's basically doubled.
Do you have any clue how much I made there?
You know what? It almost matches the performance of like an Nvidia. So we think of Nvidia as driving this market, which it has, and from a market cap standpoint, certainly it's created far more value in that.
I don't know how he does it.
Solely stock price, dollar for dollar, equal investments. Ulta has kept pace.
What do you think about that, Randy?
It does so with lower implied volatility, so perhaps a higher Sharpe ratio for those who have been involved. So interesting stock for sure. Now, let's talk
You were worried about it?
Secret, because
I was sleeping.
It's a very interesting chart. It's like a full circle type chart. As it's basically
Did anybody take
exactly
it?
back to
That's
where
my
it was about
question.
A year ago at this time, after a pretty
I need
brutal,
answers.
I would say not even a rough start to 2025.
I mean, no kidding. And we haven't seen all-time highs in this name since really it of course broke apart from L Brands years ago. So it's now
I seen that up and I said, shit, is this dream?
Better than expected third quarter earnings, and showed that really their turnaround plan is starting to
I think I need to take a nap during every trade I make.
exceeded forecasts. Saw this driven by strength in the Victoria's Secret and
I wasn't even worried about it.
And their CEO did highlight that this really is a reflection of their disciplined execution of their path to potential strategy, adding that they're well positioned for a successful holiday season. So CEO Hillary Suffolk had joined Victoria's Secret.
You sold it to break even.
And has really been trying to right size the retailer to bring it back in touch with its roots, as well as turn sales around. I mean, the path to potential strategy does also aim to
Slurpee or Ruffles?
increase their brand value by reducing markdowns and trimming.
You are old enough to trade, aren't you?
Redundancies, but as a result of that, we did see them raise their financial forecasts. Net sales now well above the prior range, and adjusted earnings also ahead of their prior outlook. Now, they did also say this includes the estimated tariff impact of roughly $90 million for their full fiscal year. That was better than the last expectation of the company, which was roughly $100 million. So, hey, saving $10 million somewhere, but all in all, really strong guidance. And again, this is a turnaround story, but hitting a 3-year high today.
Am I funny?
It's really, really crazy because we start thinking about just how much money some of these things are. I think a penny in Nvidia is like
Did you crack a smile?
$100 million. So it goes to show that there really is levels to this. But in the case of Victoria's Secret, peak to trough from like the middle parts of December, so about a year ago, the drawdown was something like 70%, Jenny. So the fact that this stock is now
He's
up,
middle-aged.
over the last year.
I figured you're probably about 13, 14 years old.
Also up now on a 3-year time frame. Like, investors
Does anybody know what a
go
triple
into
top
the
is?
New year, rightly or wrongly, it always helps when
That was
you're
one of the best
behind
dreams I ever had.
The move is behind a fundamental story, but with a lot more confidence than it was just 9 months ago when this stock, in some ways looked like, hey, is there ongoing business concerns? Like, stocks don't just drop 70%.
I was dreaming that I was in charge of a chat room, and
Yeah, that is.
I went to sleep on a trade.
I will say that unfortunately for them, I mean, we're in a pretty nice.
I came back and said, "Oh my God!" That woke me up. I saw that up. I said, "Oh shit!"
But again, there is something to be said about more of these niche retailers. This obviously focuses on.
I don't know how he does it.
Of the various, I would say, like undergarment and pajamas, as well as they also have beauty offerings as well. But you know what I think is
Oh
critical
my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine.
Online, of course. And that, to me, was what has driven me back to Victoria's Secret for the first time in about a decade, because it's just so easy to purchase on Amazon.
Yeah, and I do wonder if anybody's going to figure it out. I think Amazon's trying to with some of the things. It's like you check out and they're like, if you add these
Oh my
things,
darling,
add it to
oh
your
my
box for no extra
darling.
charge. Those have, but the traditional brick and mortar
Oh my
stores, especially
darling
if you think about some of these
Clementine.
type of stores, or even like an Ulta.
They
They put you in
on
line with a bunch of
forever,
kind of
my
lower priced
darling.
goods that are probably high margin. They try to get you to buy those sort of
Clementine.
convenience items. You think the grocery store, the candy section.
Works every time for me.
But it's hard to replicate that online. And I think Amazon's trying to with some of these different things. All that to say, you mentioned sort of the undergarment, the sort of the intimate section, I think. Isn't that what was recently strong in American Eagle, too?
It is.
Yeah.
Aerie. So Aerie was their 11% comps. So yeah, that's a great comparison.
So we're starting to see these themes emerge. Mall brands and apparently undergarments are bouncing back. Let's talk DocuSign, though, because back to the lows. Back to the lows it goes.
Yeah, so now we shift to these stocks that are unfortunately not bouncing back, and that would be DocuSign, as right now we are seeing, again, new 52-week low, tanked in earlier trading today. I mean, we're pretty much collectively lower on the session, though. Even after they reported some upbeat third quarter results, their revenue rose 8.4% year over year. Billings rose 10% year over year, with upside being driven by their stronger than expected early renewals, favorable renewal timing, as well as modest mix shift towards annual billings and a slight Forex favorability trend. So total customers rose 9% year over year. That was up from the 8.7% pace of growth last quarter. And these enterprise and commercial customers were also up about 8% year over year, which was a modest
Oh my darling,
from last
my
quarter.
darling Clementine.
Around $827 million at the midpoint for revenue, implying a sequential deceleration, though, to around 6.5% year-over-year growth. And Needham said that this revenue beat was modestly disappointing compared to the outperformance delivered for the previous 3 quarters. And so right now they're saying this lower assumption for early renewals and a cautious macro forecast is right now incorporated into their overall, total revenue expectations for the year. All that to be said, though, DocuSign is not the only company that does what it does. I mean, I'm not necessarily well versed on the ins and outs of the business model, but there are
Forever, ever again.
the success. And I mean, I've used so many different online signing mechanisms. I mean, it's just sort of like, they're all kind of the same.
I'm really happy you say this, because this ties into exactly what I was going to say, which is more of a question, and feel free to answer, or we can just leave it out there as part of the conversation. But I would put Zoom Video or Zoom Communications in this exact same bucket, which is these are 2 companies in my mind that are in some ways victims of their success during the COVID boom of some of these software stocks, because they grew so rapidly.
Thank you very
in terms
much.
of market cap, and the expectations ballooned so much that they became too expensive to be acquired. But at the same time, because of that, it then was like, okay, if you're a bigger company, you either make a deal with these companies to kind of license or use their software, which a lot of them did, or you start developing this technology in-house, because neither is that hard to replicate. Both
I don't even know how long I was gone.
Or a secure signature.
Anybody know how long that nap was?
So then you're left
I didn't
with
even look
now
at the clock.
these companies that could be competitors maybe have developed in-house some of this technology. Think Microsoft Teams with Zoom, and I'm sure there's others with DocuSign that I'm not familiar with that companies like Adobe or Microsoft have worked on. Now, what's more likely? A company like DocuSign or Zoom coming up with new business avenues and expanding their products, or these companies suddenly finding an interest in needing
11:46. Was that a half hour?
On their own to develop them. So I think they're in a tough spot.
I do too, and I completely agree. You were the first one I think that really got that idea into my head like years ago, where you're like, why wouldn't some just tech giant come out and buy this company? And obviously that didn't happen, but
they got too expensive.
They got too expensive. And we talk about this like effect of pull forward growth, which we saw from some of the hot tech names of the pandemic, but the pull forward growth also makes you say, was that really pulled forward, or was that just sort of a mechanism of the time?
It accelerated the adoption, no doubt, right? Like, I would doubt that the amount of work from home opportunities and infrastructure that are in place would be where they are now had it not been for the pandemic. And the same thing goes for like a DocuSign. Even though these are more efficient services, the world doesn't move that quickly unless it's pushed. And it was pushed because of the pandemic. But that to be said now, both these companies have value in the sense that when you're going to do a video conference, oftentimes, even if you're not using Zoom, you would say, I'm going to Zoom, or let's do a Zoom. The same way, you might say, oh, I'll DocuSign it, or send me it over in DocuSign, and you may never use DocuSign, the service, but it's not like Kleenex and tissues where you're actually at a store and you're faced with the choice, and you're like, oh, that's the brand I know, I'm just going to grab that one, even if it's 20 cents more. There's just no reason to need to use these services if they're the same, because I guess what I'm saying, the verb aspect doesn't actually bring a lot of value.
It doesn't, and frankly, I've now used so many of the competing names that aren't even publicly traded, but all the same. There's no consumer loyalty by any means to these brands, but
dollars and cents, right?
Dollars and cents, exactly. Now our last name today is Sentinel.
Unbelievable.
A 3-day winning streak.
That's what you are.
Basis, tracking towards lowest close since August of 2023. And narrowed its third quarter loss, posted revenue growth as demand did rise for its integrated AI security platform, but still reported a loss of 18 cents a share. Was an improvement on a year-over-year basis, but stripping out one-time items, adjusted earnings actually were positive at 7 cents versus the 5 cent expected. And they highlighted this shows the growing demand for their AI native security platform that combines various things like data, intelligence, and defense. But for the current quarter, they did give a forecast of $270 million in revenue. They also narrowed now their full year outlook to the higher end of their previous guidance.
I don't think you quite understand. That was sweet.
They also announced their CFO
almost $500 in my nap.
Role outside of cybersecurity, and their chief growth officer will be assuming the role on an interim basis. All that to be said, this name is making a pretty brutal move to the downside. We've seen. Actually, I would say, I keep calling it mixed, but I would say a lot of these cybersecurity names were disappointing on the back of these earnings. Now, SentinelOne's a bit different of a story, though, because we went into this report so much weaker.
Yeah, this is a situation where probably time will help, because the numbers weren't that bad, but they didn't. We talked about the story aspect to equity trading and investing. They didn't leave the street with a really positive story. The outlook was conservative, doesn't reflect a ton of upside, and then this abrupt exit of one of your key
as we pull back to the 200 EMA. Watch this. Jim in the midnight.
Lights and candles and dance on the screen. Risk and reward in the world so mean. But Jim just laughs, tips his old hat. He's got the moves. Imagine that. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too. Teaching fools like me and you. A work of art, his strategy's tight.
Jim in the midnight. SPX 6880s. Calls at $2. Get ready. There's the neckline. At $2.95. Do you understand? This seems like a risk, but I'm going for it. There's 340. Damn, how he does it. 350. You're now at 370. Do you have anything to say for yourself? It's unbelievable, Jim. How you jumped right in on that. Well, see the neckline over here, you see it? The inverse head and shoulders. I didn't see that, Jim. Then we had a hammer. 350. Good job. There's 410. Keep an eye on them candles, I'm telling you. Look at the hammer. Look at that. Oh, shit. What do you see here? Jim, I'm Marcia. I'm your next door neighbor. Is that a Head and Shoulders up by the 200 SMA? Should I go ahead and take my profit here? I think that would be a good idea, baby. You know what I'm saying? $4.20. Oh, you're such a wonderful man. You don't mind if I come over tonight and cook you a nice meal? 'Cause I just think you're a sweetheart. Well, I gotta see if I have time for you. I got all kinds of dates tonight. You know what I'm saying, baby? Right about now. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. $3.70. You're at the 200 SMA. What are you going to do? Exactly. You're right on, baby. 470. Study them candles. Now it's at 510. Damn it. Oh. No. This is bullshit. My gosh. No. Golly. Oh, shit. $6.80. I just left $420 on the table. So you understand why I like this trade so much? It's been all about hammers today. The hammer over here. So on the slash ES, you had a spinning top and a hammer. So the hammer candlestick is a powerful bullish reversal pattern with technical analysis of Washboardjim. Sneaky snake trading strategy that typically appears at the bottom of a downtrend and signals the selling pressure is exhausted and buyers are beginning to take control. Do you understand? Washboardjim in the middle of the night. He wakes up from a nap, and the man is incredible. $7.20. Oh.
I get the arguments in traditional sense, but like to me, it's like if those are your arguments, yeah, it's one thing if Netflix buys this and they're like, yeah, we're just going to cut every job and make this synergized. We just want the IP. Get it. But if they make some sort of commitment to keep these things ongoing, which it sounds like they're going to, like this sounds like the only company that could do this.
And that's what Bank of America said. Bank of America's put out a note and said if Netflix acquires Warner Brothers, the streaming wars are effectively over. That's a direct quote. Netflix would become the undisputed global powerhouse of Hollywood beyond even its current lofty position, which is basically what you just highlighted, Alex. They are already such a behemoth, and this would make them so massive that everyone else would just be a small fish.
Yeah, this will be interesting because I would right now say that just based on the administration and some of the regulatory approvals we've seen that this would go through. But hey, this has been an ongoing story that it will be, of course, much, I think, longer than, as we've said, it could take 18 months. This is not going to be over anytime soon. I'm sure the scrutiny also will just continue to mount as further details are somewhat continuing right now to see. So all that to be said, this is a really interesting story. Finally, we get some clarity on it about a few days earlier than we were expecting. So I'm thankful to end the week at least knowing that this deal is, at least in these initial discussions, as we did see Netflix offer that bid for Warner Brothers Discovery's businesses. Now, we'll leave it there for FOMO. We appreciate it to Marley Caden, host for the Schwab Network. Coming up next, though, we'll dive into the latest consumer sentiment as we are seeing a bit of an improvement, but still remaining at years levels low. So we'll discuss really what that means for the consumer going into the holiday season coming up next.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me, too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen.
investing. It's now time to discuss the latest move we're seeing out of HPE, which was actually initially looking like a weak spot, but now up about 1%. So joining us now is Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers. And so Diane, I will say the stock, has given up its prior loss. So we talked about this name, I believe, and it was looking a bit different than it is now. So, I mean, something is clearly resonating with the street today.
I know, I was surprised after our conversation earlier because I was, going to check on it during the lunch hour, and I was like, what just happened here? Because it was under major pressure at the start of the session, and it's made quite the recovery since then, and it looks like investors are at least showing them some grace. It was a mixed bag, and initially the read-through was negative. Shares had initially dropped more than 9% after the company forecast first quarter revenue below Wall Street expectations.
Get ready, here we go again.
Results for the trailing quarter, they beat expectations on the bottom line. Adjusted earnings came in at 62 cents per share. Revenue did grow 14% to $9.68 billion. That was a miss. So again, initially the mixed bag along with the guidance had pressure on the shares. They did talk about their forecast essentially being uneven. They say AI server income will dip in the near term as customers, and that includes sovereign buyers, major sovereign buyers, push orders into the second half of the coming year. They guided for revenue between $9 billion and $9.4 billion, which was actually short of what analysts were forecasting. I saw this note. This is a Barron citing J.P. Morgan Chase saying that concerns over the weak point may be overblown.
3 black crows with another hammer.
Made real progress in its transformation to a
We got the 200 EMA here.
including the near-term record on gross margin. So they like that, and the worries over its ability
200.
to navigate the memory cost headwinds.
63, the 200 SMA, and the 200 EMA.
To overlook the progress
That's
that
what
it's
I'm
made.
waiting
So it
for.
looks like investors are having an about-face, a rethink this afternoon when they look across earnings, cash flow, and backlog, which you did see some positives there, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really encouraging that we've been able to at least, write some of this.
2 hammers.
Today
This
from
might
a
be it
price
here.
standpoint. So appreciate it, Diane King Hall, host of Morning Movers, of course. And now to shift gears here into
Yep,
what
there
we're
it
seeing
goes.
right now from the consumer and discuss all things consumer sentiment. I'd like to welcome in Eddie Yoon, partner at Grayspace and the co-founder of
380.
Pirates. So Eddie, first and foremost, thanks so much for joining us on this Friday. We do know that sentiment did tick up slightly in December, but it does still remain deeply negative. And so even with all of the positive developments we've seen from these retail earnings illustrating the consumer's willingness to spend, what do you make of this dichotomy we're seeing?
Yeah, I think a lot of consumers are buying on credit and on borrowed time with that. And so I still look at the data as largely negative. Even though it did tick up, it's still down 20 points year over year. People are spending, disposable personal income is up, but people are doing
We're at the
so
9.
reluctantly, and largely because cash flow for consumers has not kept up with costs, right? So wages are up 20% since January 2021 per the FT, but food and shelter is up in the mid to high 20s, and unless you own assets, namely stocks, the S&P up 79% in that same time period, you're going to feel poorer as a result of all the inflation that's going on. And with layoff risks still remaining high, Challenger Gray shows up 1.2 million job cuts through the year to date, up 50% over last year. People are still scared.
Yeah, Eddie, I was reading some of the takeaways from a survey of consumers director Joanne Shu.
3 black crows.
Michigan, beyond the numbers to kind of see some of the internals. And it sounds like younger consumers actually drove a lot of this, which is good because, as you know,
With
in your
2
notes,
hammers.
the Gen Z
Almost a
consumer
dragonfly.
is facing a little bit higher, unemployment and job prospects are a little bit more dismal. But also, there's a 13% rise, according to the University of Michigan, in expected personal finances. So, although they're a lot lower than maybe they were a year ago at this time, perhaps we've started to see maybe the bottom of concerns in terms of things maybe turning the other way. Do you think there's any credence to that, or is it just the volatility of these surveys?
Well, I think
Sledgehammer.
you are onto something that the younger consumer in particular, who has largely been propping up a lot of the economy with their YOLO spending, they are making moves to, I think, shore up their cost structure, not just...
Came back and retouched the 63 in the
the first domino that we're seeing
200.
is that the shift from single-person households to more non-nuclear family multi-person households. And what I mean by that is almost 20% of people in the 25 to 34-year-olds are living with their parents. So unfortunately for parents and maybe for some of the young adults, they're moving back in with mom and dad and saving money that way. We've seen that multi-generational households, so maybe grandparents moving back, is tripled since the 1970s. And so, that first domino of household formation, going back to a more compressed household, is going to lead to a bunch of other things, namely any kind of baby and birthing related categories are going to struggle. And that's, a multi-trillion-dollar category that are kind of birth-dependent categories of baby products,
9 EMA,
pediatrics, minivans, education,
and the
whatnot.
21
And
EMA.
I'm seeing that other things that will thrive in this kind of new nuclear family situation is global pet care is going to thrive, as well as what we're calling the silver tsunami of senior-related spending, because that's a $3 to $4 trillion category, and those people have assets.
Yeah, and you took the question right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you about that. And so really, what sectors do you see standing to benefit the most from some of these significant demographic shifts, like birth rates, pet care, and senior spending, as you mentioned, booming, especially with these AI-driven products?
Yeah, no, I think you nailed it. Is if you look at the confluence of, stay away from anything legacy of, baby clothing, food, the classic kind of household formation is going to really struggle, but pets are going to do great. They're going to grow even faster with the advent of AI. There are companies like Spot On Collar that allow you to track your dog real time when they're out, roaming free, but still with an invisible fence. They are going to thrive in that era because you're going to have all these wearable devices that will measure pet health earlier than, the pet may even indicate. And then companies like IDEX, which is leaning into AI diagnostics for pet health as well, they're going to do great. That stock is up, 73% year to date. And then, other things that are kind of all senior related, some of them are, maybe obvious. Some of the big, cruise liners I think will do well with senior travel, but some of the non-obvious things where I do actually think things like the Tesla robotaxi and FSD will benefit tremendously as seniors are like, what, I don't feel comfortable driving, but I don't want to give up mobility.
We're at 480.
On these AI and autonomous solutions.
We hit the 21, so that's an exit idea.
Yeah, and I do think
Tweezer
it's
bottom.
powerful in that sentiment. So we appreciate it. Great insights on what we're seeing from the consumer and some of these evolving trends that are happening in real time, especially with these shift of technology and the really surgence of AI. So we appreciate it, Eddie Yoon, partner at Grayspace and co-founder of Category Pirates. Now coming up next, it's time for Under 30, and today we are discussing SoFi, which is seeing some significant weakness today, and also this week as we're down about 7% week to date. On some news that we're seeing a $1.5 billion stock offering.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the CBOE, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
This time we probably hit the 200 EMA.
Download the Schwab Network app and get
Prepare ye in the name of the Lord.
wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and
200 EMA right here.
the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to dive into an under 30 favorite, that being SoFi, as SoFi is stinking on a stock sale, pricing now about $1.5 billion in a stock offering. So joining us now for some more clarity on this deal and this news is George Chillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. So George, seeing some weakness today, I mean, how much is this just, the overall market, and how much is this stock offering?
Well, obviously, the most of it is the stock offering. I'll give you some numbers in a sec. But I think in the context of the market too, Jenny, there's a part of that here with SoFi, which, has still done extremely well this year, considering even though the stock has been down over the past few weeks or so, it's still up over about 68, roughly speaking, percent on a year-over-year basis, or in the last 52 weeks. But, we talk about this one often, and one of the things we talk about
Hammer.
in the context of this company, as well as many companies, is profits matter. SoFi is now profitable, and I think that speaks to why the stock is higher over the last 52 weeks by quite a large margin. In context of that, they are generating a profit margin based on a trailing four-quarter basis of around 19%. They made around $640 million on $3.3 billion in sales, and this is important because if you just back up or rewind a couple of years, they generated only $2 billion and they lost $340 million. So it's a complete turnaround in terms of financials.
Man, I fucking missed that one. I didn't take it.
Especially in the past 6 quarters or so. Now, the other thing we always talk about, too, is what happens to businesses that are trading on the stock market. Well, they issue stock. And we saw that again here with SoFi.
I'm kind of wanting to see if it would touch this 200, but it didn't.
54.5 million share of common equity. Roughly, it's around $1.5 billion. And essentially, they're doing what they're doing, which is financing, selling general administrative expenses, but also expansion. So they're going to being issue equity. They're bringing in cash, and essentially, they're going to be using those cash monies that are coming in to, of course, for capital expenditures, technology enhancements, and growing their business. This is what healthy companies do. And I do think, again, this is a secondary offering that is healthy relative to the total market cap, which right now is around $35 billion. So if you look at the percent change today, considering 54.5 million shares relative to the 1.16 billion in common equity in the free float, it's around 4.9%. So let's just round it up to 5%. So about 5% of the move right now is the secondary. You increase the supply of something, price comes down. That's normal. But again, some of the other drawdown today or price moving down is everything else. Maybe noise around the market, maybe some rotation. But at the same time, Jenny, too, the market in the last couple of weeks really hasn't done all that much. So again, it just might be a distribution of capital from one stock to the next, which again is more noise than anything else.
George, you think there could be also maybe a little bit of a premium on this into the selling on the surprise factor? I mean, you just talked about it. It turned the corner to profitability. This isn't like some new age business. Banking and lending has been established as something reliable for like thousands of years. I was surprised to read this.
5 minutes to 2 o'clock.
Well, look, I think you're right. Finance hasn't changed in thousands of years. The nature of banking hasn't changed, the core nature of banking. Financial instruments have evolved over time. I think the business itself is expanding in multiple horizontals. You have to think about personal loans, credit cards, mortgage, insurance, investments, crypto trading. And the reason I'm bringing this category up, crypto trading, is I do think that part of the move to the downside that we're seeing in the past couple of weeks is a function of what's going on in the crypto markets, because SoFi is still a growth company. Growth areas of the equity complex and also growth areas in non-equity complex like Bitcoin aren't trading very well. And so I think some of the movement today is a function of it being a high beta growth area of the financial ecosystem. Outside of that, like I said, the movement today might be down because it's Friday, but also because it was a little bit of a surprise on a Friday, and that could add to some of the selling pressure we're seeing today.
Okay, yeah, and I think that a good place to leave it and a good way to put some of the pressure we're seeing today. Appreciate it, George Tillis, for all of that breakdown. And Alex, as we do check in on markets very quickly here, we are pretty much ending the session where we started, or excuse me, ending the show where we started, as we're still higher in 3 of our 4 major averages. The Russell, though, are laggard, down about 0.1%. That'll do it for us for Next Gen Investing for today and this week. We have the watch list coming up next.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
2025 kept investors on their toes. Now, get ready for the road ahead. Join Schwab's panel of experts on December 11th for 2026 Market Outlook, your guide to the forces shaping stocks, global markets, inflation, rates, and more. Hear from experts on where the markets may be headed, spot opportunities, and see what could drive your portfolio next year. Tune in December 11th at 7 p.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Petalides at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at SchwabNetwork.com.
This time I'll get my wish. Falling wedge. 1, 2, 3.
It's 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we are live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We've seen a little bit of swinging around, but I do see that we are holding on to the green here, and we have a big show for you today. We're going to look at all the action today and look ahead to 2026. International markets, that could be something in focus. We'll widen our scope and look at some of these emerging opportunities. And Anthony
There it is.
Scaramucci standing by
Boom.
to break down crypto. Solana is in his sights. Don't forget,
270.
He loved Bitcoin years ago. Made a lot of money if you took his advice then. Why Solana now? And he'll tell us about his new book. Our panel will break down the state of inflation. We got our PCE data, also the Fed cuts that are expected. Now, next week and going forward. And here's a look at the markets. Of course, Netflix has been front and center as it gets that win to take over Warner Brothers. Looks like we're going to have the second straight winning week in a row. The S&P's at 6873, up 16 points, up 0.25%. The Nasdaq's up 0.5%, 25,687. The Dow is up 1/3%, and the Russell pulling back 3 points. Oil and gold are mixed. Oil is higher and creeping higher. A lot of talk about Venezuela. Keep an eye on what's happening with oil above $60 a barrel. 42.39, down $4 for the gold troy ounce. And Bitcoin risk
Saw
off
something
today,
there.
down 4%, back below 90,000, 89,225. And the 10-year bond yield keeps just moving up ever so slightly, now at 4.14. Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market, Schwab Network, is with me, and we are looking at some names in the news. Ulta Beauty hitting new all-time highs. Tell us about that.
Hello, Nicole. Yeah, Ulta Beauty came out. Remember, their expected move after earnings was about $35. The move is double that. That's how, and it wasn't just a beat on earnings. It was, same-store sales growth, 6.3% versus 3.2%. Gross margins higher than expected at 40.4%.
Another choppy day.
Earnings per share was a good solid number, $5.14 versus $4.60. But here's where it gets real interesting. They lifted their earnings per share, the guidance for the entire year, to over $25, between $25.20 and $25.50. That's up from $24.50. So they raised that about 5% in terms of the overall earnings. So this was a beat. This was a raise. This was a better guidance. And you see, remember, Ulta can really move on events because it doesn't have a big float. It's only got about 40 million shares out there. So it can really move. And you're seeing that happen today, Nicole.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then, these other retailers, did you want to add anything about some of the other retailers?
Oh, Victoria's Secret having equally similar day as they beat. Their net sales were a 9% increase, so they're having a really good day as well. As it turns out, the U.S. consumer that everyone was so worried about, and everyone's worried about, the U.S. consumer is out there and they are spending these numbers. These retailers are putting up spectacular, Nicole.
Understood. All right, let's turn our attention and talk about the Fed and some of the data that we've been getting in. I mean, we got in PCE, we got in sentiment, and next week, and all kinds of jobs reports, different ones. Let's talk about what you think the Fed is thinking here.
Earnings out for next week. Some big names like Broadcom and Costco, Lululemon on Thursday, Adobe and Oracle on Wednesday, Synopsys.
Inverse head and shoulders.
But that is not what is going to drive next week's trading, Nicole. It's going to be the move by the FOMC. It's going to be Jerome Powell's press conference. It's going to be the summary of economic projections. It's going to be, does Jerome Powell do a hawkish cut, or does he start guiding for more cuts in 2026? That's why I think the fear of a hawkish cut is what's making the 10-year yield drift a bit higher.
Yeah, sales are coming in heavy.
But Jerome Powell, which gave us a hawkish cut at the last meeting, let's see if he does that again Wednesday. That's, I think, going to put some volatility in the market, Nicole.
Kevin Hanks live at the
You might keep a tight stop on this one.
Great to see you. Now we take a look at the bigger picture. Joy Yang is with me, head of product management at Market Vector Indexes, taking a look at the big picture. I mean, let's just start with right now, today, what we've been seeing and the look ahead.
Yeah, we're finally getting some economic data. But the markets aren't surprised, right? So we're seeing quiet market volatility today, just waiting for new news, waiting to see what the Fed's going to do next week. But I don't think there's going to be any surprises next week either. So I think we're looking for our Santa rally. And I think investors should step back, look at the bigger picture, because we've just come off 2 back-to-back years of over 20%, and it looks like we're heading into a 3rd year of double-digit returns. So that's extraordinary, and it's not normal to have high returns, low volatility. So something's got to give. Either returns got to come down or volatility has to increase.
I mean, can this bull market continue? I mean, I see Deutsche Bank has 8,000 for the end of next year, and there's a lot of between 7,000 and 8,000 targets. Your thoughts on
About ready to break
to
resistance.
continue? We have 3 years of a bull rally. Can we go 4? You think that's more likely or less likely?
Well, anything's possible. The AI story is real, but there's still a lot of risks on the table, and it's just we don't have clarity whether it's Fed policy, tariff policy, global tensions. Those are still all risks out there that investors need to price in, and it's not clear they have. And gold at 42,000 is telling us there are still some very visible macro risks.
4,200, right? And when we look at that, I mean, there are people who have gold going to the upside. Particularly, I mean, there seems to be some geopolitical concerns, particularly with Venezuela. Oil's creeping higher. I mean, every time we have a geopolitical story, at the time, gold, silver, and copper all hit record highs in the same year. That was back in 1980, and we had geopolitical concerns then, and now that's what we're seeing today. I mean, this year,
so
you know.
Gold, silver, equities up, that's not normal.
Right, exactly. So, you know, for AI names, do you like some of the AI names? Do you buy them on pullbacks?
So AI story is real. I mean, these are amazing companies, and I'm sure they will have amazing impact on productivity. But let's be cautious that price still matters. And we just heard Dollar General, Dollar Tree up 20%.
So great, yeah.
So we care about price. When we go and shop online, we're looking at price and value. And investors should do the same when they're looking at their investment in stocks.
And emerging markets also stand out. Do you like that for the new year?
I mean, that's the one place. If you look at the counterparts to AI names, whether it's NVIDIA or Amazon, and you look at their international counterparts, you know, whether it's Tencent, Alibaba, they have much lower valuation, and there is an emerging risk being priced in, but year to date, China, Korea, Taiwan, they're all up much higher than the U.S. markets with lower valuation, better price. So they may be a better alternative if you're looking to kind of discount this U.S. volatility that may happen in 2026.
I mean, maybe they're under allocated. Do you think that's the case? Is that what you're saying? That if you don't have any, just make sure you beef that section up in your asset allocation?
Absolutely, because we're talking now about, you know, allocation to gold at 20% from JP Morgan, and even Bitcoin 4% allocation from Morgan Stanley, and it's now Bitcoin ETFs are open on Vanguard platforms. So there are lots of pockets of alternative assets that haven't, you know, been allocated to because we've been so focused on U.S. exceptionalism, and we're overweight these U.S. names.
And you have some sort of picks or representations of market vector examples of something that people can look at that could be actionable that they could look at, right?
Yes.
Tell us some of the tickers.
We're looking at what we call the crypto heat index, because it's measuring kind of the market fear in the
$3.10.
So it's telling us right now that
Let's go.
After kind of a few months of on the upside of fear of missing out, we've reached the downside of fear of losing out. So people are selling fast because the fear is on, but they may be overselling, and that's an issue where it may be a good time for investors to look at coming back into some of these underallocated or oversold positions.
And you have market vector India, Vietnam, domestic versus some of the global stories. You know, all China. You know, there was a time that people were really adamant about not investing in China. Then it became sort of a disconnect. Some people loved investing in China, and some liked, you know, international or emerging markets ex-China.
Yes,
where does China fit in?
I mean, we were talking about China being uninvestable at the beginning of the year, and now look at the performance and look at the number of companies that are listing on the Hong Kong exchange, where they have better governance and better regulation. So there are definitely pockets of Chinese stocks that, you know, are still good value and may have less risks around some of the Chinese economy or sensitivity to Chinese growth. And the same example we can see in Korea, where at the beginning of the year we're looking at Marshall crisis, and a lot of people ran out of Korea, and now Korea is the top performing market out of all the countries.
And you were talking about picks and AI picks and shovels. I mean, just other ways to do AI. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so again, Taiwan is an interesting place.
Right.
TSMC has, a predominant share of the market. You're not going to be able to build out AI with some of these companies that are.
We're between the 9 and the 21.
Market. So look at those markets. There
So that's a
is,
squeeze
again,
factor.
Emerging market discount for some of the political uncertainty, but those should be priced in the same way we should be pricing in some of the political and policy discounts that need to be assessed for U.S. companies.
We break the 63, boom.
Fiscal discipline. You see a lot more of that internationally, or what?
Well, look at emerging market bonds this year. These are companies that have really locked down their debt problems and issues and restructured and refinanced, or being much more conservative than some of our developed market counterparts. Look at the debt levels in the U.S. and Europe, and look at Japan the last few days, which they're now starting to raise interest rate. And
there we go, 330.
Impact on some of this carry trade and liquidity around the world.
What do you think about what we're seeing with inflation versus labor and what the Fed may or may not do?
Okay, so the Fed definitely has a difficult
Now, come on, what's going on here?
Markets have a difficult job in reading the Fed, so this is conflicting data. Certainly inflation has been so resilient, and it's not coming down as quickly as we would like, and the labor data has been delayed and it's noisy, so it's really difficult to kind of read into one data point. But we're looking at trends, and we're looking at who's going to be in the Fed chair next year also.
Yeah, that's a big one. And a final quick thought here. I mean, Bitcoin too. We're going to be talking to Anthony Scaramucci shortly. I can't wait to speak with him. I mean, he was so early on in Bitcoin. Now he's all about Solana. Has a new book, Solana Rising. And so some people, had FOMO and they were chasing Bitcoin. And then it was going to 127. And now it's, barely holding 90 today. So do you have thoughts on crypto?
So I'm very excited to hear the next conversation also.
Thank you. It's so nice to meet you.
Crypto is a nascent asset class, right? So you're going to have different tokens and different crypto assets within that universe that have all different kinds of use cases. Bitcoin is a store of value. Solana is essentially a layer or an application layer that really has valuation and fundamentals. So, looking at these technologies in the different segments is a good way for investors to diversify into this space.
It's so great to see you. Joy Yang, Head of Product Management, Market Vector Index.
We're at $3.30.
Coming up, Options Corner, Rick Ducat.
We're about to hit the 50.
Options activity from the day and recent news on Southwest, BP, and the industrial sector ETF.
Boom! 340. I'm up $70. Contract. 350. Yay! I feel like I'm just trading by myself. Let's get to $4. Damn it. Put shit on me.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started,
That sucked.
Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more.
Back to my entry.
You can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities.
Well, they brought that down.
Matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. Time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. Rick Ducat is with us, lead market technician, taking a look at a few names. As Southwest Airlines, for example, has been higher today. Did cut its outlook. You did find a trade, took a bearish stance. Could you explain?
Yeah, you know, this is one of those situations that I feel like often confounds newer traders. You have the situation where the company's cutting their guidance, but you see a sharp rally in the shares here. So, you know, what happened was that they revised their outlook based on a weaker demand from the U.S. government shutdown, an increase in fuel costs to about $500 million for the quarter before interest and taxes here. So we also saw Citi initiated coverage with a neutral rating and a price target
210.
Which is roughly where we are now. But on the other counterpoint here is that air traffic was at record highs. Thanksgiving was the highest TSA screening number ever, about 3.1 million people here. But when we look at the chart, we're kind of stuck at a resistance level. We're at those old highs, and it seems like one trader is thinking that perhaps things will not work out for
What
us
happened
both
here?
in this case. The trade in question plus 22,000, January 16th, 35 strike puts at an 85-cent debit. So that's a pretty darn big trade, both in terms of the number of options as well as the dollar amount here. So that equates to about a $1.8 million debit paid here for this bearish opening play here. And all three of these trades are opening trades. The volume was greater than the open interest for all three. Days out, 42, so a little over a month. The break even comes in at 34.15, so about a 9.5% move to the downside is where this one would break even versus an 11.3% expected move roughly here. Max losses that debit paid $1.8 million here. Notably too,
Tempted to get out of his trade even here.
54% of the total options volume in this symbol at the time I checked here. So also it was the sizzle 7.3 times the 5-day moving average of options volume.
All right. Well, and as you noted, we're seeing it at 2-year highs, and so this bearish trade comes in. Tell us about BP, which is reportedly in advanced talks to sell its Castrol lubricant
I just
business
dropped
to
it.
Stone Peak. What are you finding in the options
Been
market for
a
this?
few trades like that this week.
An $8 billion deal. Seems
Well,
like
they just
there's
kept-
a lot of news of these big deals going on today in general here. But yeah.
But they come
so
back
if you
real
look at
good.
An auto parts store, it seems like half the stuff there in the lubricant aisle is made by Castrol here. So this would be a pretty notable sale here. So now though, what we saw here was a trade that was more bullish. This is an opening trade here. Once again, simply just buying the option. In this case, we're buying calls though. Plus 10,000, March 26, 38 strike
Volume
calls
picks up
at a
real good, and
131 debit.
it's like the buyers just stop.
$1.3 million debit paid in this case, a longer duration as well, 105 days out here.
And let the sellers have their way.
When we look at the max profit, it's unlimited, of course, as is the case for long calls in general here. Max loss would be that $1.3 million debit paid. Break even, 30.31, about a 6.1% to the downside or so, versus the expected move about plus minus 13% for that option series. So this trade would be, certainly within the realm of possibility here. And once again, this trade was very notable, not only for its size, both in contracts and dollar amounts here. The total volume for this symbol
Tempting to get
was
out of
only
it.
about 16,000 contracts last time I checked here. So this trade alone was
But I'm gonna give it a little bit more time.
Volume here. So it can be very interesting to look for these outsized plays in names names that typically don't see this kind of activity here because it suggests very high conviction on the part of someone out there with the capital to make a play on it here. So that's why I like to find this type of trade here, the ones that really stick out in a market where you wouldn't normally see them.
All right, and the XLI, when we talk about the industrial sector, has been a winner. What kind of trade did you find?
Yeah, so this was a bullish trade here once again, and this is on an ETF, so not really a lot of specific news headlines that go along with this ETF in general. But if you look at the chart there, you can see it's been moving sideways in a rather tight range for about a third of the year or so, almost half the year. And we can see that that 156 level is where it's looking to break out above that point here. The top holdings in this ETF would be GE, Caterpillar, Raytheon, Uber, GE Vernova, Boeing, and UNP, United Pacific. So those are some of the big names that this trader seems to be looking for some strength in here. So this trade in particular, plus 7,050, March 20th, 161, 175, call vertical at a 255 net debit here. So 1.79, almost $1.8 million debit paid for this long call vertical here. Break even 163.55. So that would be excuse me, that's incorrect there. 163.55, yes. So that we can see that would be where we would be looking for the break even to come in here. And with this one, we would have the short strike there that limits our profitability there. The trade-off is that you pay less up front. And, you know, really the trade has to stop somewhere here. So nothing goes up forever there. So picking a point at a more extreme price level would allow you to defray some of the cost of that option. And then you could also, you know, have a target where you'd be looking for some kind of exit there.
Okay, Rick Ducat, great to see you. Thank you so much. Coming up next, all about crypto. Anthony Scaramucci will be joining me. We'll talk about not only Bitcoin, which he picked years ago, but his eyes on Solana. In fact, we'll talk about his new book, Solana Rising, and why there could be some great opportunity here. We'll explain. We'll be right back.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques.
Numbers all over the map.
Price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back. We're taking a look here at some of the movers on Wall Street, and we begin here with Paramount Skydance, which is one of the biggest losers on the S&P 500 after losing out that big bid to acquire Warner Brothers. Now, Netflix won this Warner Brothers bidding war with a cash and stock offer valued at more than, well, $80 billion. It's 70 plus. But we have to see what happens and if they get regulatory approval. Netflix will acquire the movie studio and HBO Max streaming service as part of the deal, but they are getting pushback from Washington. DocuSign moving lower today despite a third quarter earnings beat. Wedbush is calling DocuSign the guidance conservative and also lowering the price target to $75 and maintaining a neutral rating. Right now, I don't want to waste a moment. Our special guest, Anthony Scaramucci, founder and managing partner at Skybridge Capital and strategic advisor at AlphaTon Capital. Thank you for being with us. Great to see you, Anthony Scaramucci.
Good to be here.
First of all, congratulations on your new book, Solana Rising. I think it's #1 in the investment research category. Why now for Solana Rising?
Yeah, it got to #1 in new releases on Amazon, so thank God for that. But I think Solana is one of the more interesting stories in crypto because it's an easy platform to use to eventually tokenize assets. And so you report live from the stock exchange.
There we go, back to almost even.
Think, Nicole, that we're going to be tokenizing.
So I'm at that trend line
over the next 3 to 5 years, and Solana is a very inexpensive, very fast, does tens of thousands of transactions per second with great finality. And even though we're in a little bit of a crypto swoon right now and a correction that started at the beginning of October or mid-October, I do believe that this is going to be one of the big stories over the next 5 years.
It hasn't really recovered in the same way that we saw Bitcoin, trying to make a comeback from the highs to the lows. We're not that far off the lows, but you were the one, at least one person who really liked Bitcoin very, very early on. And we saw Bitcoin go to 127,000. There was a lot of FOMO. It has since pulled back. I'm going to ask you about Bitcoin and what your outlook is there. But why Solana now? Is the value right here at these levels at 100, when you say 132 or so, is this the right time to get in?
Well, listen, I do believe so. I mean, it's a volatile asset, and so if we were having this presentation 3 days ago, it was 144, and so it's definitely a volatile asset. And so we at Skybridge
opens back down to 725
into Solana over the years. But the real question is there going to be use cases and utility on the blockchain? We believe the answer to that is yes. And then what are some of the easiest technologies to use on the blockchain to create that utility? And for me, and I write about this in the book, Solana hits all those metrics. Developers find it easy to use. If you go to a Wall Street firm and you interview CTOs, you say, well, you're eventually going to tokenize the publicly traded company, the stock of the publicly traded company that you're working in, or if you're a brokerage firm, you're going to eventually use tokenization to trade stocks and bonds. What would be the leading candidate and what token would have the most market share? We here at Skybridge believe that it would be Solana. So yes, it hasn't recovered as quickly as Bitcoin. We're sort of
we got a megaphone pattern,
which basically means any cryptocurrency other than Bitcoin has been in a bear market for the last 6 months. Bitcoin has actually held up reasonably well, given what's gone on in other aspects of the market. And I just think this is a function of having a great year last year with very high expectations for this year, Nicole. And you've been around the market a long period of time. Some people were over-levered going into October when the president put out that tweet related to the rare earth minerals conflict with China. And that tweet, of course, was on October 10th. We saw a massive correction and a massive deleveraging in the space. And so I think it's going to take a little while for these coins, these tokens to heal from a market's perspective. But I like the fundamentals long term. And if you believe, like I do, that you're going to get 1 to 2 rate cuts over the next 4 months, I think there'll be a buoyant market in 2026.
These candles are huge.
Investors can take advantage of.
Yeah, people would like
All of a
that.
sudden.
There would be risk on. That would be great for crypto. You talk about, it being a strong utility and actually challenging some traditional payment systems. What would that be an example of? What would it be challenging, Solana? I know you said using it to trade stocks and bonds.
Yeah, I'll give you two easy.
But what would it be challenging?
Okay, so I'll give you two easy examples. There are now Solana-based stable coins. Circle has one, for example. I believe eventually they'll sit on your wallet inside your phone, and you'll have dollars on the Solana network that you'll be able to transact with retailers or restaurateurs. And so if you and I walk into the restaurant, we're going to pay for the meal, I'll be able to use the phone, get the wallet address of the waiter or the business owner, and move money B2B to the owner without going through the credit card system. That would be one example. A second example would be, and this really dates me, Nicole, but when I joined the industry, when I joined Wall Street, it was T+5. So it took 5 days to get a stock into your account. Now it's T+1, but with Solana, if we could take those securities and put them on top of the layer 1 contract known as Solana, it would be T+ minutes, and I guess if you really want to be cautious due to all the regulation, it could be T+ a couple of hours, and it would end up in your account, and it would be done at about a 90% discount of cost of what's currently going on in the marketplace. So I think these technologies will eventually be adopted and used, but we will need some
there's no support right now at all.
The U.S. government, and I think those bills will be
There's
passed,
resistance levels.
By the end of the first half of 2026.
And as you said and have noted, I mean, you have Paul Atkins and Trump who have been on board with crypto and watching regulation there and trying to move it forward. And Democrats and Republicans alike have agreed that this administration has been good for crypto. When Larry Fink spoke recently, he was saying, he sort of, I guess he still likes Bitcoin, but he felt like maybe he got in at the wrong point. But to your point, you still, and like Larry Fink, you both think Bitcoin goes higher, but it's all about the tokenization. And you used the example of even now the tokenization to trade stocks and bonds. I mean, does this replace exchanges? Is it half and half? Is it just a small portion? Or is it in addition? How big will it be?
So I don't think it's going to replace the exchanges any more than computer programs replace the exchanges. Maybe there's less people on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange today, but that stock exchange is as vibrant and as more liquid than ever before. I just think rather than going through the DTC and the different administrative agencies to clear stock transactions or bond transactions for that matter, you'll be able to clear these over the blockchain, a fully transparent ledger system that will make it cheaper and less expensive. But I do believe that the exchanges will exist, but this will just be the methodology that they use to do these transactions. You brought up Larry. Larry spoke at Andrew Sorkin's Deal Book on Monday. I saw him there with Brian Armstrong, and he's more or less saying what I'm saying. And I think his point about Bitcoin is if you're a Bitcoin holder and you got in, anytime after 2015, you do feel late to the party. Having said that, if you believe what we believe, that Bitcoin gets to at least half of the market capitalization of gold, there's probably a 10x opportunity in Bitcoin over the next 5 to 7 years. It's just going to be whether or not people can stay the course, because Bitcoin is volatile, and a lot of loose holders got shaken out of Bitcoin this year.
Right, that brings it to $1 million, the 10x, right? Basically, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
When it gets store of value and it really continues to grow and bounce back. I mean, what do you think about something like Strategy, which now is just a terrible chart? You feel badly for the folks who are invested in it. Michael Saylor's been obviously touting all this. Are people using this as a hedge? So maybe buying Bitcoin on one side and hedging or shorting this on the other side? What's going on?
Well, I think that's definitely happened, and I think some of the short sellers like Jim Chanos, although Jim has said that he's closed his short position, hit the stock hard. I think there's a wrong assumption, and I'll just say, and this is my opinion, people look at that and say, okay, well, if you get that negative flywheel going where Bitcoin drops in value, it's going to put enormous pressure on Strategy to start selling. And of course, what Strategy did in the last 2 weeks is they displayed on their balance sheet $1.4 billion. And Michael Saylor's message to people is, listen, that's more than enough interest rate coverage on our bond portfolio, our preferred portfolio on our balance sheet. So to me, I think that shored up the stock. You can see it sort of blipped up a little bit once that stuff was announced. But yeah, listen, you know, it's a levered bet on Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin's going down, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on Strategy.
And I know you also have Ethereum and Avalanche. I mean, you also have exposure to those other areas. I just would love, like, maybe your thoughts on the markets overall. I know majority of your holdings are really in crypto at this point. I mean, do you have S&P 500 target?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we own a lot of S&P. Remember, I also have a fund of hedge funds that we have over $1 billion in. I would just say, and this is the only danger with what I'm saying, is I hate when I'm in the consensus, Nicole, because when you're in the consensus, sometimes the consensus, the trade is already on and people get it wrong. But I do believe there's going to be a period of excess liquidity in the markets.
That's the way I feel.
From the Federal Reserve and the potential new Fed chair. And I also believe the Trump administration, due to midterm strategy, frankly, is going to find ways to apply and put more liquidity into the markets and the overall economy. So I'm not saying there won't be a hangover from that 6, 8, 12 months from now, but I think the next 3 to 6 months are going to be quite good for the market. And so we're cautiously optimistic on the market right now, and primarily due to the Fed. You know, don't fight the Fed, and the incoming Fed chair, whoever that's going to be, is going to be Trump and interest rate friendly.
Right, and that's probably going to be Kevin has it, but we don't know. We don't know. Just a final thought.
I want to state for the record that I think it's going to be Kevin. I know where the poly markets are, and he slipped a little recently, but I think he'll get the nod.
Right, Kevin has it, not Kevin Walsh. Right.
Yes.
I get that. And just maybe a final thought on Solana Rising. I know you did a lot also for your clients to really explain to them.
He looks a little tired.
Final thought?
Well, I mean, listen, the final thought is if you want to learn about the blockchain and all things related to it, this is a great little introductory book to it. And I think you'll learn that simple is better. And one of the great genius app ideas around Solana is that it's just using existing computer science technology to develop that protocol, which makes it very easy to use and very cheap to deploy for transactions. And so those are the reasons why we like it a lot here. And to your point, Nicole, I thought it was very important to write it down, not just a research paper, but a more fleshed out book, which explains the story of it and how it fits into the overall ecosystem of Wall Street and the future of finance.
Buy Solana now, Bitcoin $1 million, says the Mooch, Anthony Scaramucci. It's always so great to see you. And by the way, you, Joe Kernan, and my mom all have that January 6th birthday. So
there you go.
Great. So I'm definitely.
Well, I appreciate it. I want to be in the same category as your mom. I'll just state that for the record.
Well, you know, I don't know. It's going to be tough, but, you know, all good. And Merry Christmas to your family as well. Great to see you. Anthony Scaramucci, founder and managing partner at Skybridge, and also Alphaton advisor. And we'll take a look at the outlook for AI. We'll be right back.
You got a nice setup. Can you help me? Come on, get up here. Please. We need a breakout. The Met get to 63. I've liked all three of these reversals here. All four. Three of them for sure. Been hammer day. Hammer, 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 hammer.
You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
And we're at resistance now.
Invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Come on,
Trade
break
with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. We have Joe Hagener with us, CIO of Astrozoa Capital Management. Thank you so much for being with us. I do want to talk about AI and all that. At the same time, I'm seeing that there's talk now for SpaceX to have its IPO in 2026. It's aiming for late 2026 IPO. I mean, what do you think of Elon Musk and Tesla and SpaceX? I mean, is this all sort of going and probably going in the right direction?
Well, I've been in the industry long enough to know to not bet against Elon Musk. I'll just say that. So although you know, the monetization plans and the economics and financials of SpaceX are somewhat opaque, and you know, the future earnings profile is sort of anyone's guess at this stage, I certainly wouldn't be short that stock. Let's just say that.
That's a fact.
Understood. What do you feel about overall the AI arms race? I mean, when you think about some of the names, do you think there's a bubble, or do you think there's really some great companies here?
Yeah, I think especially last month we got a pretty healthy washout.
Not
there was
again.
a fair amount of skepticism and cold water that was poured onto some of these hockey stick projections as it relates to the data center and the capex spend. I think that was kind of a really healthy flush out. And you know, if you kind of zoom out, right, I think everybody's in agreement that AI is a real thing. It's going to be akin to somewhat of an industrial revolution 2.0. The key thing that we're watching right now, though, is the sustainability of earnings, right? The picks
The
and
way these are
shovels
going
trade
down, just super
versus
unusual.
Kind of longer term post adoption, what do the earnings profiles look like for the companies that stand to benefit the most? Which is why we're kind of rotating out of the picks and shovels and into some of the non-tech companies that stand to benefit the most, kind of like banks, insurance companies, where there's going to be meaningful enhancement in productivity and streamlined operations. And
I haven't seen nothing like this in a long time.
I mean, when you think about China, and you know, we still have what goes on with China, and we did hear Scott Besson say things are still in place for what they've decided with the U.S., the plans. I know we've had a lot with the chip makers back and forth. What about the China story?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting phenomenon what's going on, particularly as it relates to AI in China, right? It's usually the inverse. Usually China is the black box that keeps a lot of gated kind of IP, if you will. And it's somewhat the opposite now, where a lot of the AI models out of China are open source, and they're dramatically more cost effective and efficient than some of the models that are being built out that are gated and proprietary across these large and mega cap companies in the United States. And it was an interesting article that was being circulated around a couple of weeks ago. You know, a lot of these kind of Y Combinator startups are actually leveraging the Chinese models because they're that much more efficient and cost effective in building out their companies. So that could be kind of an interesting dynamic as we go forward. You know, how big is the moat for OpenAI and Anthropic, et cetera, Perplexity, versus
I think AMD's at my
support
support.
Marketplace via competition.
No.
Right, understood. I mean, when you look at what's going on here also in the energy part of the
204.
story, that's also of interest to you. Are there opportunities there for investors? If so, how?
Absolutely. I think that's probably one of the most interesting or kind of underdeveloped spaces in the market right now. Solving the energy problem as it relates to, you know, how we're actually going to support this this infrastructure build out on a going forward basis without kind of crumbling our existing energy infrastructure. There's an enormous fiscal tailwind behind that trade as well, right? The administration is eyes wide open that this is a glaring pocket of the market that needs, kind of critical support. And we've seen a ton of announcements lately out of the current Trump administration as it relates to actual fiscal stimulus and subsidizing these efforts.
Also, when you look at the yield curve expectations, what's the story telling you? And really, we've been seeing the 10-year yield creeping higher. It was 414 a short time ago right now. What's going on with the yield curve? Does it tell you a story?
Yeah, I think so. I think, your last guest, Anthony Scaramucci, kind of hit the nail on the head as it relates to the timeline here. In the somewhat near to intermediate term, there's a relatively healthy backdrop with the enormous amount of stimulus coming down the pike. I mean, we're getting fiscal stimulus, we're getting kind of tax rebates and refunds. In conjunction, we're getting rate cuts, and financial conditions are going to be quite a bit looser next year than they have been in 2025. And all of that kind of sets up a backdrop for kind of loose conditions and kind of more aggressive risk taking and the availability of credit will be probably a little bit looser than in actually years past. And particularly if we get a lot of volatility around the Fed and kind of infighting or at least differing opinions within the Federal Reserve itself, we would imagine we would continue to see the long end of the yield curve continue to back up and the yield curve to continue to steepen, which would actually be a net very positive thing for the banking sector.
Yeah, understood. I mean, do you have any picks or one actionable piece of advice for an investor?
I think now is a pretty good time particularly now that it's December and we're kind of at year end, it's a very good time to sort of rebalance the overall portfolio. There are a lot of trades that have done quite well. I mean, the literal picks and shovels, right? The Caterpillars of the world that are up 73% in the last 6 months, trading at 31 times earnings. This is a pretty healthy time to kind of take profits and reduce concentration risk in some of the names that have somewhat exploded in value and kind of rotate it into some of the pockets of the market that are still, going to benefit in the next 12 months to maybe 18 months as they adopt AI and it makes their way through the earnings profile and the quarterly earnings profile. We also quite like, if you're a little bit more of an aggressive kind of growth-oriented investor, we think as AI continues to get adopted, biotechnology and cybersecurity in particular are going to be absolutely critical with really amazing prospects over the next couple of years.
All right, Joe Hagener, CIO, Astrozoa Capital. Thank you so much. Astrozoa Capital Management. Good to see you. All right, we're going to get the latest on the inflation data and how the Fed may be looking at some of the backwards numbers. They're not getting jobs till after the Fed meeting. Lots to talk about: inflation, labor, and more.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day.
This is
Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Been a long squeeze here.
Stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists.
This is unusual action.
Ins and outs of
Again, at the end of the day.
No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
10 minutes to power hour.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab.
Well, there it is, ready.
Market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
The market makers have been really acting weird here.
Welcome back to Watch List. Nancy Davis, founder of Quadratic Capital.
I'm watching his tape.
Chief economist at Alliance Bernstein are both with me to take a look at some of the recent economic prints that we've gotten in. We did receive the PCE print, and really looking at inflation, it was a backward-looking, delayed September data. And the takeaway here is that it was basically lower than expected. It didn't show a lot of inflation. What did you think, Nancy?
Yeah, it was the September data, so we have to keep in mind it's really pretty stale at this point, given it's December. It was kind of a sigh of relief going into the Fed rate decision next week on Wednesday, because for 4 periods prior, PCE was accelerating, and this was a deceleration. So I think this is really the green light to tell the Fed, cut. And I think the question is, what is the guidance going forward from Chairman Powell in the Q&A and during the press conference? How kind of hawkish or dovish is he going to sound, especially in light of the government shutdown period, because that's not picked up in the PCE data.
I'm about even here.
And then
Again.
Also, Eric, what do you think here? I know you were looking at that. You're less worried about inflation. What's on your mind?
Yeah, look, I don't think there was any real new information in the PCE print today. We already had the CPI for September, and it's backward looking. The question going forward is some combination of how much the labor market is weakening and how sticky prices are. The reality is that as the Fed goes into their meeting next week, they don't have current information on those things. The best we can figure from the data that has been available despite the shutdown is that things don't look very much different than they did over the summer. And that means that the Fed gets to choose. And so the market is left guessing based on what the Fed has said rather than what the data has shown, and that's just generally not a healthy place to be. The good news is that we should get the data starting to roll in, and as we move into next year, the data will tell the story.
Nancy, what do you think are the bright spots of the economy?
Good question.
Well, I do think volatility, the cost of owning protection in portfolios, whether you're looking at interest rate volatility, which is what I focus on in eyeball, or if you're looking at other types of volatility, the cost of owning volatility is super low, and I think that's an opportunity for investors, whether you're bullish or you're bearish. The market's kind of giving you that protection at very, very low rates. So to me, that's kind of a screaming buy to say, look, we don't really know, especially with the interest rate vol being as low as it is. I mean, Nicole, it would probably surprise you, but interest rate volatility has fallen about 45%.
VIX is back down again.
Silicon Valley Bank, and that just took place in 2023. And really, you know, if anything,
Double bottom.
on the fundamentals, you would think interest rate vol would be higher, not almost 50% cheaper. So I think that's a real opportunity for investors to be thinking about, especially in their bond portfolio.
Understood. And then when we think about economic growth or some of the catalysts going forward here, Eric, what works, whether it's in equities or just the big picture story, what drives things?
So what has been working is investment in tech spend and things that look a lot like artificial intelligence. You know, we don't get a specific data point that says this is an AI investment. But if you sort of aggregate together the things that look like AI investment, it's gone up to something around 7% of GDP, a little north of there. A couple years ago, it was 4% of GDP. So there is clearly a lot of interest in this. There's a risk that there might be overbuilding, that there might be spare capacity, but at the same time, there's an opportunity there. This is a potentially transformative technology, and investment is flowing into it. So that is what
Let's go.
has been
Let's
working.
break it.
You know, what we always say in this business, past performance is no guarantee of future results.
I want to make the money.
Be aware of the risks there. But if you're looking for
I'm almost even again.
That is the brightest bright spots right now.
Understood.
See, then it gets to a resistance.
The consumers show resiliency, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the flip side, just to take the
I
counter
love
to
you.
what Eric was saying, is, you know, AI is kind of the shining light in financial markets, but I think we have to think longer term. The Fed does have a dual mandate, inflation and also jobs. And I don't know about you, Nicole, but I hear about companies every single day cutting jobs because of AI, because of that productivity boost. So I think you have to think longer term about the implications with the Fed cutting rates, inflation expectations being extremely low, and the possibility that certain companies are going to lay off, 30% of their workflow with this productivity boost. So we're going to have a reduction in human capital, which could be a jobs crisis. So I think that's the counter to the AI. Obviously everyone's focused on the good side of AI and productivity, and financial markets are
Now we're
seeing,
doing it.
rose-colored glasses.
Finally.
But I think we also have to be thinking about the Fed cutting rates. They might need to have to cut rates not because of inflation decelerating like what we saw today with the PCE, but because of the jobs market and because of what the destruction is going to happen on the human capital side.
Jobs market.
Well, it's great to see you both. Nancy Davis and Eric Winograd, thank you both so much. Really interested in what the Fed says next week. And is there dissenters? Or I can't wait to hear, the real breakdown. Wanted 50 basis points.
I'm at resistance.
Great to see you both. Thank you so much. And we'll continue to watch the story of Paramount Sky and Netflix lower. Netflix
Boom.
the winner.
Finally.
The Warner Brothers bid. Warner Brothers continues to gain traction. And right now, the Dow's up 163 and the S&P's up 0.25%. It's a winning week on Wall Street. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalini.
Boom!
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab.
This has been a real good week. Now we got a double top. Either sell them here, which I'll be happy with what I got, because I got a lot. No, I don't like that. We're going to come down and bring it back down again. Better not. There we go. Now. Okay. I know I'll frickin' sell them and it'll pop $1. So, fuck it. I've been in this trade way too long. George! Should I sell? Jim, wait for the double top. Oh, there's a triple top. George. Nicole. Oh, Nicole. 250. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, you know they'll pop. Out at 240. Anybody else in it still? Or is anybody in it at all? At 68, 65s, you should be looking good. What? It must be, oh, you're in a put? Randy. Oh, I'm done. I'm about wore out. That last trade got to me. I was in it for like an hour and something. We're in power hour. These suckers drop. There you go, Randy. I'll wait until a half hour before I jump back in. If I want to. I mean, I know it's been a rough week for some of you traders in here. It's been a pretty good one for me. Especially in the last month. I've applied a lot more patience, and I've stuck with, stuck with my trades. Only had one bad one this week. The volatility seems like it's been my worst enemy, but yet my best friend. And last week was another one that had a lot of volatility. But this one's a little bit different. I got one of my jobs, they put new carpet in the, and if anybody knows about when new carpet goes in, like on a concrete floor, when they pull up the old concrete, they got to do a little bit of sanding, get all that glue and flatten things out. There's a lot of dust. I'm going to spend probably 6 to 7 hours doing one job where it only takes me 3 this weekend. So I might start it tonight. Or get up early in the morning and just spend a good 8-9 hours in there and get it real nice and tidy.
did say that plans for integration, what bundles actually look like, will be coming later, but it's expected to close in 12 to 18 months. And so then this then gives way for all the scrutiny over this deal. We've already heard from the White House, a senior administrative spokesperson earlier today did say to CNBC that they're going to approach with heavy skepticism. And so the skeptics, like I was seeing this interview with Rich Greenfeld, who's a Lightshed Partners co-founder, said it's very expensive, and this is likely to weigh on Netflix in at least the long term, saying this is going to hurt. There's no doubt.
An essay on cats and art history. I'm an art history major, and this final.
A boy went back to Napoli because he missed the scenery, the native dances and the charming songs. But wait a minute, something's wrong, 'cause now it's hey mambo, mambo Italiano, hey mambo, mambo Italiano, go, go, go. Mixed up a Siciliano, all you Calabrese do the mambo like a crazy with it. Hey mambo, don't wanna tararella, hey mambo, no more mozzarella, hey mambo, mambo Italiano, try an enchilada with the fishy bacala, and then hey Rumba, I love how you dance Rumba. But take some advice, paisano, learn how to mambo. If you're gonna be square, you ain't gonna go nowhere. Hey mambo, mambo Italiano, hey mambo, mambo Italiano, go, go, Joe. Shake it like a Giovanna. No kiss it, did you get happy in the pizza when you mambo Italiano? You don't have to go to the school just to make it with a beat bambino. It's like a vino. Kid, you good looking, but you don't know what to go do. Hey, mambo, mambo Italiano. Hey, mambo, mambo Italiano. Ho, ho, ho. You mixed up the Siciliano. Hello, quesadilla. You get happy in the pizza when you mambo Italiano.
But
Look at her
it's
arms.
just,
God, she looks so skinny.
From several years ago.
And certainly, and you bring up a really good point too, that the world had to pivot to being entirely online, and it's not that way anymore. In fact, a lot of the companies are demanding people are back in person, and we are seeing a pivot back to how things were. But one company that is not struggling today is Ulta. We had another really positive retail earnings report come out from them. I think their shares were
That's right, baby.
last time I looked.
Yeah, new all-time high today for Ulta shares, as we are seeing the first time it's been able to touch now a record high since March of 2024. So this is a pretty big move. I mean, it's also seeing its best weekly performance since May of this year. Third quarter sales, though, driven, overall, huge strength from price points to channels, and also seeing strength across their various categories. I think comps were the most notable raise as far as forward-looking guidance that they gave, because they did raise their sales comps and earnings guidance, but comps now were raised to 4.4%.
We're now at 80 cents.
Well above the around 2.4%.
Boom on your puts.
And the guidance does really reflect what they said was a stronger yet cautious outlook for the fourth quarter, with really strong Black Friday, Cyber Monday performances, and also, again, a holiday season that is going to, they expect to see some consumer, more discretion as far as spending, but there is some cautious optimism. And net sales rose, almost 13%. This is showing its resiliency right now in a retail environment that there's going to be very much the clear winners and the clear losers. And beauty does have a great resiliency in times of economic uncertainty. And I will also say, because Alex Coffey was mentioning this earlier on our show, that I was just curious the price points of Ulta versus Sephora for like accessibility. $25 to $45 is the average cost per item at Ulta. Now at Sephora, it's almost double that. So that goes to show it is more, right now on average, the more affordable option.
And it really interesting too, I like when they put out the reports, we get to see some sort of the category breakdown, that fragrance was their clear driver, their clear winner. What? Fragrance, followed by skincare. Not surprised by skincare, but fragrance I was very surprised by. That was the leader for Ulta in terms of all of their offerings. It was fragrance. So, hey, I guess a lot of people like perfume.
What are they buying? I'm like, what kind of fragrance? I'm so behind trend. I'm like, well, what kind of fragrance is everyone buying?
We'll figure that out off air. Yes, but let's talk about Victoria's Secret, another positive earnings report. It's sort of been like
Victoria.
They've just done well across the board. It doesn't matter if you're a more premium, a more mid-level, a more low-level brand, if you're Dollar Tree, everybody's done well.
I know, and it has felt like we were so concerned about all of these numbers going into the last several weeks, and it's been really, I think, the shining star of this market. And we a lot of time give Tech all the credit. Retail has been a standout. I mean, we're seeing Victoria's Secret really show signs its turnaround is underway. Sales rose 9% year over year, as their CEO did say the results do reflect this disciplined execution of their path to potential strategy, saying the company is, to quote her, well positioned for a very successful holiday season. So their CEO did join Victoria's Secret last year. She has been trying to bring them back in touch with their sexy roots, to quote her. That was a little not my word, but so the path to potential strategy is also aimed to really grow abroad. Victoria's Secret trying to expand internationally, but there's a lot to like here, especially right now, also giving a tariff impact estimated at around 90 million, which was less than the 100 million that they expected just a few months ago. And I also think, so I like to assess the trends of retail, right? Like yesterday we did hear, or now I guess 2 days ago, is that Aerie of American Eagle was their brightest comp spot. You saw comps at Aerie was 11%. And so that very much is in the same world as like Victoria's Secret. So obviously the resiliency there as far as like undergarments and whatever she called was their sexy roots. I loved that.
We'll just call them unmentionables.
Yeah, I didn't know how to phrase that, so I just went for it.
Go with what they go. We'll go with their vernacular. Jenny, thank you for breaking those stories down for us. Have a great weekend. That's Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen. I think I'm going to send it back to Sam in New York and find out what we have coming up next in the show.
Well, Molly, we're going to be looking ahead to next week's Fed meeting and trying to figure out the Fed's rate path for 2026. We'll be right back here.
Oh, God. You're a dick. Jimmy doesn't like you.
Investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
Sounds extremely nice.
Ladies live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
314.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles.
Okay, if we break this again,
value, income, and more. Best of all,
or we're going to have one more pullback. We had a triple bottom.
It's interactive learning at its finest.
I wasn't paying attention. I think I should have jumped in that 60 cents.
And start learning today.
Randy, you take your profit? I know you did.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects.
68.72.56.
Subscribe free free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Molly Caden in our Chicago headquarters. We're just one bell away.
Room, I'm feeling insecure today. I don't think you love me anymore. Oh, your PC crashed on you? This one here goes up.
With USA Safe Pilot, I can save when I drive safely.
To Michelle.
Never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone.
Those days are gone.
Living alone. I think of all the friends I've known. But when I dial the telephone, nobody's home.
All by myself. All by myself. All by myself. By myself. Oh.
Sometimes I feel so insecure. And love so distant and obscure. Grief makes the cure.
You know, I've actually slow danced to that song, and it was 7 minutes. I ended up spending the night with that chick. I wasn't by myself anymore. Can anybody tell me who sung that song? You're right, Eric Carmen. All by myself. Michelle. You trying to insinuate something?
Or do we have another segment of that coming our way?
Boom, Randy.
Well, 5% is really almost nothing in terms of consolidation. You don't have to go down 20%, but 5.
I'll take it.
10 and a little bit above 10 is something that really gives the market a little bit of a breather. But I think that what you saw was that the market was nervous. It came down a bit, and then when the odds of a Fed cut went from 30%, which people were thinking maybe we aren't going to get one at all this year, to now we're definitely going to get one. That put the animal spirits back and sort of the wind behind the markets back.
I just want to
to dig into perhaps your Christmas shopping list here. STX, Seagate. I'm fascinated by the memory space at the moment. In fact, as I'm looking just across this space today, everyone seems to be having a pretty good one. You've got Micron up at 5%, Western Digital is also higher. Just talk us through, what you're seeing as far as this sort of subsector right now, because it's been such a big focus of this whole AI story.
Well, it is. And,
It is a big deal.
It has been very volatile. And so some of these names you get a chance to buy them cheaper. Seagate and Western Digital, which essentially make the same thing,
NVIDIA
were up very strongly and then pulled back. The leader in the market is Seagate. They have a technology called heat-assisted. Oh dear, I lost the hammer. Heat-assisted. Look it up. Boy, that's terrible. Heat-assisted magnetic recording. At any rate, they have a 2-year lead over their nearest competitor, and they are able to drive their margins. And memory is just needed to be able to do these AI types of applications. And so the demand exceeds the supply. And that's what you want to be when you're running any kind of a business. And that's what the attraction is for these.
That's right.
So with some of these other AI plays, and certainly in that space we have seen it come, under pressure when we did get this rotation out of tech. But we are seeing AI being our biggest driver to the upside
PLC.
or to the downside. What do you think that means for investors as they're trying to manage risk right now, especially as we come into the important, portfolio rebalancing end of the year?
Okay, here we go.
I think what it means is that people have to be very careful and diversified in their selection. Sorry for the dogs barking. You always get a delivery, right?
Man, you're just a mess, buddy.
These names and companies are leapfrogging each other and competing with each other and making acquisitions and deals. And so the news that's coming out is changing very rapidly. And
I thought I saw one right there.
Changing very rapidly. So, to have an outsized position in any one of these companies, you're going to capture a lot of that volatility. But if you can stick with the quality names that are leaders in their business, you will be able to sort of diversify some of that risk away. So it's a lot of opportunity, but I think that you need to be more broad-based in the exposure that you take.
Thomas, we are a dog-friendly network here, so we don't mind barking. I'm just wondering, what else seems to be on your radar at the moment? Obviously, we've been paying a lot of attention to Carvana. This stock is also up today in trade. We were tracking the earnings that we got a couple of weeks ago as well. I'm just taking a look at this chart here. My internet is failing me right now, but year to date, it's having a pretty good run, up almost 100%. Why do you have it on your shopping list right now?
It's none of your business.
This is a company that's just a prime example of a digital disruptor in a industry.
Get to talk about NVIDIA.
Online used car business, which is 37 million units, and they have about 1 million. For them to get to 3 million, which is what their goal is, would be a very strong compound growth rate, and they get there through pricing and through margins. And the reason that they can do this is because they have gone through a rough time in terms of their business and getting their business in order. They've had to fix their balance sheet, they've had to fix their operations, they've had to really focus on their ability to source their vehicles, to provide them to their customers quickly, to have good prices, to recondition those vehicles. These are all capital intensive and business intensive things.
I can't hear you, sir.
Behind them. So what is ahead of them is to capture that unit growth and the margin expansion that comes with it.
Thomas, we appreciate you taking the time on this
I couldn't hear
Friday
you.
afternoon to be with us here on Market on Close. That's Thomas Martin from Argent Capital Management.
The dog was barking.
Next, we'll be joined by the CEO of Legend Biotech, a company that focuses on developing cell therapies for cancer. Market on Close. We'll be right back.
Come on, man. This is a vicious dog. Okay, we're at 70 cents now, the 68.80s. Jimmy's getting ready again. Rodney. 226. Let's go for the big runner here. Tell me when. Some position now. 68.75s. I'll get 3 contracts. At 140. Right about now. Can you give it to me?
Don't stop when the market day ends.
Please.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Get ready.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Boom, boom, boom.
Sometimes you know,
boom.
You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive
Technical
learning at its
analysis.
finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Technical analysis.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market at Close. I'm Marley Caden alongside Sam Bottis in New York. Earnings season is winding down, but next week we still have a couple of heavy hitters. Broadcom will be in focus on Thursday after the close when the company is expected to report EPS of $1.87 on revenue of $17.5 billion. Shares of Broadcom are
The happy trading song.
so far this year and hit an all-time high just last week. Quite a setup to go into earnings, but they are not alone in terms of the earnings slate we have for next week. Tuesday, we'll hear from Campbell's, AutoZone, Designer Brands. Wednesday, we've got Chewy, Oracle, Adobe, to name a few. And Thursday, we'll, of course, have Broadcom.
We're at $1.90.
And Costco, also Toll Brothers reporting next week. So while it does feel like we're getting
Marley,
into the end
sorry,
of the
but
season,
I have to
still
cut you
lots
off,
of names,
baby.
lots of recognizable names to report still. And we'll have those earnings for you, of course.
Although
here
you
on
do
Schwab
look pretty
Network.
nice
But with
today.
that, I do want to send
And
it
I
back to Sam
have a
in New
different
York for our
attitude
next
about
guest.
you now.
Thanks so much for that, Marley. Let's bring
When
in
we
our
first
next guest.
met,
I'm joined by
it was
Dr.
like,
Ying Huang,
I couldn't,
who is the
I
Chief
can't,
Executive Officer
I
of
won't.
Legend Biotech.
But now,
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Ying.
you've grown
Look,
on me.
You are in the business of cell therapies for cancer, specifically Carvykti,
I
which
want to
is
let
the
you know
trade
that I
name
love you.
for something that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce. But can you sort of talk us through exactly what you do in this
Navidier.
Absolutely, Sam. Thank you for having me. And
We're at 195 from 150.
Treatment that is for multiple
Tweezer
myeloma.
bottom.
It's a cancer of white blood cells originating from the
Uh-oh.
bone marrow. So Carvykti is now a second-line
Shit.
treatment approved by the FDA, and last quarter it brought in $524 million, which is the single largest quarterly revenue for any CAR T therapy.
Right.
Technical
This
analysis.
is sort of your crown jewel.
Analysis.
Your gem, you could say, because you have raked in $524 million like last quarter, 84% growth as far as the revenue from Carvicti.
Back to
I'm just
150.
wondering, you're yet to turn a profit. You've continued to see a net loss here, and you have been talking about the fact that you do believe that you are likely to turn a profit in 2026. I'm just wondering how you plan to prioritize that profitability.
Triple bottom.
Yes, as a biotech company, as you know, there's a
My
lot
printer's
of
talking to me.
but we're committed to turning Carvicti to a profitable franchise this year, along with our partner Johnson & Johnson, who
I
co-promotes
don't know
this
why,
drug with
but
us.
it is.
And the next year, we're also committed to turning the whole company
No.
into profitability. So that is our commitment.
I really don't want it to
And
break this
obviously driven by
support.
the growth of Carvicti. And right now, if you look at Wall Street consensus.
Well, this
the
might be my
consensus
second
estimates
losing trade of the
$1.9
week.
billion in global sales for Carvicti this year. So that will drive us to that profitability.
Okay. You say in your last earnings you treated 9,000 commercial and also clinical patients here. Can you just talk us through where you're up to as far as commercial
Technical
momentum
analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, up to now, we have treated already more than 9,500 patients to date with Carvicti. And going forward, we are expanding our global footprint. Today, Carvicti is now available in 14 markets worldwide, including the United States, reflecting very rapid adoption across second-line multiple myeloma patients and beyond. New commercial production at our Belgium facility in Ghent significantly expands our manufacturing capacity, also positions us to meet the growing worldwide demand for Carvicti.
Oh,
So
gosh.
just established, obviously, a lot of your revenue and what you do is
I didn't
driven
add.
by the strength and the demand for Carvicti.
Now we're
This is
back to
really
160.
driving your numbers here. Is there any concern out there, and I know I've seen some investor notes around this, worries about potential product concentration risk, that this is, the thing that you're basically putting all your eggs in one basket with?
Well, as any biotech company, we are committed to research and development and also to improve our R&D pipeline. First of all, Carvicti is a product that's a pipeline by itself. Originally, Carvicti was approved by the FDA in 2022 for late-line treatment for this cancer. Last year, both FDA in the US and EMA in Europe approved Carvicti as a second-line treatment. We and our partner Johnson & Johnson are also conducting 2 global phase 3 trials in bringing Carvicti into frontline, newly diagnosed multiple myeloma patients. Beyond that, we're also conducting a lot of research, including research in CAR-T treatment for solid tumor, and also research in allogeneic off-the-shelf treatment, and most lately in vivo CAR-T.
Okay, so along with J&J, you very much are leading the way in this space. I see that you've also got an R&D center in Philadelphia, which is new. So you're in a bit of a sort of very much a high investment sort of type of period right now in your business. Can you sort of talk to us about that R&D center there in Philly?
So, as you may know, Philadelphia is in fact the birthplace of cell and gene therapy, because the first ever CAR-T patient was Emily Whitehead, who received this CAR-T therapy at UPenn. We decided to invest in downtown Philadelphia for a brand new R&D center, because we think that we can tap into the local talent pool and also a lot of academic science breakthrough from UPenn and other universities around Pennsylvania. We just moved in this brand new 31,000 square foot research lab on downtown Philadelphia, and we're actually investing into cutting research into this field, for example, in vivo CAR-T research.
Okay. Can you give us a sense as far as your corporate strategy about any more of your sort of commercialization plans, anything you do to, anything you're doing, I should say, to push ahead with more scalability here, or any of your, I suppose, global footprint expansion plans as well?
So we and our partner Johnson & Johnson are committed to investing.
I'm still in them. We're at 165, 150.
Going into 2026,
I'm just going to see if we're going to break this wall. I don't know if we will.
10,000 doses of Carvicti to provide this life-saving therapy to patients.
We got the right shoulder right here.
To invest in both the U.S. and also in our facility in Europe.
So if we touch it and then bounce up, I think we're going to break. Okay, here it is.
Of Carvicti to provide this life therapy.
This is the sizing decision to stay in the trade. Yes.
Excellent stuff. It's
Very
been an
good.
absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for your time today,
Now
Dr.
break.
Ian Kwong. It was great to get to know your business, and congratulations on the earnings
Break
as
it.
well. That is Dr. Ian Kwong,
Break
who's
it.
the Chief Executive Officer of Legend Biotech. I'll send things back over to Chicago with Marley for now.
Thanks so much, Sam. Coming up next, we've got Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to take
Trump
a look
speaking at
Southwest
3.
Airlines after it
Yeah, he should have by now.
due to a dip in demand from the government shutdown and a spike in fuel prices. Yet shares hit a new 52-week high today. That's next on Market on Close.
Kick off the morning with the data.
There it is, right shoulder.
Moving markets.
Been completed.
Morning Trade Live breaks down the
Now we're going to find out.
driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
And it is Friday, too. It might not do it.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more.
We could sell it at
Best of all,
155,
you can ask questions
and it won't be a losing
directly to an
trade.
education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching
160.
and start learning today.
All by myself.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying.
Well,
who's
Randy's,
selling,
you know what? I wish I was
and
58 again.
Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by
I'll be
Ameritrade,
65 in
giving traders even more ways to
2
sharpen
months
their
and 2
skills
weeks.
with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome to Schwab
Yep.
Network, where real-time market
And I hear people passing away.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
172. Here we go.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting
63 years old, 65, 67.
same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
I'm just glad I didn't party like a lot of my friends did.
With speed, accuracy, and precision.
Because they're all
One of the most
in
important
bad
things
shape.
is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here. going
My
into
best
earnings.
friend
So,
says I
that
got
would be
5
further
years to live at the
downside
most.
areas to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live.
And if he had an operation, he had a 3% chance, 5% chance of coming out of it okay. So he said, no, I'd rather take the 5 years.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Shares of Southwest Airlines hit a new 52-week high today, even after the airliner cut its outlook due to a drop in demand stemming from the government shutdown and higher fuel costs. The company did say in the filing that bookings have returned to previous expectations following the government shutdown.
Come
Now,
on.
It's time for Options Corner. Joining us here, Rick Ducat, our lead market technician here on the
I had
Schwab
other
Network.
friends
To take a
pass
closer
away
look
at
at
45,
Southwest and
50.
some of this somewhat unexpected movement. Oftentimes we see any sort
55.
of negative condition and we see a move to the downside. We did not get that performance from Southwest today.
Yeah, one of those situations that can really confound newer traders, where you think that this would be more of a negative news, but sometimes it can be the bad news is out there. Perhaps it's not as bad as people feared. It can lead to these types of situations here. But really, though, we can see a rapid.
Okay, we're getting to the volatile stage. We've got 20 more minutes left,
airline kind
and
of,
Jimmy doesn't like it.
here, as well as LUV specifically.
We
Now
didn't hold
almost on
support.
par with its,
This was the
XLI
second
industrial
touch.
sector, as well as the S&P. And when we take a look
So we'll see if this was just a
airline companies here.
The
You can
fluke.
see that, you know, Southwest is once again the standout here, leading the pack here. You know, varying degrees of success or failure here. AAL and JetBlue.
Yesterday I was down on that one I
Always
took
a
at the end of the
tricky
day,
sector, a lot
about
of factors at play here in general here. I did
30
notice,
points,
too,
and end up
it
being
seems like
a
travel
real
demand is
nice
quite
trade
strong.
in like
The TSA screened 3.1
30 seconds.
million individuals, the
There's
highest
the
number
triple
ever in
bottom.
history, in one day during the Thanksgiving holiday. So it seems like people still have an appetite for travel.
It's certainly, and we are hearing that, you know, in some of the earnings reports that we saw, that people are still traveling, particularly in the premium category.
I now
as
control
well.
6
But when we look
contracts.
specifically at just Southwest, knowing that they are one of the top
150 and
performers,
110.
the top performer in the airline space, you know, what do the technicals show us?
So there is one kind of crucial thing about this rally that we've seen here. If you were to backtrack a little bit and look here, our old highs, we had our best close here near about 37.90 or so. We are on pace for a close above that, but not exactly a big push to the upside just yet. So although we are above it, it's not really the kind of compelling breakout above previous resistance that you would really want if you were looking for confirmation about a breakout move such as this. But still, a very notable recovery here for the bulls. We can see that we have closed this gap that we saw here in this area pretty handily. We also had a bounce off of some significant other supportive areas. Like
I still got 30 acres I need to clean up before I go.
Past here, even going back further. When we look at our
I just started working on my property here this year, and I let it get out of hand.
Our 5-day EMA, our weekly EMA, that's the closest to where we are currently. Rapid price movements make it so these lagging indicators like moving averages are not really as helpful temporarily here. So 36.16 is where the 5-day weekly EMA comes in. Notice as well, RSI.
God, come on.
The upside, making new relative highs, entering the overbought area above 70, typically regarded as a sign of strength in a trending market. When we do look finally at our volume profile study, there is a volume accumulation all the way up here, even at these elevated levels. Activity starts to pick up again way down here near 34.
And when we start to see some of these moves, you know, this is in the top 10 performers right now on the S&P 500. We start to see some outsized action in the options market. Are we seeing that with Southwest today?
Yes, the sizzle today, the activity versus the 5-day average of volume is at about 5.1. So a lot of volume taking place on the call side at the 30 and 38 strikes, on the put side at the 37 and 38 levels.
I think you'll know when to stop.
December 19th
I think I found out
coming up
when.
here. We've got about 14 days for that one here. 6.6% expected move potentially according to the options market here, about 10.6% for January 16th here. Open interest was pretty interesting. On the call side for December, most of the open interest was at 32.5.
I'm probably not true with everybody, it was with me
But on the
anyway.
put side, the huge outlier was the 30 strike that lines up with these double bottom
Here we
lows that
go.
saw.
Let's go.
25,000
I need
contracts
130.
of
I got 115. It was at 80. I should have loaded another 6
total
more.
interest as a whole.
Very interesting, too, because all of those numbers you just said below where we're currently trading right now.
Yeah,
with
man,
this
that would have
move to
been
the upside that we're seeing right now trading
plus
at 37.95.
80
As
cents.
far as any notable trades that you saw today.
Oh,
anything
hell,
stick out?
105.
Yes, one very large trade.
Now he
plus
gave me 12.
22,000 January 16th, 35 strike puts here, a $1.8 million debit paid for an opening bearish play. So it seems like someone is expecting
Double bottom.
this rally to give back some
Right
of
to a
these
double
gains,
bottom.
as is often the case after these sharp moves up to the
I can't tell you how many times I could have sold this for
previous
profit.
levels, and then we reassert, and then the trend continues. Not saying it's going to happen. A
Good 4 or 5.
Now, right now, Southwest up
Now I'm
about
even.
6% on the heels of that report that they had some impact from that government.
So here goes
shutdown
my
and higher
speech
fuel
yesterday.
prices.
When you're even,
But
get
it's
out of the
excited to see them
trade.
in New York and find out who we'll be talking about for overlooked stocks today.
We're going to be looking at Rubric. Marley, George Silas has his eye on that name heading into the
One
close.
thing I
We'll
learned
break
from
down the
Funky,
news
though,
about
that
company,
last
what
10
we know about the
minutes,
stock coming up
that
next.
10-minute time frame, right at 10 till, it really gets volatile.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast.
I wish he was
right
still
for
around. I
you.
don't know what happened to that
Are you
guy.
an active trader? Our
I think it was
active
part of
trading
his
webcasts are
personality.
designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all,
135.
you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's
But he did have
interactive
enough
learning
balls
at
to get
its
on
finest.
voice with me, which
Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it.
But he wasn't the kind of trader I was either. He
Taxes, insurance, and estate planning.
didn't like to take chances and risks.
Technical difficulties. Carl.
I'd do 4 trades to his 1, or maybe 5.
A modern approach to wealth management.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector
Here we go back down to 80 again. This is it. A little too early. 246, 346. So this is a triple bottom.
How's it going?
First day.
Yeah, I might end up losing this one.
Sometimes, you know,
But that's okay. I've had a real good day.
done better. Please. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24
They don't
hours
have a
day,
lot in this
7
one either.
days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
God.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
This is what they've been doing. I mean, they've been, when they sell big. They just dropped.
Trading at Schwab is powered by
I mean, that dropped $1.50 right there, just in that one little 3 seconds.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support
Okay.
by phone, email,
Here I go.
and in-platform chat.
Time to get crazy.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
And see, it just keeps going.
Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
64, 67,
Specialists for taxes,
62.
insurance, and estate
I mean, that's a $2 dip in 5 or 6 trades. Or 10, 12 maybe.
Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bardas, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now for overlooked stocks. Shares of
Now I'm way
Rubrik
too far out of the
rallying
fucking
today
money
after the company topped earnings estimates and raised
to even
guidance.
try
So
to.
I'm joined by George Tillis, senior markets correspondent, to talk about this one. And I suppose
Huh.
it was that unexpected profit
Oh, well.
that was notable and what is getting this stock off to the races today, up over 20.
That'd be a fool if I bought them here.
Through it.
You're right, Sam. At the end of the day, the movement today at the stock price, or since after hours when they reported earnings, was a function of exactly that, which is essentially a pivot towards profitability, at least on an adjusted basis for the quarter, considering the losses. But in context of that, for those who don't know this company, because it's certainly an overlooked stock, this is essentially a enterprise information or application software company, but their focus point is actually in data security systems for cloud and enterprise data solutions based businesses. They essentially provide enterprise data backup and recovery systems, but they also have a function that provides cybersecurity resilience. So the competitive landscape includes some smaller companies like Commvault, and then other bigger companies in the same space that tie into Rubrik's end markets include Dell Technologies and IBM. If you look at the numbers that were reported, they were actually quite good.
We got 1 minute for the reversal.
But also compared to last year, the company posted an adjusted profit of 10 cents, and they were expecting to continue a full year of adjusted losses, as well as for the quarter of 17 cents. If you look at last year, the company lost 21 cents. So we basically have a 300% turnaround in terms of EPS from losses to profits. Those movements, or that movement, creates a big movement in stock price. But at the same time, the sales numbers were actually quite healthy as well. 350 million versus 321 million, up 48%. Because same quarter last year, the company published 236 million. So these sales numbers are quite robust, and of course, a function of.
Well, I watched the car chase in Springfield.
Is demonstrative in
I just couldn't
EPS
believe it.
numbers as well. The kicker too is the guidance, like I said is earlier, they were
We got
expecting
some
a
crazy people
full
around
year
here.
adjusted 2026 loss of.
Now watch this thing bounce back up.
They actually narrowed that range now because of this great quarter to between 16 cents and 20 cents, as well as narrowed the range.
It's right now 10 more minutes. This is
so
when
that's
it.
going to create a big move in the stock. We see that happen or manifest with 20% increase, but at the same time, many of the analysts are still quite compelled with the story behind Rubrik. Deutsche Bank increased their price target to 120. BMO actually decreased their target to 105, but they maintain an outperform rating, while at the same time Baird increased their target to 130 from lower target and do maintain an outperform rating on the stock.
Right, so it's been interesting actually. I've been looking across some of the commentary coming from the CEO, who has appeared on our network before as well. I actually spoke to him last quarter. I mean, he's a good guy, and he was sort of saying that as businesses are taking on agents, their biggest worry is they don't know what the hell is going on. Those were his words. And, you know, to your point, I mean, how they differentiate themselves is around that resilience, certainly as businesses need to keep operating when they have an attack, like hospitals or schools, etc. So it's
just
really,
dropped.
you know, obviously
It
good
ain't
to
gonna
sort
come
of
back
point out
now.
the competition here, but I'm just wondering, you know, as far as what the analysts were saying, as you know, the reason behind some of their price target adjustments today, you know, what they're sort of feeling about this one as we, you know, look across the cybersecurity space. There's just so much going on. There's just so many companies out there sort of doing similar things.
Yes. You're right. If you look at the landscape, it's quite competitive. I think the value proposition
3,
from
4,
Rubrik,
5,
you know,
6
maybe relative
minutes.
to those bigger players out there is the function of their technologies, also maybe some of those agnostic features that are
6
separate
minutes,
from
it
those
dropped
bigger players like
$10.
Dell, as well as IBM. If you look at Commvault, which is a smaller competitor, Rubrik seems to be getting closer towards, you know, consistent profitability faster, and therefore you're seeing an outperformance of divergence between Rubrik and Commvault in terms of price performance. But also, I think the planning and contingency components of Rubrik software, they're creating a great value proposition for their end customers. And it's not
It's a
just
double
a quarter
bottom.
where essentially they're cutting back on CapEx to increase their EPS and increase their guidance. The sales numbers themselves speak quite loudly, because the number increase relative to the estimate, but also to last year, speaks to growth in the high-end customer.
Those Winnebago trades.
Over $100,000 per. They have over 6,000 customers based on last reported numbers.
One of my better half
It seems
trades.
like partnerships, including Salesforce and Cisco systems, are manifesting into better unit economics for Rubrik. So they're doing something right in terms of their technology adoption, creating value propositions, but most importantly, in context of price, is what's going on with the financial fundamentals. And again, the best moves in stocks typically happen, at least in my historical observation, happen when stocks are moving from that inflection point of negative or losses to profits. Again, when they get closer to break even, we do see, you know, a stock price that typically pushes to the upside. That happens to be the case here for Rubrik. But again, keep in mind that they're still expecting a loss for this year. It's just not as much as expected prior to the release of earnings yesterday.
Yeah, you raise such a good point. Obviously, it's that path to profitability, but the next thing is obviously if you can manage to hold it there and sort of build on that. And I mean, I suppose that'll be the sort of next leg that we'll all be watching here, particularly with this one. You know, with the move today, obviously we've
Back
seen
at
it
the orb.
going up, looking at over 30% year to date. Still off the highs that we'd seen sort of mid this year as well. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that sort of stands
What's
out
the
to you about
68,
this
60
name?
got? Fives go from 55 to 255.
Yeah, I think what stands out too is keep in mind that they did report their fiscal Q3 2026 earnings. So they have got one more quarter for that reporting period, and then moving into 2027, they're expecting a full year of adjusted profits. So, you know, with that said, you know, based on the rate of change and the guidance they provided, the analysts are moving their price targets commensurately to the upside. So again, I know it sounds, you know, hard to accept, but you know, we're trained as people to buy low and sell high. But typically, stocks like this are moving higher, and they can continue higher just based on the trajectory of earnings, which are, like I said, moving into full year profits into the next 4 quarters.
Okay, good look at Rubric today, which is rallying up over 20%. Thank you so much, George, for getting us across that one and helping us out with this company. Have a great weekend. Catch you next week. I'll send things back over to Marley in Chicago.
Thanks so much to Sam and George for that. We are nearing the end of our market session. We'll be bringing in Scott Durfee to wrap up the week's action and take a look at next week. Market on Close. We'll be right back.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Technical analysis.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better.
That's correct.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
We're back on Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. We've just got a few minutes left in today's session and to close out the week. So very pleased to say we are joined today by Scott Durfee, a Senior Manager Trading Services at Charles Schwab. Thanks so much for helping out close the session today. What's really standing out to you right now?
Oh, you know what? We've got so much great information this week. This week is one of the weeks where we have had so much good information that's just really kind of supporting now the economic narrative. Now, the markets may not be reflecting it in kind or to the extreme or to the extent that we're seeing that. And I think that we're seeing potentially that, Sam and Marley, because of a potential a increase or decrease rather in the interest rates next week. So, you know, we've got 5 or 6 main components to our economic data this week that have all been in big time favor, especially maybe even the jobs report, really handing the Fed a permission slip to go ahead and get dovish. Now, you've noticed the Fed won't commit to a dovish stance. But at the same time, they're not denying it either. So we'll see what happens. We've got a lot of stuff coming up next week. We've had a lot of great stuff this week. We'll balance it all in the next 2 weeks and see how it flows.
And Scott, you mentioned we did get a lot of the data, some of that data, albeit delayed data. Of all of the reports that we got, which one stuck out to you the most as potentially being the most impactful?
That's a really great question, and I think, again, I mentioned it, but I think the one that's probably the most impactful is definitely the data around employment. You know, for the ADP, for example,
68.65 is $5.
We were expecting an
just like yesterday.
40,000 jobs. We actually had a subtract of 32,000. So you can see that
to the 200. Get out.
That's impactful. And when you see that, again, this is the kind of thing that the Fed is really looking for when it comes to, do we cut rates or do we hold them? And they think it's really going to be hard pressed for them not to do the former when we have this kind of data coming out.
That's right.
Impactful.
Scott, we've just got over a minute, so just a quick one for us. It looks like we are losing a bit of altitude in
the video
right now. I'm just seeing more sectors sort of turning into the red as we speak. 1 minute to go. Just wondering, as we look at the positioning into next week, what's going to be the big story?
Oh, that was Marley's question. She ain't gonna like it that you walked over her. Did you see the reaction on Marley's face? Who is this chick? That was my question. Well, I'm trying to sum up the week. It was a real good week for me. I think one good take away from it is fear, panic. Seemed like a lot of stuff that we had a lot of volatility, unusual. It's at the end of the year. I didn't have too much fear this week, because it seemed like everything was just going kind of my way. But there was a couple real good days, and there was a couple days where I had to sit in a trade for a little while and just wait, and that's hard to do. But they all bounced back, all of them. All but one. One I guess panic sold, and I wish I wouldn't have. But I kept asking myself, should I sell? I mean, I'm even again, should I sell? And today was a trade that was like that. I'm up 30 cents a contract. Should I sell it? And then it'd dip on me, and then get back up there again. I'm up 25 bucks a contract. I got 5 of them. Is it worth selling? And then it'd dip again, and it'd be back up. I'm up 30 cents a contract. Should I sell it? And then it never did break. And then I bought the dip, and then I end up losing on it. And at the end of the day, but I had my chances. I had 4 or 5 good chances to get out of it green, and I had 2 or 3 to get out of it even. But I had, yesterday I took 11 trades, and everybody was having a hard time yesterday, and I couldn't quite understand, but I think that fear, that psychological part's real hard to get over, and I don't let it bother me no more. It seems like the less I let it bother me, the better I trade. And then when I had that bad trade, I had 2 bad ones now, but that one earlier, the next day I came back full force, and I made 11 trades, and every one of them was perfect. In and out, and then the thing would dip. In and out, in and out, in and out. A lot of scalper days today. This week. I think it was like that last week too. And we got Santa Rally coming up. So maybe it's positioning for that. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Let me know when you're getting tired of me, and I'll find other things to do. I want to take more vacations, so I might be doing that here soon. I'm already looking at another trip. I'd like to take one about every 3 months. So, I'm going to say goodbye. Let's close with a song on YouTube.
Washboardjim on the market floor, trading moves like a lion's roar. Sneaky snake slithers past the rest, breakout moves, he plays them best. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight, Washboardjim in the trading fight. Pullbacks come and the charts will rip, he calls the shots, never loses grip. Selfless soul with a heart of gold, teaching secrets that never get old. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight, Washboardjim in the trading fight. Lines and candles, a dance on the screen. Risk and reward in a world so mean. But Jim just laughs, tips his old hat. He's got the moves, imagine that. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight, Washboardjim in the trading fight.
Adios.